Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to November the 22nd. Where does the time go? It really is getting worse. But the car this morning, Mahmood, thank you very much indeed, was very warm. Whereas the car I got in yesterday was freezing cold. And he said, was it an electric car? And I said, yes. And he said, that's why. It uses up the electric if you put the heating on. So consequently, I sat there frozen to death. I mean, like you cannot believe. So cold. But this morning, lovely and toasty. We have a long chat because my driver this morning, I've had on quite a number of occasions. He used to be within medical research, and we were talking about all sorts of procedures and stuff like that. And it was quite interesting, actually, because I learnt a few little bits and pieces. When you look at the human body, God knows I have to look at mine on a daily basis, it's quite marvellous, the things that they can do now. To get people better. So that's why I always big up the NHS. And anybody associated with medicine who can sort of make you feel... If you feel it... I mean, I watch these 999 programmes on the television. I don't know why, because I'm very squeamish. I don't like watching any programmes with blood or needles going in. I can't bear it. And yet I've had it done, myself on in fact, I'm going to inject this morning, probably during the programme. So if you hear a scream like a banshee, you will know that we've done the injection. And it was just one of those sort of things. I sort of watch it on the television. I mean, even on the medical programmes, I can't bear to watch anything. It just looks terrible. And you think, oh no, please don't do that. Please don't give them an injection. But they do. But anyway, it keeps us better. I was just reading something earlier on. What was this hospital that withdrew somebody's insulin? I mean, surely if you're a diabetic, they don't withdraw. I've never heard of withdrawing insulin. In fact, actually, I'm picking up my insulin tomorrow and my tablets from my chemist, because the one thing you have to support is local chemists. Local chemists, you support them. I don't support the big nationals. They're there, but I don't feel I'm getting the personal service. The local chemists, and luckily my one in Twickenham is very good. They've got a lot of staff in there, and they're very helpful, very useful, and they dispense my medicine. You go in there, you say it's possible to have it on Wednesday, or I write to the owner, and he always goes, yeah, sure. So support your independent chemists, because there might be one day where, you start losing them in little places because they struggle to make a living. I hope that my one doesn't, because they seem to be busy all the time. When they're making up the prescriptions, it's like all day. They've got somebody's in who puts them all in the Dosset boxes. So when I get my tablets back, I get 4 boxes of tablets, all in morning, lunchtime, evening. And so, because I did try it before they did the boxes. You buy the boxes and then they fill them up for you and then stick the prescription thing on the back, which is quite good. Anyway, enough of that. What have we got for you today? Me moaning on about the blooming weather. Freezing cold. It's going to get colder. Really cold. Really, really cold. So, and also damp. Nothing worse than damp, is there? It's really a bit yucky. Why every Des Res needs to install a doggy shower. Apparently they are the latest things to have for your long-haired pooch. When they come back, you have to sort of you have to sort of bathe them, and you have to put them in. Why can't they just go in a normal shower? Why do they have to have a doggy shower? I mean, that's surely if you're going to doggy grooming. When they go to doggy grooming and they've got these sort of low-level showers and things like that, which is quite nice. Quite nice. The FIFA bullies win over the armband threat. Although I noticed Alex Scott was wearing one the other day, but everybody else has got... I mean, why don't they just ditch FIFA? Why don't they tell them to go take a running jump? They're quite clearly a bunch of idiots. And when we listened to, all the people talking the other day, I mean, absolute rubbish. So England 6, Iran 2. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea. I have no interest in it. I couldn't care less. I just know that these stadiums are 3/4 empty. 3/4 empty. And I was sort of looking at it thinking, is it really worth it? And the answer is not, probably. There was one of the wags over there the other day. So she'd taken over 6 cases of luggage, and she still turns up in a T-shirt and a pair of jeans. I thought, honestly, these people, it's like one-upmanship, isn't it? Sad. But it must be the only sport where the wives and the family turn up to it. I don't bring my family in here to watch me working, because I'm working every day. And thank God Elliot, well, I mean, he's an orphan. They don't sort of come in from the home to support him. Why do the wags trail about behind? Because they're bored. That's what it is. They're so bored. All they've got to do is go shopping, buy a house, and attempt to string two words. Oh, hairdresser, nails done, toes done, more clothes, food, drink, shopping, and that's it. Life is a never-ending round of shopping and being boring. And then you see them sort of split, and they go, I can't believe it. And you think, well, you weren't even married, dear. You were just basically the one-night stand that went on for a year or so. That's what happens now with football. I mean, you can't have can you imagine having an intelligent conversation with Wayne Rooney? What could he talk about? What could he talk about? Getting drunk? That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Very interesting. The medieval wall in London found below Westminster. Below Westminster. Well, I should imagine there must be. They always say, there's loads of stuff in this country. You've just got to dig down for it. So when they open up, the railway cuttings and stuff like that, they find all sorts of things. Or plague pits are very popular, but they're normally well documented. Yeah, they had plague pits on the outskirts of London when we were at the height of the plague, and they didn't bury them in cemeteries. They literally got thrown in a pit with lime on top to dissolve the bodies, and they still find plague pits every so often. Because that's what we did, because we lost thousands of people, mainly because London was a filthy, dirty place. Not now. It's much, much cleaner due to Westminster Council. Oh, it's certainly cleaner than it used to be. Oh, dear me, it used to be absolutely dreadful. So anyway, well done, England 6, Iran 2. Congratulations. Nottingham Castle has closed. Now, I know you think this is a bit odd, because Nottingham Castle is very famous. Because, Robin Hood, riding through the glen. Robin Hood, with his band of men. Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Robin Hood. I used to watch Lorne Greene as Robin. Was it Lorne Greene? Might have been one of those anyway. Playing Robin Hood. And we loved it. It was great. And Nottingham Castle was where the baddie, the Sheriff of Nottingham, lived. And he was evil. And he was horrid, and he didn't like Robin, and they were constantly trying to outwit him to get Robin arrested. There you go. Richard Greene, Lorne Greene, I think, was in something else, and Alan Wheatley as his nemesis. It was really, he was the cleanest-looking Robin of Sherwood you've ever seen. Went out with Maid Marian, although I personally think he fancied Friar Tuck. But, one of those things, because Friar Tuck was just eating all the time. They were really good. You can buy the box set now of Robin Hood, and you'll find lots of famous people in there. Richard Greene was a noted English star. He appeared in more than 40 films, best known, of course, for The Adventures of Robin Hood. It ran from 1955 to 59, 143 episodes. They were really good. Really, really good. And can't remember what I was telling you. Oh, that's right. Yes, so Nottingham Castle's closed. Apparently, they've only just had a £13 million refit, and they can't make ends meet, so they've given it back to the council. So they spent all this money on it and basically screwed it up. And they've cancelled the Christmas market there. And they were charging too much when they reopened it after they spent all this money, which is a great shame, because I think we should have that. There was a castle for sale some years ago in France, the Castle of the Black Knight. And it came up for sale. They used to hold jousting tournaments there. I think it was the castle. Yeah, it was the Castle of the Black Knight. And down in their cellars were all the dungeons, the original dungeons. And I remember thinking, you could buy that. You could live there. It would be a living tourist attraction. The Castle of the... Have you found it? The Castle of the Black Knight? Oh, perhaps it wasn't the Black Knight. Perhaps it was green or something. No, I'm sure he was the Black Knight. But it did come up for sale a few years back. And I can't remember where it was. I just know that it was in Francais. And whatever it was, it had cellars down underneath, and the dungeons as well, where you'd be chained and shackled to the walls. People pay for that. And they shackle you to the wall, and then they would leave you there. And basically, you just eventually die. Although in London, if you got thrown into the debtor's prison here, if you owed money, they would throw you into the debtor's prison. It didn't matter whether you were poor or rich. But if you were rich, you had the family come in. They would bring your food and stuff like that. You lived the life of Riley. If you were poor, you got nothing. Nothing at all. You just had to suffer. And there are quite a number of pubs in London that have got cellars with cells in to keep people, in to be incarcerated. And they show people, you have to ask, and they will then show you all these. We've got all this stuff in. This is in London. This is down the road from here. How cool is that? Absolutely brilliant. Millions of over 50s, that'll include me probably, are being forced to come out of retirement to pay the bills because, I'm sorry, we're keeping you up. We are, aren't we? I can tell this morning. I tell you, you'll be I had a producer once fell asleep on me during the programme. And I remember going, So I think we'll take a short break. Nothing at all. And, look at the time. Let's take a quick break. Nothing. Gone for the county was. Until somebody came in from the newsroom and went, Steve's trying to wake you up. You've been asleep. I mean, I wouldn't be doing anything like that, as you can well imagine. So millions of people coming out of retirement to pay their bills because people just can't make it, and they don't know what's going to happen this winter, which is very worrying, isn't it? Very worrying. I had somebody come around the other day. One of my neighbours said, I've just let them read your meter. And they were from whoever they were from, I can't remember actually. And I remember thinking, well, you can read it, but it won't make any difference because I don't use gas anymore. I've stopped using gas, which is very good. I'm electric, which doesn't bother me. Actually, it'd be interesting to see what the bill is, because I have lights on all the time, literally all the time. 2 lights in the sitting room, 2 lights in the bedroom, and a light on in the bathroom all the time. I don't turn them off. It's on now. It's on now while I'm not there, because I don't like going into a dark place. It frightens me. I don't like it. I sort of think, no. And I always do the same every time when I go out. Open the front door. I'm home. Nobody, because I live by myself. But I'm quite happy. Tesco have rationed eggs to 3 boxes. Because, now people go, oh, no, we can't survive without eggs. There was somebody earlier on who couldn't survive without baking soda. Wasn't it baking soda or baking powder or something like that? Talking to Darren. And I remember thinking, get over yourself. Tesco have stopped selling it. Because apparently if there's no call for it, they don't bother producing it. And what was the other one? Hundreds killed in that Java earthquake. Isn't it funny? You read that as just a number. You just go, I think it's 162 people were killed in this Java earthquake. And you just go, 162 people were killed. Or a plane crashed, loss of 300 lives. You tend not to think of the after effect, of exactly the impact on those families. Many of them were children. See, Java just sounds like this idyllic utopia, and yet they have earthquakes. And so consequently, that's why 162 died. Christmas rail chaos, I'm afraid. The pay talks are faltering, so that's not going to be promising over Christmas. So my advice is, try and work out alternative ways of getting to where you're going for Christmas. There you go. There's Java. We look at picture. It's very beautiful. This is they're growing rice, but they grow it in tiers on the hillside. They do it in China as well a lot. They take the water buffalo up there and walk along these sort of. It's very pretty. And in fact, actually, really, the whole of it is just beautiful, isn't it? They say Java Island has everything to satisfy people, which means they've obviously got a KFC somewhere in there they haven't shown us. But it does look very pretty, doesn't it? Very nice indeed. I like that. My husband, says Jane, created a dog washing place in the garage from the old sink from the kitchen and the old shower from the house bathroom. As our Springer Spaniel loved getting muddy. They do, don't they? They do. And you have to wash them and then they go like that.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Tony the trucker says, Steve, we have a dog shower with hot water tank in the shed at the bottom of the patio with a hose pipe outside. We've got 2 dogs, a Doberman called Stan and a boxer called Finley. They both get a bit mucky after walks in the woods and fields around the house, and the outside shower saves a lot of mess indoors. It's brilliant. Yeah, they love rolling in. Foxes, doggy doos, don't they? There's something they're strangely attracted to it. I've got no idea. Steve, Golden Square was a plague pit. It certainly was. Situated in the centre of Soho, it's got a secret history because in the 17th century it was a plague pit. As Lord Macaulay wrote in 1685, it was a field not to be passed without a shudder by any Londoner of that age. And that's where they did. They sort of dug up, and you had all these different pits around London to put the bodies in. Mind you, during half of it, you'd have people walking down the road ringing a bell going, bring out your dead. And people who'd passed away through all sorts of various illnesses would be taken out, put on these hand carts, and they'd be wheeled to pits and then just dropped in there. I mean, people couldn't afford to go and get them buried. It took far too long, which is a shame. Steve, Nottingham Castle is not a castle. It's a Stuart Restoration-era ducal mansion, which is quite a shock to overseas visitors. Yeah, whatever. It's got all sorts of things underneath it, hasn't it? It's all hollowed out, which I think is quite lovely. Shane in Sydney, says Ryan Gosling is making a movie in Sydney. He and his family are staying at an apartment at Bondi. They were shocked to find a huge spider in their room. It was removed. He's very happy now. So I'd have to have it removed. I don't like spiders. Small, big or otherwise. I just don't like them. Yeah. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Not so good. And Stephen says, I'm just catching up on your show from yesterday. I keep getting strange looks from others around the pool area in Thailand. I keep laughing out loud. They think I'm mad. Well, it might not be wrong. He said, do you like Thai food or is it only fish and chips? No, I eat Thai food. In fact, yesterday I had a chicken curry, but it was a Chinese chicken curry. And you had pork curry and noodles for breakfast. Beats a fry-up. Yes, it probably does, actually. Pork curry and noodles. See, that to me seems... I know it seems a bit heavy for most people. So probably not, but I like Thai food. I really do. Do you remember William Tell? Tony and Georgina from Spain inquire. Come away with William Tell. Come away to the land he loves so well. Or was that the Lone Ranger? I liked him with his best friend Tonto. Yeah, whatever. I watched Living yesterday. Saw it with Jay Hernandez, says Perdita, who plays Magnum. I thought it was a masterpiece and that Nye's performance was exquisite. Jay thought the film was boring. I found his views strangely offensive. I love Mr. Nye. I love Bill Nye. I think he's fab. I can't wait to see Living. I should get round to it, but I won't go to the cinema. I shall buy it on DVD. I don't like sharing space in a cinema with other people because if you want to concentrate on a film, you can't cut. There's people around you. And it's like, the producer would be sitting there, with his popcorn, making noise every time with his hand in the bucket and the giant hot dog and stuff. And you think to yourself, oh, get over yourself. Then people chat during films. If you find it boring, go outside. Highly rude. But, yes, I'm looking forward to seeing it, Perdita. I trust you are well and in fine form at the moment. You see that Love Island failure, Luca Bish, I believe he was a fishmonger or something. I mean, honestly, I ask you. Luca Bish, he's thanked fans for their kind... How old is he? 3, 4 years old? Because he finished going out with that Owen's daughter, Gemma Owen. Like they're 5 years old or something. They've finished going out, and I want to thank the fans for all their kind messages. I mean, get over yourself, pal. Oh, dear me. Of course, the trouble is she was obviously told to get rid of you. Why? Boring. Boring. They never admit it, do they? They just got rid of Sue Cleaver out of I'm a Celebrity. And, that's a bit sad, isn't it? I think she was ready to go. She'd made a bit of money. They've all made a bit of money. They were all talking about it because we've lost Charlene and Scarlett, and now we've lost Sue. And, of course, I told you, I did predict on the programme that they're going to say it's the race card. And, and you think, it isn't. It's the public voting. This isn't voted for by some faceless... Well, they are faceless people because they're voting at home. But they decided. Why? I can't remember why they voted Charlene out. Perhaps because they thought she was dull and uninteresting or bossy or whatever. And Scarlett because she didn't make any impact. I mean, seriously, but bearing in mind, this is all to do with the editing. It's the way that a programme is edited. You can either put Scarlett in every single shot, in which case you'll think, oh, my God, she's really good. Or you can not put her in many shots, in which case people go, I'm sorry, is she still there? It's the editing. That's how it works. They're making a television programme. It's a bit embarrassing, really. So they're now playing. But as I say, when they come out, they should be very graceful because they've earned thousands of pounds for doing basically nothing. Nothing. Charlene did the cooking. And Scarlett, well, she did actually. But it's because she was edited practically out of the programme that I thought it was a bit disappointing. But there you go. And then, of course, Mr. Moyles decided to push the boat out with Ant because of his drunk driving. And he got stopped in the car. And he got fined, because I thought it was the biggest fine ever. I wasn't aware of how it worked. But the fine on things like that is based on your earnings. So he got fined, I think, I might be wrong, I'm very rarely wrong, it was £86,000. And so Chris Moyles raised it. Now, he was perfectly entitled to raise it because it was something that happened. He hasn't made it up. It was something that hit all the newspapers. And he talked about Ant's alcohol addiction, when he got in the car. The one thing you can't do, and everybody does do it, because whenever you stop people who are sort of driving, there you go, £86,000 fine and a 20-month ban. He accepts it was fair given his £130,000 a week earnings. That's what he earns, £130,000 a week. But the one thing you cannot do is if you have a few drinks, get in the car. That is the worst thing you can ever do. It's too dangerous. And over the years, people have done it because they go, it's only round a corner, and they're found slumped over the wheel or something because they've crashed the car into a ditch. And I've got no sympathy, and the police have no sympathy for anybody who's done for drink driving. In fact, if anything, they would rather, throw the book at them completely. And that's why Ant was made an example of in court, because he's a celebrity. And people go, oh, it's okay for him. £86,000 fine. £86,000. He said, admitted it stung. Yeah, not really, actually. £86,000, a mere bagatelle, ladies and gentlemen. He said, I needed to be punished. Yeah, you absolutely did. Shouldn't have been such a prat in the first place by getting in the car. With his mother, I believe. I believe his mother was in the car at the same time. Had he had an accident, either crashing into other cars or crashing himself, God knows what the outcome could have been. God knows. But whatever it is, if you're drinking, you don't drive. You really don't. It's the biggest no-no on the planet. Paxman trades quizzes for wine, women and fine arts. I watched him doing it must have been an old one, actually. University Challenge. I quite like it, but I don't know any of the answers. What? Why would you find that surprising? I don't know. Seriously, I don't even understand the questions, let alone the answers. Let alone the answers. And also, the traditional car handbrake is reaching the end of the road. Well, I haven't had a handbrake on a car for ages. Because when you learnt to drive, they said, OK, so you put the car in gear, foot on the accelerator, and one on the clutch, and then you slowly release the handbrake. Well, of course, you don't do that now. My car's automatic. I mean, I have to be there, obviously, just to steer it. But it's automatic. So I don't have a handbrake. I have a little button I push if I want to add the extra brake onto it. But normally, when you sort of get out of the car, nobody can take it, because you can't move it without the key, of which I have. That's the only thing that activates. It doesn't have. It just has to be about your person. So I tuck it away in a secret place, so that nobody'd ever find it. I promise you. It's under the third flower pot on the left. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you remember the gay club massacre we were talking about the other day? The shooter, who was felled to the ground by a drag queen, apparently. Don't mess with drag queens, I'm telling you. Don't mess with drag queens. I remember doing a show with Paul O'Grady years and years ago, and I said, I don't think we're going to get paid. He said, we'll bloody get paid, Steve. We'll bloody get paid. And he went up to the bloke and said, Steve and I want our money. Nobody messed with Paul O'Grady, I'm telling you. He worked hard for his loot. It was well worth it. But this shooter in this gay club massacre has stayed silent. So far, nothing. Don't worry, they will loosen his tongue. Supermarket petrol prices are too high. And the army officer who broke the curfew to go and get a pizza. Always amazes me how desperate people are for a pizza. And Harry and Meghan are frauds, says Piers Morgan. Oh, basically, they are. Had he not been in the royal family, they'd have been two no-marks. Absolutely. All he would be is a silly little bloke who got drunk and dressed up and abused people. That's the only thing you could say about it. And she was a very average actress. But luckily, because they're going for this award for outing the royal family as racist. I mean, you've never heard such garbage in your entire life. Really is embarrassing, isn't it? But there again, they are embarrassing. Very embarrassing. So, hooray, Jude and Saka twice, Sterling, Rashford and Grealish. So 6-2 in Qatar. Who cares? Do we get paid for it, or is there money in the pot, or something you walk away with a, ridiculous? Slimmers will need huge helpings of willpower as Weight Watchers now meets at Toby Carvery restaurants. It's just you pay money for somebody to tell you don't eat so much, fatty. That's what they do. That's what it is. It's a case of, you go there because you go, I can't manage it by myself. And so you go to a company like Weight Watchers or any of these other companies. It's $1 billion industry. Seriously, $1 billion industry of telling people how to lose weight. And I think people think, oh, I've lost the weight. Isn't that fab? I'll bring out a DVD. And then, oh, look, the weight's going back on again. Yeah, because that's how it works. It's called yo-yo dieting. It's not complicated. Ashley says it always baffles me that the 24-hour petrol stations sell alcohol and pubs have car parks. So you remember the old advert where the guy says, I lost my job, my family, my life. And the guy behind says, just the one, is it? That's the way it is. It always amazes me, actually, that, people still go to pubs. I'm surprised you can afford it. So expensive to go to a pub. I mean, a pint is about £3.50 now, isn't it? Somebody told me once. I'm not too sure actually how it works, but I mean, I don't quite get why people go and sit in pubs. Sometimes you get them by themselves. The Billy No-Mates of this world, they sit there in the pub, and the barman doesn't want to talk to them. So the barman's up one end of the bar, and the person, the Billy No-Mates, they get them in Emmerdale. They sit there at the bar. They don't talk to anybody. They don't know anybody. And you think, God, your life must be so tragic.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to November the 22nd, which is very exciting. People talking about trees up and all. I've got a problem with one of my trees. I've got 2 up outside, and one of them, it just won't stay on for 5 minutes. It's very annoying. Very annoying. We've even moved its position. So poor old Alex, I don't know what we're going to do, actually. I think we're going to have to take the thing down and stick it somewhere else, I should imagine, because it's just not working, actually. Steve, I'm listening to podcasts of your show as I ride the ferry across Sydney Harbour to work. I work as a housekeeper, stroke cook for a businesswoman. She's a single mum with 3 in her big fancy house in Cremorne Point, which is 1 stop from the Opera House. I think Pete the pool man would have lots of work here. Here are some photos. And, very pretty, isn't it? Oh, yeah, very pretty. Oh, it's a nice big house. I like that. That must take some dusting. You can see the purple, is it jacaranda trees are in bloom and all the beautiful jasmine along the walls of the homes. Tell Shane from Sydney I live in Marrickville, and I think it'd be such fun if we caught up over some festive Prosecco to talk about you, says Yvette. No, I don't think that's a good idea at all, actually. I really don't. Apparently, Steve, some pubs in Tooting do a pint for £6, says Al. Oh, right. £6 a pint. Not surprised people stay at home. Steve, did David Beckham accept the millions? Oh, yeah, he's always trouted it. Of course he has, because he doesn't care about human rights, Stella. And he has no intention of donating it to charity. Whereas Joe Lycett's money has gone to lots of people, LGBT people, which I thought he would do. I didn't think he'd be that silly. Although somebody got it wrong on the television yesterday. They said, oh, it's illegal to incinerate money. No, it's not. It's not incinerate. You can do what you like with your money. You can screw it up. You just can't deface it. You can't deface it. So a lot of magicians used to use that line, sign this £10 note or whatever, and then they go, that's illegal. You know. Lorne Green starred in Bonanza, I believe, and possibly High Chaparral, says Chris. I used to watch him in Battlestar Galactica on Sundays at my nan and granddad's. Oh! Steve, says Chris, I'd like to know where you get a pint for £3.50. Well, I don't. I don't, because I've never drunk a pint, actually. And, well, I just haven't drunk a pint ever in my entire life. Never drunk bitter, never drunk lager, never drunk Guinness, never drunk anything at all. Never in my entire life. Never. It's not a lie. I swear on my mother's life, I've never drunk a pint. Why would I drink a pint? No, absolutely not. Can't bear the. I had a tiny little sip of something years and years ago. It was disgusting. Now people can enjoy it. Steve, why do men boast to disclose they don't wear pants under their trousers if going commando is something to be proud of? I've read recently of several celebrities announcing it as their secret. One being Jeremy Kyle, and several of my friends have often announced they're pantless on occasions. I think it's unhygienic and very uncomfortable. What's your opinion, says James? Well, I don't really know whether we can discuss things like this at 24 minutes to 5 in the morning, whether or not people should go commando. I think, doesn't Richard Madeley go commando? I believe so. I mean, personally, I've never done it. Personally, because I think it's uncomfortable, and B, if you happen to dribble, it's going to look a bit ridiculous, isn't it? So, you know, especially if you've got prostate problems or something like that. But, no, I don't really think so. There you go. Richard Madeley says he does it all the time. I mean, you know, within the first 2 minutes of having Sunday brunch, he said he went commando. I just don't think it looks great. I don't think it's a good look. And also, there is that danger with the zip, isn't there? And we've all been there. I want to go into that one at the moment. Lorraine says, I'm listening to you on my birthday today from 4 a.m. You're keeping me pleasantly awake. Actually, I forgot a very important birthday yesterday. In fact, I missed a very, very important birthday, which was very naughty of me. It's only because I didn't check my thing. And it's from Mr. Neil. And Mr. Neil says, I don't think any proper Cornish pasty shop would worry about Greg's opening in Cornwall, because we were talking about that the other day. He says, happy birthday to our lovely Patsy, because it was Patsy's birthday the other day. And thank you to Tony Pelledri for looking after us in Little Italy in Frith Street on Friday. Outstanding meal and company. It was really nice. It was really nice. It was very, very nice. But Patsy's birthday the other day. So many happy returns of the day. And if anybody else is celebrating today, happy birthday. Hope you have a lovely day. Even if you're by yourself, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The producer's always by himself, and he celebrates birthdays, Christmas, Hanukkah, Eid. He does the whole lot, Diwali. You name the festival, he grabs it with both hands and celebrates it, because he just likes festivals, which is okay, isn't it? My driver this morning does everything. He does Eid, Diwali, Hanukkah, Happy Christmas, Happy Easter, whatever else you've got. He doesn't mind. We don't care about these sort of things. Makes no difference, doesn't it? It's celebrating something. I wanted to celebrate eating stollen the other day, but stollen is delicious. Oh, it's very moist, comes in little small pieces. You never get a big stollen cake. Well, you probably can get big stollen cakes. I like that, and I like that. What's that Italian thing? There you go, that's stollen. Oh, it's delicious. It's really nice. It's fruit bread, and it's got dried and candied fruit. It's Germanic in origin, and it's really lovely. It really is delicious. But I like panettone. Apparently you can dip it or dunk it, and you dunk it in hot chocolate and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, oh dear, I don't think that's a very nice idea. But panettone is absolutely delicious. It's very light. You just rip it to pieces. They do one with all different flavours. It's got lots of little ones. And have you ever had it? You've had it. Oh, right, of course you have. And, probably had it on the moon or something, I should imagine. But it's quite delicious, but very light. So light. I mean, you could pick it up, with 2 hands. Really amazing. Very nice. So, birthdays we're celebrating today. And the other story in the paper. No, I'm not sure about this story. I'm really not sure about it. And I don't know in which direction it's going to take me, because it's the story of the widow of the tragic Wanted star Tom Parker. Now, Tom Parker died back in March, and he was very, very ill, and he had brain cancer, and it was spreading, and he died. And I remember thinking, oh, how sad. How sad. We used to look after the Wanted years ago, and they were constantly in this building. But anyway, she's on television at the moment in a programme. This is Kelsey Parker, and talking about life without it. Anyway, she's found a new boyfriend. Now, this is the bit where I get a bit uncomfortable. It makes no difference to me who somebody goes out with, but I think he only died in March. She's doing a programme about him dying. Now, what he might have said to her, as indeed do a lot of people in situations like that, listen, don't sit around moping by yourself. Go and find somebody. And so she's found somebody, but this time she's found somebody, to say unusual would be an understatement. He's an electrician who was jailed for 4 years for a one-punch killing outside a pub. And that's where it doesn't sit well with me. It really doesn't. Anyway, this bloke, Sean Boggins, and her met at a wedding in Greece. They've been on several dates. He was by her side at another pal's marriage last month. The guest at the bash in Greenwich said, it's early days and she has a lot on her plate, but he's shown her so much support. And he was with her on what was a tough day. They were kissing and looking loved up. Kelsey was left distraught when Tom, dad to her 2 young children, died from brain cancer. Her new fella Boggins has 2 children from a previous 14-year relationship. So in 2013, he was jailed for 4 years for manslaughter on a night out. And Boggins comes from Brentwood in Essex. Kelsey, of course, met Tom in a West London nightclub in 2009. And they went on to have 2 number ones with the boy band, but was diagnosed with this inoperable tumour in October 2020. You see, I mean, as I say, it's got nothing to do with me. I just can't. If that was my family, I'd be thinking it's too soon. It's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Only 8 months ago. Only 8. Now, as I say, it's nothing to do with me. People can go out with who they want. But it's like, imagine the situation. I always used to imagine after my father died and my mother then was by herself, as you can well imagine. And some bloke turned up at the funeral who apparently she'd known years ago. Even, I didn't even know who he was, but he turned up and apparently, he sort of had my mother in his sights all those years ago. And I remember thinking, how would I feel if my mother decided to get married again to somebody else that we don't know? And it is a bit of an odd one, really. And I just hoped it would never happen. And luckily it didn't. So that was a little bit better. But I don't know, Tom Parker, I'm a bit sorry for him. But he might have said to her, listen, go out and find happiness. You've got kids to bring up. But certainly an odd choice of person, put it that way. Chris Moyles' edgy sense of humour has become a trial for I'm a Celebrity producers. He turned the air blue with a string of gags at Ant McPartland's expense. He talked about his battle with alcohol addiction, his arrest following the car crash. He's caused a headache for the producers in the editing suite. Well, that's what they're paid to do. They're paid to edit the programme. It doesn't make any difference. Honestly, they make such a big drama, don't they? Oh, the editors, the producers have had to start editing things. Oh, diddums, get over yourself. Listen, it doesn't make any difference. They're paid to edit. It's like, if my producer went, oh, not sure, Steve, we can do that. You go, that's what you're paid to do. It's as simple as that, I'll tolerate so much moaning before I then clamp down. Grow up. That's what you have to do. Have to keep them keen, treat them mean. Always works every single time. So over in Ukraine, the supermarkets have opened, which is good news. And they've got loads of lemons and bananas. I don't know what you can make out of that. But no heating, running water or power. But they have got lemons and bananas. People fighting over bananas. I don't really know what you can do with bananas. You can't do a lot with them, can you? I mean, you could deep fry them, I suppose, or you could just slice them and sort of fry them off or something. I don't know. Barbecue bananas? I don't know. It's not that interesting. Here they are. These are the people, the fly tippers, arriving at court. One of them with a traffic cone on his head. And, it actually fits him and it suits him. He looks like the prat that he really is. His name's Luke Edwards. He was part of a gang that used a public road as their own private dumping ground. Partner in crime Jason Castle also hid his face by covering it with 2 COVID masks. Oh, come on, girlies. Come on, show your faces. We know what you look like. The publicity-shy pair appeared at Winchester Crown Court together with Michael Whittaker, 52, an old man, Daniel Whittaker, 34, presumably the son, and Shane Griggs, 37. All 5 admitted depositing controlled waste. That's what these people do. They come round your house. Oh, we'll actually get rid of that for you. Take it and go and dump it in a road. Each one of them fined £1,200 and ordered to pay between £1,000 and £2,500 in costs. The officials estimated the cost of the clearing was £42,000. So why did the judge turn out to be such a what's-it and not charge them the full £42,000? These people never learn. They'll carry on doing it because they're a bit thick and stupid. And also, judging by the picture, fat. Far be it from me to talk about the well-fed people. They should have been fined 10 grand each, so the council gets its money back. Why should we have to pay for it? Because ultimately, you're paying for it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust we find you well and happy, if not a bit freezing at the moment. It's definitely chilly bon outside, as they say. My dad, says Tim, went on to marry the nurse who looked after his first wife when she was dying of cancer. He had 3 young children at the time, 32 years later, still together. I know, it's the way it goes. Sarah says, I'm early retired, so I always go to the cinema during the day, and there's never more than 10 other people in there. Like you, other people chatting and eating noisily really annoys me. Yesterday, I saw Armageddon Time with Anne Hathaway, Jeremy Strong, Banks Repetta, Jaylin Webb and Anthony Hopkins. You haven't told us whether you liked it or not, though. We'll have to guess on that one. And the Vicar of Dibley star, Gary Waldhorn, left £1.44 million in his will. He died aged 78 in January. He played David Horton, the parish chairman. Do you remember in the Vicar of Dibley? He was the one who had a son as well, who was going out with the vicar's sidekick, who died in real life. And it was his son, who is David Horton's son, in the programme. But anyway, probate office papers show he left his fortune to his only son, Josh, and his 2 grandchildren. He also appeared in Brushstrokes, The Sweeney, and Hotel Babylon. And at the time, Josh said his father passed away peacefully, saying, "We'll all miss him terribly." Yeah. He trained in America. But he left all the money to his son and the 2 grandchildren, which was quite nice, isn't it? I suspect 1.4 million would be the cost of a house. That's what I would think it was, you know. Very unlikely to have 1.4 million pounds in the bank, as it were. I see there's a Tesco delivery driver story, which we haven't had before. This one shows the driver caught on a video doorbell, allegedly trying to kiss a customer. I mean, you don't expect that. Somebody's delivering your bananas, do you? The man, thought to be in his 60s, grabbed both sides of the woman's face and leant towards her. The mother of one said she turned away and felt his fingers slide down her nose and lip before he said sorry and left. The incident came after the driver asked how old she was. Oh, dear. The woman from Watford says, "It made me feel scared and anxious. Police are investigating. Tesco have suspended the driver pending a probe." Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. Unbelievable, isn't it? Don't expect that from a Tesco driver, or any driver, thank you very much indeed. Adele is flogging necklaces which say divorced in big gold letters. This is part of her merch. Which is lovely. Sam Smith is the most confident they have ever been because he identifies, I don't know, I'm confused, and says he feels stunning after overcoming years of body image issues. And he says, "I've been really comfortable, but I've had to force myself to get naked more. I had to take my top off when I was going to the swimming pool or in the sea, but also take my top off probably in situations where people around me were like, put your top on. Why are you naked?" No, if you were naked, you wouldn't have your bottoms on either. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't recommend it. Get yourself into an awful lot of trouble. They confirmed their romance was back on. This is dreary old Maya Jama and Stormzy. They made an appearance at the GQ Awards, even though her reps, because she can't talk, they have to sort of, speak to my rep. I have people who do things like that. So are they having an affair? I have no idea. Probably not. It's one of those things, isn't it? And there's a bloke here who caught a giant goldfish. It's sort of a hybrid of a leather carp and a koi. This was at Blue Water Lakes in northern France. And this one is huge. Huge, absolutely. He spent 25 minutes reeling her in, and I think it weighs 67 pounds, 4 ounces. That is one hell of a goldfish. Because what happens is goldfish grow to the size of the pond that they're in. So, in other words, if you've got a big garden pond and you put goldfish in there, they will get bigger and bigger and bigger until they sort of outgrow the pond. That's how it happens. This one is enormous. Absolutely enormous. 25 minutes to reel it in, but 67. When you see it, if you stood it up on end, it would be the size of this bloke. Huge. Our ones were enormous. And, very nice, but they do grow. They do grow. Another picture of Oti Mabuse. It looks like it's been superimposed, actually, modelling a wetsuit. And she's got a new agent or something, because every day I open up the paper, there's another story about Oti Mabuse. Shirley Ballas has a surprise hankering to be a pig farmer. Oh, I quite like pigs when they're little piglets. Don't like them when they get sort of bigger. On my journey down to my brother's, delicious. Oh, that is just awful. There's me trying to save the planet, and you're talking about eating pork. Oh, no, stop it. That's horrible. Pork scratchings. You know. We had those lovely calendars, didn't we? Was it from the Snaffling Pig? Come in. Did you not get those? Oh, what a shame. Must have been Joe. Never mind. But, no, we used to live near a pig farm years and years ago. And the sows, basically, they were baby producers. They just produced piglets. And piglets were sort of then fattened up and then taken off the market. And that's the bit I didn't like. I don't like anything like that. I could never, ever go anywhere near an abattoir. I just feel a bit sorry for all the animals. You know, but then somebody said that's what happens. You know, we sort of grow them, and they grow to be a size, then somebody takes them to market, and then somebody buys them, fattens them up even more, and then they get sent off to the slaughterhouse, and we buy them. I don't like the idea at all, really. Jihadi bride Shamima Begum knew exactly what she was doing when she joined terrorists in Syria. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Somebody says here, this was an MI5 officer. He spoke out as her legal team insisted she'd been a child trafficking victim. What a load of old cobblers. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. I think she's a danger to this country. She knew exactly what she was doing when she left Bethnal Green. She's alleged to have helped make suicide vests for bombers. But her team... Has she got a team? A team? Who's paying them? She's got a legal team. They say that she was punished too harshly when she was stripped of her UK citizenship in 2019. They don't want her back here. The Home Office, the Foreign Office, said, no, thank you very much indeed. I really couldn't trust her. Really couldn't trust her. I mean, most of her stuff appears to be lies. She was trying to get back into the country before, and they went, no, I'm sorry. Sorry, no. Christmas is made amazing at Aldi, apparently, where they're selling a Christmas pudding this year, a 6-month matured Christmas pudding. Bear in mind, the one in Fortnum and Masons is about £35. The one at Aldi is £1.85, and that's 6-month matured. Because what you should do is buy two. You should buy two, and then you have one this year, and then next year you eat that one that's been sitting there for a year. And what you do is you keep adding booze to it. Oh, it tastes lovely when they're matured. Absolutely. As long as they've got booze in, then you can mature it and just add a little bit each time. But yeah, always buy 2 Christmas puddings. Save one, eat one. Probably, but I don't know anybody who eats Christmas pudding. The lovely idea is you have it after Christmas lunch, but you're so stuffed after you've had Christmas lunch. Brandy butter? Want a Christmas pudding? Don't be so ridiculous. Don't have brandy butter on a Christmas pudding. I've never heard the like of it, honestly. Sacrilegious. You're going to be drummed out of the brownies, you are. Well, we stick a bit of brandy on there and cream. OK? Cream. No, because it's for common people, brandy butter. There's no such thing as brandy butter. It's made up. It's Western democracy taking over and making us eat things that we don't want to eat. You should have it with ice cream or clotted cream, and that's it. If you really push it, you could have it with custard, which is very nice. There it is, look. Brandy butter, £7. I mean, how many people do you know could afford to eat that? There's one, Tiptree brandy butter, £3.50. And that's sold in Boots, the chemist. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, eh? Sainsbury's brandy butter, £2.50. It's outrageous prices. Dreadful. I wouldn't be eating that anytime soon now. That's why you've got that stomach on you. That's what it is. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, it'll take some bold. How's that goldfish? Said Les. It's huge. It's, I have Bert and Ernie, Steve. They're about 8 inches long. I love your knowledge. They're right. They grow to the size of the enclosure. Oh, ours one, Ben, we had a pool full of them. They just got bigger and bigger, and you don't really notice them because they hide under, leaves and things like that in the pond. Unfortunately, the heron found them. And I came out one day to discover the heron with its wings spread over the pool so it could see exactly where they were, literally picking them out of the pool and swallowing them whole. Seriously, awful, awful. John Kennedy, says Shane, was assassinated on this day in 1963. We remember it very well indeed. And Matt says, you're right about the weather. I stupidly went out in Twickenham in a jumper, no jacket or coat, was frozen. Don't risk it. It's too dangerous, and it's going to get colder. It's going to get much, 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 much colder. So I think I might go and buy some gloves today. Something like that in Marks and Spencer's. See what they've got. I don't know whether to get woolen or leather. What a choice, honestly. This rock and roll lifestyle is brilliant.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. I told you the other day that James O'Brien was off filming in Belfast for Mastermind, and I'm winding the producer up. It doesn't take much, just a big key in the side and just turn it. And on what his specialist subject is or was. And he's been through everything. I'm not even going to give you any clues because that would be unfair and it would spoil the programme. But the producer's going, is it so-and-so? Is it so-and-so? I'm not telling you. And so far, he's nowhere near. You know, I've given him all the clues that there are necessary, and that's it. Steve, I work close to a pig farm, albeit some people call it the House of Commons. Da 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 da. Steve, I did enjoy Armageddon Time. This is Sarah. Today's seeing The Menu, a couple, Anya Taylor, Joy and Nicholas Holt, travel to a coastal island to eat at an exclusive restaurant where the chef, Rafe Fiennes, has prepared a lavish meal with some shocking surprises. I've got an annual Cineworld Unlimited card, so for a discounted price of 188 quid, I can go to the cinema as many times as I want. Oh, that's well worth it. I like those kind of things. £188, how lovely. Ashley says, bring up the baked bean pizza. I want your views. It's tempting. Only problem is being lactose intolerant. What were we talking about, which involved the Christmas dinner in a tin. The producer being all snobby about it. I couldn't possibly eat things like that. That's probably what you'll find in the Ukrainian supermarkets. I said, well, if it's in a tin, it can be long-lasting. It's got everything in there that's sort of good. It's got the turkey, the cranberry sauce. The only thing it doesn't have is a Yorkshire pudding. But, I could just make those separately, I suppose, and then just pop it in the saucepan, and then I might go and look today for it. Or breakfast in a tin, even more exciting, which comes with beans. All very nice. There's an army officer in the paper today, broke a curfew by going out for pizza whilst on the NATO front line near the Russian border. Captain James Shearer failed to return to camp until 24 minutes after a newly imposed 9 p.m. deadline. The intelligence officer sauntered back with 2 colleagues after having a pizza in a cafe. He was fined 3 days' pay by the commanding officer, who'd moved the cut-off from 10:30 p.m. in a discipline crackdown. Well, that's very naughty. Very naughty. And so he made it explicitly clear the curfew was to change. He was very irate about it. Can't just nip out and go for a pizza, can you? Unless, of course, you're addicted to pizza. I mean, couldn't they make them in camp? Can't be that difficult to make. We know that they're certainly dead cheap, which has to be good. Matthew says it has to be leather gloves. Would imagine M&S would have a good selection. Yeah, the producer, he doesn't. He said, I don't want to be like, a 1940s driver. It's like he remembers the 1940s. Of course he does. Of course he does. He's one of these people who's taken monkey glands and used sort of a lot of face cream and stuff like that. Steve, get yourself some Audrey Hepburn type evening gloves. Very cheap on Amazon. I've got 4 pairs, says Kathy. And they keep your hands warm right up to your elbows. Plus, I always feel enigmatic when I put them on. I know, those sort of, it's like thigh-length boots, isn't it? Every time I see anybody wearing thigh-length boots, I automatically think they're working the Reaper barn. I never think anything else at all. They just look like it. Or they've been in that programme. Everybody talking about your kinky boots, kinky boots. Kinky boots. John says, I don't like Christmas pudding, Christmas cake or mince pies. All that heavy fruit is just too sickly for me. Give me Victoria Sponge or trifle instead. Oh, I like a trifle. I told you they do a very good one in Waitrose, which is rhubarb. Now, I don't know whether you could have rhubarb trifle for Christmas, but I'm willing to give it a go. I think that's quite a nice idea. Piers Morgan talks about the fraudulent couple, Harry and Meghan. Real heroes like Archbishop Tutu won that award that they've just been given. Bobby Kennedy must be spinning in his grave. But, of course, you know that they will accept anything at all. They're so desperate. She doesn't need him at the moment. He is surplus to requirements, I'm afraid, whichever way you look at it. They literally, if she ditched him, which most people seem to be predicting, and he comes crawling back to the royal family, at the moment they're running a bill through the House of Lords so that he never gets anywhere near the throne in this country, or could ever be a stand-in. Him and Andrew. Charles has cracked the whip and said, nope. Fancy writing and biting the hand that feeds. Little no-mark Harry. Who without his royal connections wouldn't have amounted to anything at all. Meets lonely actress who targeted him in the first place, and the rest, as they say, is history. They live in a big house. They keep going, we're just ordinary people. No, you're not. Ordinary people don't take private planes. Ordinary people don't start preaching to people thinking that you know what you're talking about. And have you ever heard her dreary podcast, My Godfathers? Does she talk for the world? She doesn't even let people get an edgeware's word in. Really bad. She's very dull, very uninteresting. But and she thinks she's a duchess, which is even more funny, I'm afraid, because she sure ain't. Other stories which are running in the papers today, it's all about, England's football and how marvellous it is. But, of course, if you don't like football, you wouldn't be remotely interested. But there's literally about 6 pages in each of the papers. Millions work from home to watch England's opener. Did they? Did they? I don't think they did. Did you stay at home and watching England's opener? No, of course not. Also, the deadly cost of axing A&E wait targets. There was somebody who died the other day waiting. They had a stroke, and the ambulance was so late turning up that they died. And that's what we can't have. People didn't vote me out, says Scarlett. I was just the underdog. She says she's too low profile. I would admit you are very low profile. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who you are. Thank you, dear. New coat, I can tell. Yeah, what is it? What does it say on it? Was it Columbia? Well, you've nicked it from a film company. What's going on here, honestly? I'm surrounded by shoplifters. I've got to buy another coat. This one's nice, but a friend of mine said the other day, he said, isn't it a bit too warm? I said, listen, in this weather, you need a coat to keep you warm. You live out in the countryside, freezing cold. Freezing cold. Scarlett was devastated to learn about Johnny Irwin, diagnosed with terminal cancer. Johnny said he's been given only 6 months to live, and that was 2 years ago. So we don't know where it is at the moment. We're not too sure, but we've always wished him the very best. When you see the picture of Oti Mabuse, you know that it's a dummied up picture because it just doesn't look right. And my friend Chris knows what the answer is. You are such what? I know. I'm not telling the producer, Chris. I have to be honest. I've given him clues. But because we were all out, Chris, me, and James, and Will. And so we all know what it is. We all know what it is. But it's driving him mad, Chris, because he doesn't, he's come up with every name he can think of, and not one of them is correct, which is great. I love it. And he also doesn't have access to my phone. And somebody says, is Mr. O'Brien's specialist subject Brexit? No, surprisingly. Ed in Brighton says, I remember every detail of the day Kennedy was assassinated. I was in the 4th grade, teacher sent us home. My mother was doing laundry in the basement. I told her, she cried and cried. I saw I watched it, the assassination of Kennedy. And then they brought out a book, can you believe, on the autopsy pictures. They had the autopsy pictures of him, where they'd taken off the top of his head, and had a look inside. It was quite something. I thought the interesting thing was Kennedy's wife, who turned up in the blood-spattered suit. She didn't want to change it. She wanted to keep it on. It was quite calculating. But of course, the one thing she never had, Jackie Kennedy, was any money. They didn't have any money at all. So she ended up marrying Aristotle Onassis, who was a Greek shipping billionaire. And he gave her everything. The wedding was fantastic. People were flown in from around the world because he needed that credibility to marry somebody. They did a very good book called The Beauty Queen, written by Jacqueline Suzanne. I think it was Jacqueline Suzanne. And it was about that. And on the night of the wedding, she was waiting in the bedroom, this beauty queen, for this wizened old man to come in and make love to her. And he said, OK, see you tomorrow morning. And she went, what? He went, I have a mistress. He said, I'm not interested. I've only married you for the position. Bert and Ernie, your listeners' goldfish, were named after Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street, who themselves were named after the 2 policemen in It's a Wonderful Life. Were they? So says my friend Chris, as it was Jim Henson's favourite film. Well, we learn something new every day. Every day, things are getting harder. So, Bert and Ernie, the listener's goldfish, Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street, were named after 2 policemen in It's a Wonderful Life. I'm loving my Christmas stuff. Somebody said the other day, they wrote to me and said, is it too early to watch Christmas films? Never too early. Never too early to watch Christmas films and to get into the spirit of it, which I'm sure you will be enjoying. But meanwhile, the producer just sort of drives himself insane, trying to think of what James O'Brien's specialist topic is. I don't think you'd guess it in a million years. It's only because my friend Chris knows it and I know it that we're keeping it quiet, because it would just because it annoys you. I'm even happier. The fact, because if you knew about it, we'd never hear the end of it. Oh, I know what it was. Can Chris give you clues? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not allowing that. I'm putting my foot down. What's this? As well as being head of state, the King has an ambitious £45 million plan to save a stately home. This is Dumfries House. We all know about Dumfries House. And so he's got a plan to to keep it going. I'm sure he can afford to do it because he inherited all his mother. They didn't pay inheritance tax, did they? And I think she left about 600 million. Do you think they send her a bank statement every so often with 600 million written on it? And she goes, somebody's bought Satsumas. When did they buy Satsumas? I got a thing today. Perhaps somebody can help me on this because I don't know. I was looking through my banking online, and you can sort of move money about and pay bills and all the rest of it. And a thing came up on the front of it, and I remember thinking, that's interesting, but I didn't know what it meant. And I wonder if it's going to put it up now. Probably won't. Oh, no, it won't. But it said that they're changing RBS in February of next year, something. And I can't remember what it is. They were doing something. And I remember thinking, oh, that's interesting, but what does it mean? I think it was something to do with paying money in or paying money out or something, whatever it is. It'll be something confusing. I spend a lot of time. Steve says, actually, come on, let's be honest. You would sneak out for a crusty bacon roll and some ice cream if you were in the army and still manage a podcast before getting caught. Oh, well, you never mentioned a crusty bacon roll. I saw some the other day in Aldi. I went in there to get some call them items, and they had crusty bread rolls, and I love crusty bread rolls because they're so. The trouble is, you break the things open or cut them in half, and they're so messy. But by the time you put the butter on and some cheese and pickle, and they're delicious. Aldi Bakery is very good. Yeah, they do all sorts of nice cakes. Also, but it was the bread rolls that I looked at, and I remember thinking, they're nice. Because I tend to find if I have a McDonald's, I know it's a bread roll, but it's not the sort of bread roll I'm familiar with. They're a little bit different. They're like aerated. You know, they sort of pump them full of air. You can buy machines that put the zing back into a bread roll. You know, for cafes who've got it's a bread refresher, I think, or something like that. Yeah, you can make your bread go a little bit further. I think, if you buy it, you put it in the freezer. I've got a toaster, I've got a Julit, and you can put the bread in when it's frozen. And it cooks, so you can keep it in your refrigerator or in the freezer box. Sorry? What? I'm doing a break. I'm just explaining about the Dualit. Just because you're not interested, honestly.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve, real thermal and 15 tog duvet weather now. On the upside, I tried one of those Morrison cream mince pies. I couldn't keep it to the weekend, out of date anyway. And man, oh man, it was delicious, says Kim. I knew it would be. These are the mince pies which we've seen have got the thick cream in there, and they just look absolutely delicious. Very nice indeed. And Bill in Thurrock bought the pack of 4, had the last one for breakfast. He said, is that bad? Worse still, had a shot of brandy to warm me up this morning. Don't get into that habit. Please don't get into the habit of drinking in the morning. Lord above, I don't want to be responsible for that. I don't mind you eating Morrison's cream mince pies. Apparently, Roger says Costco have a coat that looks like a shirt, but it's so thick and warm it'll keep anyone cosy. I'm wearing a thick shirt this morning. I've had this for years. It's an old Marks and Spencer's one. It's in very good condition, and it still washes and irons properly, and it's warm. It's very warm. So this is there you go, available in big and tall. It's Costco, $19.99 in Costco. That's very cheap, isn't it? Very cheap. So I don't know if it's on sale here. There you go. Sherpa lined. It's obviously the latest fashion, isn't it? Hollister are selling it. It varies in price from about £45 up to about £55. Does look very cosy, but not for you, I'm afraid, Elliot, because it's expensive. And it's not for you. You just have to sort of sit there and take the flak. That's what it is. And also catch cold, which is very entertaining for all of us, because you can't buy these things. The trouble is, every time you go out and buy some of these things, you put it on a credit card, then you kind of forget that you put it on a credit card, and that's when it all goes a bit pear-shaped, doesn't it? And then the bills come in. Talking of gone pear-shaped, here he is, Elton John, back in LA and playing a stadium. He did it in 1975, and he's just got one more gig on his bucket list. But this Yellow Brick Road farewell tour. He returned to the Dodger Stadium in LA. I think he just likes I told you he likes performing. He doesn't know what else to do. It's like me. I like performing. You know, I can't think of anything nicer. You wake up in the morning, you have a nice mince pie with thick double cream in it, you know, a couple of brandies, little piece of toast, you know, then you get yourself ready, then you come into work, and you sit here for 3 hours, then you go home and you buy some potato waffles on the way home. How complete is your life? How come you don't need anything else? Even presents. Even presents at Christmas. I told you yesterday, I'm not particularly bothered about presents at Christmas. I do like presents. Don't get me wrong. But I say to it, no, don't. Please don't buy me anything, please. Gary in Spain says, this talk of Bert and Ernie just made me remember Zig and Zag with Chris Evans on The Big Breakfast. Whatever happened to them? I don't know whatever happened to Zig and Zag. They were the saviour, weren't they? Or was it somebody else who was the saviour of TVAM? Oh, Roland Rat was a saviour of that. But I think Zig and Zag with Chris Evans on The Big Breakfast, they were sort of the saviour of that, weren't they, as well? Look at Chris Evans. Look at, honestly, he looked about 5. He looks so young. The lads who sold out on Ireland, Zig and Zag's RTE exit caused... Oh, so they'd already been on television. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Interesting. When you look back at all these different... Oh, is that the man behind Zig and Zag? Oh, wow. Do you know, you never see these people, do you? Look at that. Anton Deck with Chris Evans. Look at them. They look about 5 years old. You tend to forget how long all these people have been in the business. I mean, I'm a mere novice. And that Donald Trump. Donald Trump met Zig and Zag. Wow. I don't know whatever happened to them, actually. I really don't. But, so whatever happened to Zig and Zag, do we know? Can we find out? Is there a Zig... Come on, pull your finger out. Is there a Zig and Zag website? You know, dedicated to the, you know, to the hero worship of the twosome who sort of saved breakfast television. Well, the person I tend to think it was Chris Evans who saved breakfast television. Because he had the trick, you see. The trick is being awake. The trick is being wide awake first thing in the morning, which reminds me of Timmy Mallet again for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, because he did the Wide Awake Club. That's right. That's why. Oh, Elton John wants to do one more gig in front of the pyramids. But it was banned. He's been banned, apparently, from Egypt in 2010 for comments about the treatment of gay people in the Middle East. He said, the only place I've ever been banned outright is Egypt. He said, which is a shame. I've always wanted to play in front of the pyramids, so no chance of that, is there? So come on, Zig and Zag. What do you know? I don't know why it takes so long. You're reading the legal thing. Well, they don't. They're puppets. What do you mean? What do you mean the legal thing? They're puppets. They don't exist. They're bits of fabric. Don't tell me they've got legal rights. Don't tell me they've got, legal rights. We could all be banged up for mentioning them. Why did they finish? Do we know? Or what are they doing now? Are they doing show? They're doing Christmas? They're doing pantomime? Zig and Zag came back in 2020. Ah, right. They came back in 2020. Right. On what? On I know what RTE is. It's the Irish television. Well, what was the show called? They were obviously doing a show on there. Were they doing the same sort of thing? Were they? It was like waiting for Christmas. Weekend family show called The Den. Oh, right, OK. They were the same Zig and Zag that we had in this country. Oh, right. So that's what they're doing at the moment, is it? Oh, how lovely. There are two clowns, or they're two clowns. There were two clowns in Australia called Zig and Zag as well, and they disappeared. They were convicted of something. Oh, right, OK. They were convicted of something we don't want to talk about. And that was in Australia, called Zig and Zag. How bizarre. How bizarre. Shane will know all about that. But meanwhile, back in the real world, Bosch is here again. Here we go. What's he having for breakfast this morning? It'll be something bizarre like roast pigeon or something. But he says, me and Big Lanks are on our way up north to my factory where I make all the mattresses this morning in Yorkshire. So unfortunately, no cafe this morning for us. However, good news. My wife, Sinead, has made a spaghetti bolognese for us that we'll be tucking into in the next hour or so. Nothing better than a proper bit of grub to set you up for the day. You're not eating that in a truck. Surely not spaghetti bolognese. That's just too much. Too much. So he's going up to Yorkshire to see the mattresses. Way! Make of that what you will. I love it. I love it. We thought yesterday's breakfast looked really good. Because it was, what was it? I'll tell you what I do like. That was a steak and kidney pie, wasn't it, or something, with mashed potato and gravy. It's the gravy thing that the producer's got a thing for. That's what he likes. Steve, I was 11 when JFK was assassinated. I remember that whole weekend very well. I made a scrapbook of newspaper clippings from that weekend, which I still have. Watching the news footage still makes me cry, says Carol. Yes, we all remembered it. It was unheard of, wasn't it, really? Nobody had ever, done anything like that. Not many. There have been various assassination attempts on American presidents over the years. That's why we've got so many people running around there. I don't think they knew what was going on. But I've watched so many programmes on it, and then, Jack Ruby and all the rest of it. But it was the book that came out on the autopsy, which I thought was amazing. So you saw him in the mortuary with the top of his head they'd taken off. I think my brother had it. I remember thinking, good Lord above, isn't that something called privacy? It's like donating your body to science, isn't it? I mean, I've donated my body. Unfortunately, I don't think science wants it, which is a bit disappointing. They've got loads of old things like me, so they don't want anything else. But, if I die, I mean, I'm going to say to you, if there's anything you really need, just take it. What? What's the matter with that? I'm just being caring. Somebody might want parts of my body to, if they're really looking for a laugh and they weren't going to the circus that year, they can go for a bit of Steve Allen's body. Imagine somebody saying, I've got Steve Allen's eyes or something like that, or I've got Steve Allen's things, like arms or legs or something. I don't mind what they want to take. It doesn't make any difference to me. I'm not going to have much use for it. I'm going to be sitting on a cloud, aren't I, in a little white outfit with this mist swirling around me. I'll be the one sitting outside KFC, waiting for it to open, going, come on. Hanging around here, honestly. It's tough being an angel. Mike on the narrow boat, he says, what do you think of my latest footwear, Steve? All you need is a patent leather pencil skirt and peroxide blonde beehive wig. All you need. How lovely. Oh, dear. Yes, I'm not sure about those. See, I couldn't get away with stuff like that. I told you years ago, I went into a shoe shop in the high street. Is it Russell and Bromley? Russell and Bromley do shoe. No, you don't know, do you? Don't know, but they do shoes, but they're very expensive. But I didn't know they were very expensive. I just saw this pair of shoes and I liked them, and so I ended up buying another pair of them, different style. And the odd thing about, well, two odd things. First of all, normally people don't say anything about your footwear. I wore a pair in here, and Holly Harris, her husband, Matt, said to me, love the shoes, Steve. And I remember thinking, it's the first time anybody's ever noticed my shoes, which is very odd. But when I bought them, they didn't have a price on them, but I thought, how much can they cost? I thought 60 quid, 70 quid. So I bought the two pairs, which came in with the grand total of just under £800. They were about $395 each. And I remember that, of course, you can't not buy them. You have to buy them. You don't want to look poor, do you? You can't then say to them, I'll just take the one pair, because they know. They know that you can't afford to buy them. I had it in a clothing shop once. They had some Comme des Garçons shirts, which were very nice. And I picked out two, one in blue and one in pink. And the one in pink is still hanging in my wardrobe because I can't wear it because it was bought years and years ago because it was this thin. And they were £200 a shirt. And I remember thinking, I'll buy them. And he went, oh, that'll be 400 and something pounds, Steve.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, apparently. Kim says, I've still got my Zig and Zag puppets that I found in my Christmas stocking.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Back in the 90s, Steve, they sit on top of my bed and the boys have a sniff and leave them alone. They're well warmed. Well warmed. Gilbert the Alien was my TV favourite, says Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales. Tidy. Pontyclun. Yeah, I vaguely remember Gilbert the Alien, but I can't remember very much of it, I'm afraid. Gary says, Steve, Zig and Zag started out on RTE and appeared on a kids' TV show called Dempsey Den. They also had a regular radio slot on the morning show, which I like. Simon the Fishmonger says, cold this morning in the market. Got the heated seats in the van, drinking my morning coffee. It's freezing out there, isn't it? That's the only problem, isn't it? Because if you've got a flower shop or a fish shop, you've got to keep it cold. You've got to keep it cold. Do you remember Tinger and Tucker, says Glyn? Yeah, they were koala bears. They were puppets, Tinger and Tucker. I remember very well. I can't. Do you remember Ollie Beak? He was very good, actually. But apparently, the characters are a pair of furry extraterrestrial swins from the planet Zog, made the television debut on the 22nd of September 1987 on RTE's Dempsey Den. 2 years later, they won a Jacobs Award for TV Personalities of the Year. They are male and Irish. How lovely. And Shane says, I remember Zig and Zag in the 1960s. They were two clowns. Yes, your ones were taken off the air. Our ones were still going, because that's what the producer got a little bit confused about. Lee says, just hearing the news about MPs being able to claim expenses for staff Christmas parties from the taxpayer. It's disgusting. Taxpayers can't afford to feed themselves, heat the homes or pay for their own Christmas parties, but are expected to pay for MPs to have a knees up at our expense. What a joke. Yes, that's what we said. That's what we said. Exactly the same. I don't want to pay for their Christmas parties. The money they're earning, thank you very much indeed, not. I think that's just absolutely the worst thing ever. You know, we just, you know, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? They sort of tell you all these different things, and we're expected to go, oh, that's all right, that's okay, yeah, why don't you, we'll pay for your entertainment. Goodness sake, honestly. So Elton John wants to go to Egypt to perform in front of the pyramids, but he can't. He says, I'm not going to go to Russia in the Putin era and not mention human rights. And what's happening to the gay community there, I owe it to people like that. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's you know, David Beckham. I'm surprised, actually, that Elton hasn't said anything about Dave Beckham, his very close friend. They've been on holiday loads of times, and yet he hasn't talked about taking that golden shilling from the Qatari government. No mention of that at all from Elton John. So come on, Elt. Pull your finger out. Say something, please. Play something. So Tom Parker's widow, Kelsey, with this man who's, well, I don't want to go into it. It's too depressing, isn't it? And Mel B saddled up for the ride of her life in the Wild West to mark the achievements of English explorer Isabella Bird. She was joined by Ruby Wax and Emily A. Tack. So they went to America. There's so many programmes done by celebrities now, aren't there? They say, oh, why don't you have a programme? Tell us about Ireland, or tell us about, you know, the docks, or tell us about this and that. And they all go off and do their little programmes. And most of them are just bloody boring. They really are. They're like travel documentaries. Who cares? It's like, you know, whenever you see the travel programme on the television, they sort of show you these places and, oh, who cares? I don't really care. It's like there's two blokes at the moment. They've obviously got a company that promotes cruises, and they sit there stumbling through the auto queue quite badly on many an occasion. And all they're doing is basically just flogging cruises. And this one, they sit there with a big smile on their face looking at the cameras, you know. And this one is here. Its starting price is from $2,999. And you go through the Panama Canal, then you end up at Suez, and then you do this, and then and I sort of nodded off by that time. And they've got on board, they've got all sorts of things. I thought, yeah, every cruise ship's got exactly the same. The only thing that's different is sometimes they've got a zip wire. Sometimes they've got an ice skating rink. Sometimes they've got, you know, a swimming pool you can dive into from a height of 10 miles or something. You know, the food's always very good on cruise ships. I mean, if you've never been on a cruise, you should go one. Because, no, not for you. It's not for your age group. You know, the sort of thing you'd be going on would be a booze cruise. Certainly wouldn't be anything like the sort of sophisticated affairs that we get. I shouldn't imagine you've even got a dinner jacket, have you? Have you got a dinner jacket? I don't believe you. I don't believe a word of it. I believe you might have your father's or something like that he lends you every so often. You've got a dinner jacket. When would be the occasion, Elliot, that you would be wearing a dinner jacket? Oh, to pick up an award for the Steve Allen show. That would be it, wouldn't it? And unfortunately, Steve can't be here today, so here's his producer. Boo! Boo! You can imagine, can't you? I like that idea. Steve can't make it. It'd be like the Oscars. I'm terribly sorry, but so-and-so can't make it here, so we've sent on somebody else to come and pick up the award for him. I love it. I love it. So we all know we should stop smoking, drink alcohol only in moderation, and engage in plenty of exercise. But apparently there's loads of other things. If you, doom scrolling is not good. Less sleep. I do like a sleep. I don't know why. I know it's an odd thing to say. I do like a sleep. You know, getting home and when you climb into bed at the end of the day, and I do look forward to that moment, you sort of climb in and you think, oh, it's just lovely. You just drift away. I got sent a lovely book the other day, which for people in London, you need this book. You really need this book. And you know why? Because we've talked about it on numerous occasions. I'm telling you what the book is. How many what? I'm not telling you now, no. It's about Battersea Fun Fair from 1951 to 1974, and it's brilliant. It's by Robert Preedy and Nick Leister, and I don't know where you get it from. I can't remember, actually, but you must be able to find it. It's full of photographs of what Battersea Fun Fair used to look like. And there was a haunted manor. There was a tree. It's really absolutely fab. For people who live in London, who remember Battersea Fun Fair, this will invoke no end of memories for you. So, research and compiled by amusement park fanatics Robert Preedy and Nick Leister. So, I tell you what, you can find it here. It's joylandbooks.com. joylandbooks.com. It's $10.99, and it's not a big book. It's about 200 odd pages, but it's got no end of photographs, and the history and the showmen who were behind Battersea Fun Fair, the golden years, back in 1954, Harry Gray's Swirl Chairs, Jay Ling's Moon Rocket, John Crowell's Gallopers, double-decker, 2 Peter Pan attractions. Really, really lovely. It'll bring back great memories, and it's even got pictures of the Wall of Death, which everybody used to love. It's a round bin motorcycle, start off at the bottom, and then they come right up. They go round the wall, clinging on sideways like that. Wall of Death, it was called. But great book, Battersea Fun Fair. So go onto that website, and you can get hold of a copy. Joylandbooks.com, and you'll find it on there. You won't be disappointed. We like a thank you. We like a good. My phone's got a mind of its own. You wouldn't believe I actually turned the volume down, would you? Really? And yet it bounces back to life. And wait a minute. It took over Big Breakfast. My friend Chris tells me. I don't know where he gets his information from. I have no idea. But from Channel 4 Daily, with 100,000 viewers, it was at over 500,000 by the end of the first week, over 1 million in a couple of months. Then it overtook GMTV and hit 2 million a year later. Zig and Zag were, however, a huge part of its success. Mick and Kieran were the geniuses behind the puppets, who identified as shoebox aliens. I think Chris has done his research on this one. He just knows about these sort of things, which is amazing. So that's what it did. But it's like Roland Rat. Wasn't he the saviour of TVAM? They had to bring in a puppet who was sort of a little bit gruff and all the rest. I think Zig and Zag were a little bit more gentle. But Roland Rat, he was voiced and operated by David Claridge, who also did Mooncat in Get Up and Go. He worked for Jim Henson. So that's why. But Roland Rat was sort of quite controversial, I seem to remember. He had a sidekick, and it was just, I should imagine the poor presenters. He was certainly a superstar. He first appeared in 1983 on the television. It was Shed Vision, Rat on the Telly kind of thing. And he just sort of took over. You can imagine the presenters sitting there thinking it's a bloody puppet. But still good. And Zig and Zag as well. Over the years, puppets have made a great impact on certainly my life, and sort of it's helped me working with the producer at the moment, just to know how to treat people who are wooden. Not to make a big deal about it, but you know what it's like when you sort of have somebody. He's suffering a bit today, and the reason he is suffering is because he did something that only the other day he told me he would never do. And so what he did, he went out and did it. And that's sort of been his downfall. And I've said to him, I've told you before, like me, you cannot play away on a school day. Play away on a school day and you suffer. Ask anybody. Ask Dame Margot Fontaine. Bear Grylls apparently wanders about his island wearing just a kilt. He bought the island, it's quite big, for $95,000 back in 2001. He says, I get this canvas kilt. He said, I got it off of eBay. I can get the wind around places where the wind doesn't normally go. So that's what it is. Lovely. Hugh Dennis says he started his career in comedy after being hit on the head by a golf ball. Oh, well, there you go. The actor and comedian, best known for Mock the Week and Outnumbered, was struck whilst playing around with friends after finishing his A-levels. He's 60. Wow. He said, I was on the green when my friend decided to launch a lofted 8-iron, and it split my head open. Oh, dear. I'm not too sure, actually, about golf. I know people like it's a big thing in Essex. The boys of Essex, play a bit of golf, get out there. Something to sort of say. It's either that or you play football on a Sunday. Who can be bothered? Who can be bothered? It's like every time Wimbledon comes on the table, you can guarantee the council tennis courts are fully booked up for about a year in advance. Everybody gets out there thinking there could be the next Martina Navratilova. And, I think it was her birthday recently. It might have been yesterday. Patsy's as well yesterday, which I mentioned before. So many happy returns to her. We don't like to mention people's ages after a certain age. 15. Because people just get depressed. They go, you should never ask people their age. I ask everybody. How old? Not asking you. I don't really care. But it's a sort of thing, Some people sort of say, how old are you then? And you go, old enough. I never know what that means, but I always say it anyway, just in case there's a chance.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 10 to 6 is the time. Charlene White says she was hurt by abusive messages she received when leaving the jungle. She was branded bossy. I don't remember that bit. But anyway, she said, it hurt, and it was a lot to come out and be faced with, but I'm getting better with it. I've said before, you do get people, it doesn't matter who you are, somebody will write you a letter, purporting not to like you or something like that. They're basically people who are sick in the head. It's not their fault. They don't have any friends. They're very lonely, and they generally operate independently, but they write under different names because they think they're being really clever. But luckily now the police are clamping down on them, and we're sending people to prison for writing anything abusive. And so I've always said, and I say the same to Charlene White, I've said to everybody else who gets anything like that, go to the police. They can trace these people very quickly, and then they say, do you want to prosecute? And the answer is, yep, you do. You do want to prosecute. You want to basically destroy them. And it's not difficult to do. It really isn't. So go for it, Charlene. The Trainer voted the most iconic shoe of the past century. Do you know I do not possess any trainers? I don't have trainers. I just think, do you know why? I can't be bothered with laces. I cannot be bothered with laces. I have got a pair of Velcro shoes, yeah. What? They're leather. I've got them in brown and black. What? Goodness. But listen, I'm at that age where if I bend over, I might stay there. I might never be able to get back up again. I could be doomed, unfortunately. I mean, the ones I'm wearing at the moment are called deck shoes. And I like those. They're very casual, slip-ons. Yes, they have got laces in them, but they're permanent laces. They don't. I mean, you can undo them and tighten them up again if you really want to. But I don't think I've got any shoes now in my current ensemble. I call it an ensemble, which have got laces, because I just can't be bothered to put I've been known to fall over just putting shoes on. So it's got to be easy. Apparently, these are the top 10 shoes. Number 10, ballet pumps. They're made out of satin, and so you get those. Ballet pumps, very popular. Number 9, loafers. Very nice. Number 8, flip-flops. Oh, I saw somebody the other day. In fact, I keep seeing people at the moment in shorts in this weather. What is the matter with people? Why would they be going around wearing shorts? And, here we go again, honestly. It's just non-stop. It'll be the short wearer. Oh, Johnny Perry says, thank you for mentioning me yesterday. It turns out, he says that Captain Sam on BA 2644 was also listening on the way to Gatwick. He says, I gather you're very popular in the aviation circles. Woo. Very popular. Yes, very popular in the aviation circles. Very popular. You know why? Because, the time that people are getting up in the morning and they're going off to the airport to work, you've got to be there in plenty of time. You've got to check the aircraft over. I don't think, people ever think that trolley dollies and captains and, assistant captains or whatever they call them nowadays. What do they call them? They don't call them assistant captains. Co-pilots, that's right. I don't think that they sort of just get in the plane and take off. They've got to go through their checks and it's all got to be signed off and everything else. And so because of the hours that they start, they end up listening to speech radio. And why not, for goodness sake? A very good choice. Oh, the ice cream's arrived. We're so excited. Thank you. Vanilla. Oh, there isn't a strawberry. I thought you said I was having strawberry. Oh, for goodness sake. I'll have vanilla. Where's vanilla? I'll have vanilla. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, we have to indulge in this because Ice Cream Ian, as he's now known, supplies... Honestly, the producer said to me, he said, what do you want? So I said strawberry. He said, I've got your strawberry. You're so hopeless, honestly. You really are. Trying to get the lid off is my problem with this thing. I can't. Do you know, honestly, you've got to have... You've got to have the strength of 10 men to get this lid off. I'm not doing very well at all. Done it. There is a technique, isn't there? And I'm not very good with it. But we do like Ice Cream Ian, because at this time in the morning, the one thing you need to calm your throat, and it's very good, is ice cold ice cream. And Haagen-Dazs do all these wonderful different flavours. And Ice Cream Ian, as he's delivering to all the places around London, delicious. It's very decadent, isn't it? It's very decadent. I used to do a programme years ago called Friday Night Out. I think it was Out or In or something, whatever it was. And we would invite in a top London restaurant, and they would come in and they would cook for my celebrity guests. And they would bring some of the hotels that we had in brought in ovens. Literally whole ovens were brought in, and they were cooking outside the studio. And these were ovens that were cold to the touch, but when you put a metal pan on, it heated up. These cold ovens, induction. And we had the most amazing food, but unfortunately with all the food came the booze. And it was in our middle hour. And we started, I think, at 7 or something. Anyway, between 8 and 9, it was food and drink. And they would leave all the bottles that we hadn't drunk. I mean, the crew loved every minute of it. The crew, honestly. I mean, we got left bottles of brandy and whiskies and everything else, but we'd eaten the food. So it was like a dinner party, but on the radio. And people used to write in and go, oh, it sounds fabulous. It sounds really nice. And it's the same with the ice cream. We get very excited about a little pot of ice cream because it's just, you need it if you've been chatting away for ages and ages. It's the kind of thing, and it's always at the right time. You need it just at the end of the programme so that you can, I mean, it was listed, because yesterday poor Ian got caught up in traffic in Acton. And nothing worse than being caught up in traffic in Acton. Other shoes, knee-length boots. Knee-length boots, mainly for women, I think. Sandals, oh no, never sandals. Never sandals. Oh, no, nothing worse. It's an Australian thing. Australian men wear sandals. It's they just look wrong. You see people in the West End, in Soho, walking around sandals. Oh, no. Ankle boots at number 5. Brogues, number 4. We like brogues. Platform shoes at number 3. Not as popular as they used to be, but still nice. Stilettos, number 2. You like stilettos? All right. Odd that, because all the girls you see in London wearing their stilettos, basically, after they've been standing in a bar for most of the night, they can't walk in these things. So they end up taking them off and they walk through puddles in their bare feet because they haven't worn these shoes in. There's an art. We've seen people on the catwalks. They go up there, they put their stilettos on and they fall over. I think Naomi Campbell did. How we laughed. And I'm not at the misery, but the fact she just fell over. It was funny. And you see people, I see people all the time in Leicester Square. New Year's Eve, I'll see it as well. Girls walking out with these very expensive shoes that they've bought, which they can't walk in. So they'd rather walk through the puddles and all the poo from the pigeons and all the rest of it. And don't think about it. So here's Max George admitting the gap with his partner never enters his mind. No, not much enters your mind, does it really? I should imagine. But she's managed to get pictures in Hello magazine. We don't know what he does for a living, actually. They both competed on Strictly in 2020, seem undaunted by what people think of their relationship. I couldn't care less. I don't think anybody... I did an instant survey, I'm afraid, girls and boys, and nobody really cared about your relationship. We just put it down to people who seek desperately publicity. She's 21 and he's 34. But what he does for a living, no idea. He was in The Wanted, now he's not in The Wanted. So we shall find out. Christmas don'ts rather than Christmas do's this year. Parties facing a big decline. And where do people go for their parties? Pubs. Apparently 5th lower than the pre-pandemic levels. Because people used to go to... Because most pubs have got a room that they rent out and you can have a party and they do catering and all the rest of it. And it's quite nice. But this year I think people are going to be cutting back a little bit for the simple reason that everything is so expensive. I mean, we were looking the other day at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. Just the bog standard thing was about 155 quid per person. And I thought, we're closing those in the new year. And for Christmas, it was something like, what did we work it out at? £600? 750. Oh, I've just dropped my ice cream. I've just dropped my little spoon on the table. It wasn't very clever, was it, Stephen? Never mind. Sorry, I'm very messy now. I was trying to be all clever and eat the thing and then balance the spoon on the end of my finger, and it didn't work. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we worked out it was about £700, and the reason it was is because the actual menu was 400, and then they had paired drinks. So in other words, they were pairing the drinks with it, which was about another 200 and something. And I remember thinking, my God, it'd be interesting to see how successful some people are this year. Kanye West has confirmed he's planning to run for president again. Oh, I do hope not. The world's most boring individual. God in heaven. And, oh yes, I'll tell you about the drunken soldier who nicked a bus and didn't get sent to prison. All of that after the news at 6.
Ah, pockets. Amazing, aren't they? I wonder what's in your pocket right now. Old bit of tissue? If. Picture of the family? Ah. How about a lottery ticket with 6 magic numbers? No? Don't worry, there's still time. This Saturday, it could be you. Lotto from the National Lottery. Play now. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Tuesday, November the 22nd. So the lights are up for Christmas. The Christmas markets are open. Whether or not people are spending money, I don't know. I think people are going to find it a bit tight this year. And over in the in Qatar, England 6, Iran 2, FIFA nothing. But who was pictured in these stands? Davy Boy trousering £10.5 million Beckham. Not looking very happy for some peculiar reason. Can't imagine why, Dave. Obviously, if they're paying you £10.5 million, you will jump and perform for them. And that performing involves going to sit there in the stands watching the football, even though everyone in this country is hating you for taking the money from a country like that. But there you go. I'm sure you'll understand it in the end. So Maisie and Max George are still trying to work out what he does, actually. I don't know what he does, but Max, who shot to fame in The Wanted, but that finished. You know, you say shot to fame, and he had 2 number ones, and that was it. And then Maisie sort of said, because she's an intelligent 21-year-old. Why is it all the 21-year-olds think they know everything? This was one who was pictured at the wheel of the car, allegedly, with her phone, and she was on FaceTime. You're not supposed to touch your phone in the car. It's totally illegal. But we did laugh at Kanye West confirming he's planning to run for president again. The controversial rapper. I mean, he is dim. He is dim, I'm afraid. No two ways about it. This drunk former soldier who stole a double-decker bus has avoided jail. Stephen McCartan, 52, caused £6,000 worth of damage during the 2 a.m. joyride. He staggered onto the vehicle in Poole bus station in Dorset and fell asleep. Later reversed out, hit railings and a parked car and drove towards his home before leaving the bus with the engine still running. What, have they got keys in them or something? They must have, mustn't they? He was given a community order and an 18-month driving ban. I'd have thrown him into prison. Absolutely no hesitation whatsoever. Sir Billy Connolly reckons his sense of humour has helped him cope with his Parkinson's disease, which he calls devastating. I like Billy Connolly. His show's got ruder and ruder and ruder, though. But his sort of stories, he's like sort of the heterosexual version of sort of Kenneth Williams. That's what I always put. They used to put him on Parky all the time. I think he was sort of a very good friend of Parky's, and they would sort of have him on there. And I think if he had dinner parties, he had Sir Billy Connolly on there because he just tells good stories. He's always told good stories, and very good folk singer. Very good folk singer. Plays the guitar and everything else. He had an album out. That's the first place I ever heard him singing in a club. It was on a cassette I had, and I remember thinking, God, he's really good, actually. I mean, he really is good. Very, very good. What else we got? We've got a dog fostering service for owners fleeing domestic abuse has seen a steep rise in demand. The Freedom Project in Scotland last year took 48 dogs in, this time 89. 89. And NASA's Orion capsule has passed within 80 miles of the moon in the final big stage before its record-breaking lunar orbit. It's very clever, isn't it? They've got 3 test dummies on board, and it's one of the days they say you'll be talking about for ages. All those people, I mean, I never understand why anybody ever came up with a conspiracy theory on whether or not we went to the moon. They went, oh, no, it was all done in an aircraft hangar. And you think, don't be stupid. Try and grow a brain cell for once in your life. Boy George I spent a lot of money, a letter to the Daily Star says today, on yoga and Buddhism, but in the end it shows he can't hack it. He was a bad choice to be in the jungle. Oh, really? I thought he was a very good choice to be in the jungle. There's a few people in there I think were absolutely excellent. And then, interesting enough, somebody called Stockton Jeff says, so Jonathan Ross can't stand Matt Hancock, won't have him on his show. Well, Ross, a lot of people can't stand you and wouldn't give you a job washing up. Oh, I think they'd definitely give him a job washing up. I think washing up's very good. And pop star, is it Harvey or something? I don't know. Can't remember. But anyway, he's going to front coverage for Junior Eurovision. He's going to be the commentator for this thing. He said, I can't wait to see the creativity of young talent as a singer. Who is he? Who is he? I think we've mentioned it before on the programme. Oh, he's a CBBC, what Harvey is. Well, he calls himself a singer. So is he a singer as well as a CBBS presenter? Let's have a look. So Harvey Lee Cantwell, he was a presenter from 2014 to 2015. Well, it didn't last very long, did he, on CBeebies? And he's been on loads of record labels, by the look of it. And that's it. But who is he? So stylized and all. So he's just a singer. And I love the way they go, he's a television personality. And we all go, we don't know who he is. Doesn't help, does it? There's all these people nowadays. It's like all the wags. What do they do if they can't think of anything to talk about? They call them models. They're not models at all. They really aren't. But it's just that once somebody has told them that they're models, they start believing that they are models. I love the way there's a craft beer club here stocking up with the ultimate craft beer. I'm led to believe, and I can't remember if it's right or right. So can you not buy beer over in Qatar? Are they not serving booze? They're not serving booze. And whose brilliant idea was that? Mind you, I can imagine that even if they did serve booze, you wouldn't want to mess with the police over there in Qatar. Highly dangerous, I would have thought. You know, they're not going to mess about with people. You're in their country and they're going to teach you. Whether or not people smuggle it in or they buy it elsewhere, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming there must be places where you can buy booze in Qatar, because I don't think some of our fans actually know, you know, how to go to a game without it. I mean, in general, I think the public consumption of alcohol is illegal in Qatar. That's why they all come over here and they're all boozing it up. It's an offence that can bring up to 6 months in prison and a fine of more than $800, according to the Library of Congress. Anybody smuggling alcohol into the country can face up to 3 years in prison. I mean, there are certain licensed restaurants that permit tourists to drink. I reckon I could go down the Edgware Road and find Qataris boozing. I reckon it wouldn't take too much to find that. But there's none in the stadiums. So what do they have, a milkshake or something? Do they do a chocolate milkshake or a banana milkshake? How ridiculous. I mean, most of our lot couldn't cope without a few bevies. So in other words, there are selected restaurants where you can get a drink because you're a tourist. Well, whoopee-doo. But as I say, loads of people come over here and they drink because they come from countries where you can't drink. I'm told there are certain countries where it's all under-the-counter stuff. You know, a little brown bag is delivered on a Friday night, and that's your booze for the weekend. There's no such thing. It's like, you know, people sort of saying to me, oh, sold-out shows. No such thing as a sold-out show. There's always seats held back. Always. Don't even argue with me on it. I'm never wrong. Steve, for some reason, says Ice Cream Ian, the Kentucky Fried Chicken shop on Chiswick opens at 11, but the one in Hampstead opens at 12. Want an ice cream? Yeah. Got it done with the KFC, though, at the same time. See, why can't they open it early in the morning? Why can't KFC be open at, 6:30? For those of us who sort of finish work at 7, and then we could go and get 3 pieces and a portion of chips. Actually, I don't like their chips. They sort of cut them with the skin on, and I don't think. Yeah, they're not very good actually. The chicken's fine, but and I don't do the gravy either. In fact, really, I'm becoming quite pedantic about the whole thing. But why can't they open early? There must be. I think there's loads of people who would eat. Bosch would eat it. KFC for breakfast. That would be quite normal. For some beans or something like that to go with it. Drumsticks, nice and easy to eat. So we could do that. And yet they go, oh, we open at 11 and 12. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like part-time opening. A bit like sort of, bit like Burger King, isn't it, really? Although part-time not opening at all, I think, would be far more applicable. Other stories which are running in the paper. It's football all over the place. I can't summon up the excitement. I'm ever so sorry. I wish I could. I just know on a dull and dreary day in November, after a less than cheery budget, the Lionhearts bring some welcome and desperately needed sunshine into our lives. It's just people you've never heard of. I mean, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 pages in the Daily Express on football. How boring. You watch. The moment we're out, that'll be the day that the coverage ceases and nobody's interested anymore, which is a shame. The Dragons are fired up by the thrilling comeback. Great. But it just doesn't interest me. I don't know why. I can't get excited over things like that. Synchronised swimming, as I said yesterday. I can't even get excited by diving because I'm so frightened by the blooming thing because I've got a fear of heights. And I can remember Tom Daly took his husband diving, and he took him up the diving board, and he looked at him and went, "I'm not doing it." And I thought, I don't blame you. I mean, Tom Daly stands on the edge of the top diving board with his feet half on, half off, and I'm thinking, I feel sick. I couldn't do anything like that. It's such a dreadful fear. Even climbing up the stairs, I feel ill thinking about. I get quite dizzy spells. But luckily, I'm a trooper. I'm a soldier. I'm out there being a brave little soldier. But no, I mean, Tom Daly, and then I think Lance went, "No, I'm not doing it." I couldn't even jump off the top, let alone try and dive. You imagine if you dive and you do what they classically call in Gemma Collins's book as a belly flop. And God, did she belly flop. She got in, the water got out. It was as simple as that. Qatar and FIFA both to blame for this festival of sleaze, says the political commentator in the Daily Express for today. And Rishi Sunak says we won't go soft on Brexit. Interesting. Very interesting. Get ready for the big freeze and 80-mile-an-hour winds. I feel like we're there already, don't you? The big freeze, it's a bit cold outside there. So wrap up warm. I saw people the other day walking about in shorts in Twickenham. And I remember thinking, are you mad? These people, perhaps they don't feel the cold. Perhaps it makes them very hardy if they're out there. I mean, mind you, joggers have been running around, haven't they, in pairs of shorts for ages and ages. Matt was my pal in camp, but not a bestie outside, says Scarlett Douglas, who's very sweet, but nobody knows who she is. Nobody knows. And so she thinks that's why she was voted out, because she didn't really make a contribution. Or, if you look at it the other way, they really didn't feature it on the programme. They do sort of selective editing. And she didn't feature in much of it, which was a bit of a shame. Charlene only featured because she was doing the cooking all the time, bless her, which was good. Steve, what do you think, says Chelsea? I'm a celeb camp being whittled down to 7 men and just 1 woman. Is it a coincidence or a sinister reflection of the attitudes of the British public? I don't think it's got anything to do with the British public, although... So they've only got 1 woman left because they've just voted out Sue Cleaver, haven't they? So who have they got left? Who's the 1 woman left in the jungle? I can't remember. So we voted out Charlene, Scarlett and Sue, and Olivia Atwood tiddled off anyway, but as I say, it doesn't make any difference. She was only doing one of the sort of tests out there. But there must be another woman, and I don't know who it is.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know, you're right, there is only 1 woman left out in the jungle, which is Jill Scott. That's the England footballer who retired from the game at the end of the summer after after the Lionesses won the European Championships. I love the way that they go, she's retired. I mean, she's not very old. They don't last long, do they? She played for Sunderland, Everton, Man City and Aston Villa and scored 27 goals in 161 appearances for England. Doesn't seem very many, does it? 27 goals in 161 appearances. I mean, that's really bad. If she'd scored 160 goals in 161 appearances, I could have understood it. But most of it, what was she doing? Sitting there doing her nails? Can't imagine what she was doing. She's a midfielder. Well, obviously she didn't score goals if she only did 27 in 161 appearances. Yeah, well, I mean, she shouldn't have been on the programme in the first place, honestly. It's called to be, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. She's obviously a footballer who doesn't kick the ball. That's what I'm assuming it must be. But isn't it ridiculous that there's only 1 woman left in the thing? So they weren't very evenly matched to start with. Oh dear, please God, it's not going to be Matt Hancock who wins. I couldn't bear it. So you're right, Chelsea. I think, the camp being whittled down to 7 men and 1 woman does seem a little bit unfair. But unfortunately, it's the public who have voted. It's not the camp contestants. It's the British public, and if they decide, I'm not totally convinced that the British public do vote for half these things. I mean, I've never picked up a phone and voted for anything at all. And you're right about Russell and Bromley, says Matt. Great shoes, but so expensive. I've got 3 pairs. There's a branch in Richmond. Is it still there? Most of the shops seem to have disappeared in Richmond. It's looking very thin on the ground, but they're so expensive. Roger says, I remember a kids' TV show called Fireman Sam. Does he exist? I should imagine so. One thing you always need is a fireman. Is that No, that was Postman Pat, wasn't it? I get confused. They're all the same sort of thing. Just got to the turkey farm. Check all the turkeys are okay for Christmas, says Kevin the restaurateur. And about to sit down to the most amazing breakfast. 2 fried in butter sliced pieces of ham, 2 fried eggs, homemade hash browns and fried bread, toast and homemade marmalade. Stunning. Homemade. Imagine making homemade marmalade. That's quite clever, isn't it, really? I can't do anything like that. I don't think I've ever had marmalade. I might have had it years and years ago when I was little. But the only one I liked was Rose's lime marmalade, because it wasn't as heavy as some of the other ones. Paul the bus driver says, I was born in Battersea and remember the fun fair, the zoo and the miniature railway at Battersea Park. Very fond memories. You'll love the book. Seriously, you'll love the book. Very good. Kathy says, Steve, don't forget Gordon the Gopher. Yes, I mean, see, Gordon the Gopher was owned by Philip Schofield. The BBC never made the same mistake again, because when they brought out Gordon the Gopher puppets, Schofield copped all the money. Whereas when they brought out Ed the Duck, the BBC made sure they owned Ed the Duck. So it didn't quite go the same way for Andy Crane, who could have made a small fortune, because I thought Ed the Duck was funnier. It just do so. I remember somebody said something to him once and he just fell over, which I thought was hilarious. But yes, I think you'll find Pip Schofield made a fortune out of Gordon the Gopher. Waj says, locked into the spike, was raining all day yesterday. Ooh, I know, it is terrible. Can you make a mental note of the book again? Says Kim. It's by a company. I'll give you their website again. It's called Joyland Books, Joy landbooks.com, and you will find it on there. I don't know how many other books they do about fairs or circuses, but wonderful memories. Sandra says, I have wonderful memories of Battersea Fun Fair. My late dad would take me and my brother there. I have fond memories of getting soaking wet on the water chute. We used to love the water chute. They do bigger versions of things like that now. And I'm looking for book recommendations, Steve, says Kim, for myself and a couple of Christmas gifts. It's wonderful. I love stuff like that. I shall read that on the train going home this morning. That's what I shall do, because it's a nice... We pootle along on the railway. It's a little bit like going on the Bluebell line. From your northernmost listener in the world, up in Longyearbyen in Svalbard, where it's 78 degrees north. We have no daylight whatsoever at this time of year. Only the moon and the northern lights, says Anthony. Well, I'm looking at it. Svalbard looks absolutely beautiful, but bloody freezing, I should imagine. I mean, if you look at it, this is where polar bears outnumber people, I think something like 2 to 1. It's really quite amazing. So what they have to do, I think in Svalbard, is they dart them and then they fly them elsewhere. Because, if you're wandering around, you don't want polar bears that are hungry coming into town. And that's the problem. But it looks absolutely beautiful. And you can pick us up loud and clear up there. Isn't that fantastic? What an achievement. I must write to Marconi and tell him thank you very much indeed. You also legally have to carry a gun in Svalbard in case you run into a bear. Because I should imagine there's quite a few of them. They used to do trips out onto the ice in a tall wagon where it was like the wagon was on stilts and you sat at the top, because polar bears, when they stand up, can be between 9 and 13 feet tall. They're absolutely enormous. 13, yeah. Here we go. He's going to check this out. Doesn't believe me. Yeah, 9 to 13 feet tall when they stand on their hind legs. And that's why they've had to save the passengers, just in case polar bears try and get on board. But fancy being up there in Longyearbyen, Svalbard. 78 degrees north, no daylight. I know, because I've been inside the Arctic Circle. My God, that was cold. But the northern lights were beautiful. Against that, what my driver was saying this morning, he said, snow, nice to look at. Very pretty when all the trees and the branches and bushes and everything else are covered with a light dusting of snow. That's about the prettiest it gets. Admittedly, your car gets filthy on the road because they put down grit and that mix it. Oh, it's ghastly. Steve, I still remember Back in the day, seeing you presenting at a fun fair one Sunday afternoon in Battersea Park, says Katie of Penge. I seem to remember you had wavy, shoulder-length fair hair. I don't think it was wavy. Shoulder, but it was. My hair was fairly long. I don't think it was ever that long. Mark says you should take a look at Skechers. They have trainers that are slipper. Oh, I've got them. Got them all. I've got loads of Skechers. Taffy Nige, again, tidy. Old skateboarder trick, pair of Vans, laces out, cables tied in, slip-ons. I had so many pairs of Vans. I thought they were absolutely great. And still do. They've got a van shop in Kingston down the road from me, which is very nice. Always a pleasure, says Scott in Littlehampton, to hear your dulcet tones. Why do some people who wear sandals or flip-flops seem to have crusty old feet and long toenails? And the noise flip-flop makes drives me crazy. Well, when we lived in hot countries, we wore flip-flops all the time, but we were children. But you're right, men don't look after their feet. That's the trouble. They just sort of leave them. Whereas I go about every month to have a pedicure. You know, where they sort of file your nails down and do all the nice little bits and pieces. It's not cheap, but I feel as I'm doing something for the economy. But I would never wear a pair of sandals. Imagine the humiliation, people pointing at you as you walk down the street. Oh, he's got sandals on. No, thank you. The worst thing is, if you really want to be the ultimate naff person, sandals with socks. That really is. That's about as bad as it gets, I'm afraid. That's almost as bad as elderly men who tuck their shirts into their pants. So when they're at the bus stop, you know, and they lean over, their pants ride up with the really ghastly, really ghastly. Don't ever do it, Stephen. Don't ever do it. Steve, the high-heeled shoes you're talking about in our family, we call them cab shoes. Out of the house, into the cab, stand at the venue, don't move because you'll fall over, says Cheryl. That is true. It is true. Chris says, with the cost of living going up and life being so expensive, the wife and I have decided we don't want children. We're going to tell them in the morning. I love it. I think really you should sort of just basically move. Send them off to school. When they come back, you've moved somewhere else. That's a great one, isn't it, if you can save money. Steve, I've just finished Richard Littlejohn's book. He mentioned the spinning wheel and a DJ called Steve Allen. Oh, I don't think so. It's quite a common name, actually, Steve Allen. I feel a bit depressed. There were quite a number of DJs called Steve Allen, although Richard Littlejohn did work at LBC. He did work at LBC. Steve, if a peanut farmer and an actor and a reality show host can become president, a rapper could shock us all. I mean, not him, anybody but him. Seriously, about as bad as it gets, actually. Harvey got to the final of Strictly Come Dancing a couple of years ago. He's very good and a nice chap, Steve. That's probably Harvey writing. And Billy Connolly joke for you, Steve. What do you call a pretty lady in Scotland? A tourist. Thank you so much. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Marble Arch KFC used to open at 6 a.m, but it closed a few years ago. Well, that's a fat lot of use, isn't it, really? And Jan says, absolutely held back seats. Although the most popular the artists, the harder it is to keep them. If you know, you know. Yeah, they do that. Because they worked on the assumption, especially in the West End, just supposing Buckingham Palace phoned up and wanted a seat, you know, or 2 seats to go and see, and they go, oh, I'm terribly sorry, it's sold out. Oh, you're in big trouble. So they always hold back.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. 25 to 7 is the time. Phil on Anglesey, mind you, says, I wear shorts throughout the winter. I suggest you try sea swimming as you don't feel the cold. There's no chance. I haven't swum in the sea since I was a young boy, I have to tell you. And Sula said, Steve, it's not that people are voting the contestants out. It's that you have to vote to keep your favourite person in. Those with the fewest votes have to go. Why is it all the girls? I mean, I thought, you know, there were probably more women watching I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here than there would be men. But I obviously must be wrong. Marnie in Glastonbury. Roses lime marmalade on a toasted muffin. Bliss. Yeah, I feel the same way about crumpets. The only reason I don't eat crumpets as often as I should do, well, not that I should do, but is they take twice as long to actually cook. because you put them in the toaster. The normal, piece of bread cooks in, say, 1 minute. If you're going to put crumpets in there, it can take about 3 minutes to get them, because you want them dark on the outside. You don't want them so they're not cooked properly, because it's like eating, I don't know, it's not like eating a sandwich. I mean, it's a completely different consistency. But, that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? It's very spongy. I might buy some today, actually. I might have a sort of go and go, do you know, I'm going to buy some crumpets. They do big Warburton's crumpets, which you can get more on. And I quite like the crumpets and peanut butter, but it's got to be crunchy. It cannot be, I don't know who in their right mind ever goes for smooth peanut butter. Crunchy peanut butter is the best. Absolutely. And yet, strange enough, you don't really incorporate it into breakfast, do you? You can put most things, into breakfast, like marmalades and jams and stuff like that. But for some reason, peanut butter never makes it. I don't know why, it just doesn't. What else we got? The Yorkshire Shepherdess and her ex see their girl graduate. This is Mr. and Mrs. Owen. She's left him, as you know, and obviously somebody said, we can make you into, a celebrity. So I think she's still helping out on the farm. But anyway, they shared photo. They just sort of fell out. They fell out of love. Some people, it happens like that. You go out with somebody, they make a television programme, and no matter which way you look at it, it's still intrusive into your life. You've got the cameras who are following you out on the fields when it was snowing, then inside the house, and then watching the kids and going to the kids' school and all the rest. And you think after a while, it just drives you mad. But some people embrace it and they want to be famous because, when you look at her, she's got that, she looks fame hungry. I said the moment I saw the programme, she's going to be out of there very shortly. Not wrong. Not wrong. You can always tell, can't you, really? Taking pain relief such as ibuprofen may actually worsen arthritis inflammation, according to a new study. Do you know, they can't make up their mind, these things, can they? 1 minute they tell you, I think as part of my prescription, I think I take aspirin. And I think it's a soluble aspirin because it seems to melt on my tongue before I've had a chance to swallow the blooming thing. So, and it doesn't look particularly big, but I take that, I think, and that's something to do with heart. I'm pretty certain. And this story about Nottingham Castle closing down, this was only a year after it reopened following this £30 million revamp. The council appointing trust that runs the site blamed dwindling visitor numbers for the shock decision to go into liquidation. It's also been hit by a string of bad reviews, a race row, claims of a toxic work environment and the resignation of the chief executive. So basically everything. Trustees want to draw 400,000 tourists a year after a 3-year revamp. Unfortunately, in the first 6 months, only 100,000 people visited. Many criticised the high ticket prices, 15 quid for adults, £9.50 for children. And the trust have said it's heartbreaking for the staff, the visitors and the city. The site will pass back to the city council, which said it hoped to reopen as soon as possible. But they've cancelled the Christmas market. I mean, surely that's a money maker. Put the Christmas market. Fancy cancelling the Christmas. Whose stupid idea was that? Put the Christmas market back in again. Honestly, otherwise, the more you sort of alienate yourself from the people who live around the area who would be going to the Christmas market, they're not going to be going later, are they? That's terrible, really. Goodness sake, honestly. We're going to see Woman in Black today, says Winnie. It's closing in March after 33 years. I know. 33 years, Woman in Black. I told you, if you stand outside the front of the theatre, round about the interval time, you'll see a woman come out the stage door dressed all in black with a veil. It's like seeing a ghost from the Victorian era, and she will glide into the back of the theatre. So there you go. Have you been on the Bluebell line? I haven't, but I keep getting sent brochures and everything else on the Bluebell line, which sounds lovely. It's a definite at Christmas, Steve, for the kids, including me, in the observation car singing Christmas carols. Love the build-up to Christmas, says Jason from Worthing. We're on the home stretch now. Oh, I agree with you. See, I don't have any problem with singing carols if I'm out in the car, I will be playing Christmas tunes in the car and singing along. And it doesn't matter. I've got the Johnny Mathis Christmas album, 150 CDs of Christmas songs and everything else, everything including Tamla Motown, Stevie Wonder, the Jackson 5, Gladys Knight, everybody singing Christmas carols. And I love it. I love it. As far as I'm concerned, you should play them all year round. I realise some people people hate it. I get hate letters from people going, it's too early to talk about Christmas, and then blow me down. It's all over with in a couple of days. This is the best bit, the lead up to it. And as I say, I mean, if you don't believe that, listen on Christmas Day, because I'm here between 7 and 10. Christmas Day and Boxing Day between 7 and 10. So it'll be Steve Allen's take on the festive season, which is always the same every year. It's enjoy it. Make the most of it. Dear God, we're a long time dead. Long time dead. I want to make sure I absolutely own Christmas. So I get my Christmas lunches. I love my Christmas lunches. I love all those sort of things. I like looking at the trees. I'm like a child. They were talking to Emma Bunton the other day on the television, and she's exactly the same. She loves Christmas. I watch television programmes and I think, oh, that's so festive. That's so nice. It's so good. That's just the news, except the football bit, which I don't really sort of bother about. Word of the year, goblin mode. Goblin mode. Apparently, it's slang for behaviour that is unapologetically self-indulgent, lazy, slovenly or greedy, typically in a way that rejects social norms or expectations. Goblin mode. There you go. That's the one you have to weave into all your... We used to have a game on LBC years ago. The producer of one of my programmes, so he would come up with something. He said, I want you to weave in... He'd say this privately. Wet towels. So I would have to sort of come up with a phrase in the course of doing the programme. I would have to come up with the line, and I was in the shower the other day, and unfortunately I dropped my towel in, so I had a wet towel. And they'd all clap next door in the control room. They go, he's done it, he's done it. Stephen Fry does the same thing every time he goes off the radio. It's one of those, it's something that it amuses the producers, drives the heck out of everybody else. John in Hertford said, I have 2 pair of Loke Royale brogues, one pair of black and the other oxblood, both 6 years old and in perfect, like brand new condition, all leather. The trick is to immediately get a rubber sole fitted and remember, replace both the rubber sole and the heel in particular when slightly worn down. Great little Loke shop in Bow Lane off Cheapside. Love the show, says John. Wow. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, you did have wavy hair. It was waving goodbye. Well, that, of course, has amused the producer. Very funny, isn't it, to laugh at somebody in their predicament of not having much hair. But I was always told it's a sign of virility. That's another lie. That's another lie. They always say that. They say, oh, you must be very virile. You say, you're having a laugh or something. Why do people tell you these things? Steve, I have a pair of Zig and Zag puppets I no longer want. I don't want any money, says Peter. I just want somebody to take them off my hands. Thank you. Old ones are the best. And Mark says, I too wear shorts all year round, no matter what the weather. Are you all mad or something? It is freezing cold outside. And we've had people up in the coldest part of this universe of ours, and they're not walking around in shorts. And Sidcup Julie says, I watched the England game yesterday. Please tell me, why do footballers spit all the time? I have no idea. I can't bear people spitting at the best of times. I see it all the time on the streets of London. People spitting. It is absolutely filthy. I mean, there should be a law. In fact, I'm sure there's a law. Oh, here we go. I'm sure there's a law against spitting. I'm sure it used to be. It was a way of transmitting TB, wasn't it? Ages ago. I love that game, says Mark, my former producer. Many years ago, we told a traffic reporter to mention Rice, Krispies and Blow Me Down. So he apparently did. He mentioned a tailback near the Rice Krispies. Very funny. It's a game to amuse people in radio. I don't think it works so much in music radio. They've got enough to keep themselves going. But in speech radio, quite different. Debbie says, if Matt Hancock wins I'm a Celebrity, I'm never watching Ant and Dec again. God. Oh, he can't win it, can he? Everybody hates him. Everybody hates him. But what they're doing is, obviously the public have decided to keep him for some reason. I don't know why. I can't work out. Somebody who... I don't know. There's no explaining it, is there? It's goblin mode. Whoa, hey.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7, so it's going to get colder this week. That's what they've predicted. I don't know, because I don't know anything about the football. We might have to enlighten me on this one. So we beat Iran yesterday, I gather, 6-2. When do we play next time round? Is there another game that we play, or do they sort of other teams play and then we play the winners of that? I mean, is that how it works? I've got no idea. I don't understand anything about football. I understand what the football team is, but I don't know how it works in World Cup. So they don't do anything between now and Friday. They practice. A bit late to be practising, isn't it, if they're our football team? Goodness sake. Yeah, so they'll be playing Friday. Well, they'll be playing America. Oh, right. This is Group Stage B, Group B. I mean, I just get confused by it. And then Wales are playing England on the 29th of November at 7 o'clock. And UEFA Euro qualifiers, qualification round, match day 1 of 10. Italy play England on the 23rd of March next year. Well, it goes on that long? Oh, it's a different tournament. What, there was more than one tournament going on? Good Lord above. But fancy not doing anything. So they played yesterday. So now they've got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They've got 3 days to go shopping or something with their wag wives or whatever they are. Unbelievable. Stephanie in Notting Hill says crumpets in the microwave are far nicer than in the toaster. They come out all soft and spongy. Oh, no, they're horrid. I don't like soft and spongy. She says, please give it a try. You'll never look back. Oh, I look back all the time, actually. Regarding peanut butter, says Katya, my husband had it on Kelderman's Dutch stone-baked rye bread every morning. You should try it. I've never even heard of it. Sounds fantastic. And Steve, have you ever tried crumpets with cottage cheese and cracked black pepper? I have to tell you, honestly, cottage cheese is my least favourite thing. I cannot bear it. I used to look at it and they would do it on the television. I used to think, oh, my goodness. And so I used to sort of look at it in the supermarkets, but never got any further than that. I couldn't buy it. Sean says aspirin, 75 milligrams, is used as a preventative dose for things like heart and blood clots, which can cause CVA strokes. It's not only a pain relief medication, but a blood thinner. Well, I'm on blood thinners as well, Sean. I do two blood thinners a day. In fact, I seem to have such a collection of tablets. I begin to wonder, actually, why I'm not rattling. But thank you. Nice to hear from you. Lucy says, I'm currently driving to work in 2 jumpers and a jacket, and the heating is on in the car. I have no idea how people wear shorts. I'm the same as you. I'm the same. Maria says, Clive says, put Bovril and cream cheese on crumpets. It's delicious. Oh, Bovril. See, I quite like Bovril as a drink. It was cheap and cheerful years ago. You put a spoonful of Bovril in a cup of hot water, and that was quite nice. P.S. It's called Bluebell, says Martin, because of all the flowers along the track in springtime. I love Bluebell. I didn't think you saw bluebells anymore, but he said it's something to look forward to. Oh, I'm all in. I do like railways. I like these little railways that are looked after by the enthusiasts, because they're always sort of, it's like this Bangers and Cash programme, which I sort of watch religiously on the television, and it just looks like a separate world from the rest of us. You know, people who go and buy these wrecks of cars, which go for thousands of pounds, and people's memories, and it's mainly people's memories. You know, we bought this car. There was somebody selling a Mini Mayfair the other day, and he wanted £4,000 for it. My mum used to have a little Mini Mayfair, which my brother bought for her, and this was £4,000, and he said we bought it just for our wedding. Just to take wedding pictures. Oh, sorry. Just for our wedding pictures. And I thought that was actually quite a nice idea. But you see all these cars coming up in Bangers and Cash. You should, if you haven't seen it, watch it. Oh, by the way, it was the Rice Krispies lorry. Blames Siri. So he mentioned a tailback near the Rice Krispies lorry. Thank you. Gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? People have to think of these things. And lovely Bonnie Lithgow went into a flower shop in Beverly Hills today. Everybody's listening around the world. I'm so grateful, and found amazing table Christmas trees. A certain friendly sir will be listening to you. Oh, how lovely. Oh, look at you, Bonnie. Look at that. See, the Americans go over the top on Christmas, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't tell you, but I love the idea of a table Christmas tree. My nearest thing to something like that is I've not got one. In fact, I've got to do a big tree in the hall. My lights arrived yesterday. I was very lucky, Bonnie. I ordered a set of 2,000, multicoloured, waving and doing all the rest of it, and I bought those. So once we get the tree up in the hall, then the lights will go on it. 2,000 lights. I might add the other 1,000, so we put 3,000 on this year. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. I don't want to be too extravagant. Apparently, Steve, there is a law against spitting. It's an £80 fine. But people do it all the time. But you're right. It's the footballers who do it, which is quite dreadful. There you go. People across London face being hit with an £80 on-the-spot fine under the new crackdown. The town halls are expected at a meeting on Thursday to agree to the level of the penalty. And so local authority wardens in parks or litter patrols would be able to issue the fines. Well, I don't know. It could apply also to footballers spitting during games. How are you going to stop some gang of yobbos in a park from spitting, which they do all the time? Just disgusting. You see kids doing it all. I mean, it really is. I think it's quite dreadful. Sunil, morning, says Marmite and peanut butter on crumpets all day. Oh, listen, you're talking my language. You're talking my language. Melted cheese and Marmite on crumpets, says David. The best combo. Melted cheese. See, I like Welsh rarebit. Welsh rarebit is delicious, or basically just cheese on toast. But there's something about that. You could eat that till the cows come home. You really could, especially if it's a nice cheese, which is very good. Steve, you can get snowmen-shaped crumpets in M&S. Goodness sake, crispy crumpets are the best, says Fiona. Oh, my goodness, you can get snowman crumpets. Snowman crumpets. That might have to be the thing today. I'm not sure if my little world can take all this excitement in one day. Just as well, we're coming to the end of the programme. Just as well, because now I've got to go out and get a pair of gloves today and snowman crumpets. Yeah. And you ask, what is perfect about this world? This is perfect. And there's a picture. Do you remember I told you yesterday about the oldest beach cafe in Britain? But it's now at risk of being demolished by the National Trust in what's being branded a foolish act of vandalism. They've had one here for 114 years, but they want to bulldoze this area. And, sorry, very important, the agent. And Bonnie Lithgow says, I'm going to buy the purple and gold table tree, and I love the thought of your 2,000 lights. She is too perfect, is young Bonnie Lithgow. Too perfect for words. Perhaps we could all save this little cafe, this Middle Beach cafe. And 10 staff members will lose their jobs, which is not very nice. Paul Brown, who's run the cafe with his 2 sisters, said he will lose his business on January the 2nd. The National Trust said the erosion has reached the point where the facilities are on the cliff edge and will shortly become unsafe. It's been there 114 years. Can't you do something about it? The National Trust, I think, is one of our richest charities in this country. I'm pretty certain it is anyway. I forgot to do birthdays earlier on, mainly because I couldn't remember who it was who was celebrating their birthday today. And now I know it's Billie Jean King, who is 79. So many happy returns, and many happy returns to you if you're celebrating your birthday. We love your company every single day, so I think we'll do it tomorrow. I wonder how cold it's going to be tomorrow. I've just got this horrible feeling we're going to be ending up knee-deep in the white stuff by the end of this week. But that'll be quite nice. So do it again tomorrow. We had a record number of texts today. I mean, absolutely a record number. Each and every day it builds and builds and builds. I try and get through as many as possible. And the producer tries to help out, but we get there between the two of us. Once we've sort of keyed things in, because the trouble is he wasn't at his best this morning. I don't want to make a big deal about it. He tried, but he did make the mistake yesterday. He went out for something to eat. I know there's nothing the matter with eating. It's when you have it with other things as well. And if you have it with other things, then that kind of adds to it. Nice to have your company, everybody. Wednesday, November the 23rd. Come on, pull yourselves together. None of this messing around. Oh, it's hard. I don't feel right. I've got a hangover. Don't feel very well. Come on. It's, for goodness sake, it's Wednesday. You know how good Wednesday is. We like Wednesday. Wednesday's a very good day. It's very funny. You know that they're doing a play on Wagatha Christie, which is dreary old Vardy, the one who's had to pay the $1.5 million, and Colleen. And they've got a picture of the two people playing them. And the one who's playing Rebecca Vardy looks like Miss Trenchbull from Matilda. It's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. She'll be delighted. Cristiano Ronaldo has left Man United. Doesn't get 16 million quid. Went immediately, apparently by mutual decision. I bet it was. Yeah. I mean, you don't go on television and slag off the hand that feeds you, do you? So you have to get rid of him. Go away, you silly little boy. Stop messing around, okay? And the World Cup storm intensifies over gay. Can you wear this? Can you go in with the rainbow flag on your hat? No, you can't, because they're a bit funny about it. I think those people who always deny it have basically got something to hide. Know what I'm saying? Fish and chips, no, you'd rather have chocolate and pizza. I don't know why, actually. In fact, I could eat a pizza right now. Pizza would go down very nicely, because they're not very exciting, are they, pizzas, anyway? And they used to do all these deep crust pizzas. That was the one from that Christmas Carol, wasn't it? Yes, on the Feast of Stephen. It was deep crust, and what was it? Deep and something, crisp and even. Deep and crisp and even, that's right. I knew I'd screwed up. You know. You do your best, don't you? An unopened Star Wars figurine, I think it's of Obi-Wan Kenobi, has just fetched just shy of 60,000 quid. People love this kind of collectible, and they go out of their way to buy it. And because it was unopened, it fetches a higher price. You know, people like collecting things and buying things, and I watch all the programmes on the television where I watch Drew, and he goes around the country and he's buying stuff, and he knows what he can sell it for, and he's got this big warehouse. I like places. I've never been in any of those places, but I still go. I watched the Yorkshire auction house the other day. That was quite good. It was a couple. They were selling their father and his sister had died, and they had to move out of the farmhouse where they grew up, and they were selling all their stuff, and they wanted £1,000 out of all, because most stuff secondhand doesn't fetch an awful lot, unless of course you're elderly, in which case you've probably got some quite nice collectibles and coinage that they had and stuff like that. And they wanted £1,000. Why? Because they wanted a headstone, and a headstone for a grave is about £1,000. And they did the auction, and the auctioneer said, well, you'll be delighted to know that you've raised the princely sum of 5,300. They went, no. They were really thrilled. So I was very thrilled for them as well, because I thought that was quite nice. There is a call to get a Nazi secretary into court. She's 97. They reckon that in one of the concentration camps, she would have seen exactly what was going on, as her window overlooked the parade ground, as it were. She would have smelt the ovens. She would have known everything about it. She's saying nothing. I think they should personally drag her into court. I don't care the fact she's 97. I'm not buying that rubbish, I'm afraid. 2 nuns are leaving Call the Midwife this Christmas. I'll tell you who they are later. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. It's in the papers. There's pictures and everything else. And a grandfather. He's got a hospital appointment, but it's for 3 years' time. So obviously nothing too serious. I've got one for next March. That was the nearest that they could do for me, but it's okay. Also, 2 Just Stop Oil activists convicted of criminal damage. One's gone to prison for 3 weeks. Oh, we didn't know, says Lucinda, whatever her name was. They're all a bit stuck up, aren't they? Oh, the good news is the hosepipe ban has been lifted. So I think so too. In fact, they must have more water. They know what to do with. Today, you've got Dawn Neesom's excellent column in the Daily Star. And surprisingly, Eamon Holmes, too ill to go to his mother's funeral. She was 97, 96, something like that. I mean, he must be really ill if he can't make it to his mother's funeral. I should imagine he would have probably moved heaven and earth to go there, but he couldn't make it. He's out, Boy George, in every sense of the word. And so he's not going to be in there much longer. Out you go, goop. And Scarlett Moffat, I mean, another talentless person off the television. Her claim to fame is she used to sit there stuffing her face, commenting on TV programmes. And the latest bit of garbage that she's come up with is she's passed her driving test after 13 attempts. Talk about dim. They don't become any more stupid than 13 driving attempts, and then she's finally passed. So they're making a television programme about it. The BBC wasting yet more money on what's commonly known as a failure. 13 driving attempts. It's going to be called Scarlett Moffat's Driving School. No, thank you very much. No, thank you. Jane says, Man United are in trouble. Ronaldo's got out just before it all goes pear-shaped. Mind you, talk about in trouble. Croydon Council, 3rd time in 2 years, declared themselves bankrupt. £1.3 billion. What a bunch of bozos they turn out to be. Can you believe it? A council going bust. Declare themselves bankrupt. Woo! Like to see their expenses. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? I bet people have milked that one for all it's worth. How can you go bust? Dear me. Oh, and Buster the dog from the John Lewis advert. Do you remember Buster the dog? He bounced up and down on the trampolines, died, age 12. But he was a boxer. And boxers get all sorts of pains and things like that. A friend of mine had a boxer once, and it used to sort of get in and out of his vehicle quite well. Then it had to be lifted in and out, and then it just sort of gave up, which is a bit of a shame. Katie Price might have split from Carl, yet again, the world's most boring couple. Her, the one who's got her terminally ill mother, who said don't have any more plastic surgery. So Katie Price being Katie Price, which is basically stubborn, thick and a drunk, and she goes off to have cosmetic surgery again. I mean, surely if your mother says something to you, she's doing it for a reason. Katie Price looks more ridiculous by the day with her Tipp-Ex teeth, and now she might be with the boyfriend or she might not be with Carl or anything. Apparently she's had a really bad week, poor little soul. But anyway, the woman who's been convicted 6 times of drink driving, I'm afraid, turns out to be as stupid as she ever was. And Paul Daniels' wig, you can buy it. It's coming up in auction. Debbie's selling it for about £1,000. I don't need a wig. What are you looking at me? Honestly, I love the way he just sort of, he points at me, the producer. He gets, like I'd be interested. I've got a full head of hair. I just choose to keep it cut short because it's that sort of virility. And what else do we have? Oh, the Princess of Wales wears Diana's tiara. My God, she scrubs up well, doesn't she? Old Kate, she really does. She looked really fantastic. Really fantastic. And Diana's tiara looked absolutely lovely. Charles looked interested, when they were watching the, have to inspect the troops on Horse Guards Parade. And he looked a bit bored there. Whereas Camilla's chatting away quite animatedly, sort of enjoying every bit of it. They had a banquet, and I'll tell you what they were eating shortly. Excuse me. Love my tea. Love my tea. Do you know, I've come to the conclusion tea must be the best drink ever. If ever you die and go to heaven, just check when you're on your cloud that the nearest tea bar is quite near you. Because you don't want to get up there, and they go, so I haven't got any tea, we've got hot chocolate. And you go, have you got any Earl Grey? No. Lady Grey? No. Breakfast tea? No. Lap Thang Du Chong? You got that? No, not got that either. Oh, go on, I need a cup of tea. I love my tea, my Earl Grey and all these other ones. It gets you going. And apparently it's supposed to be very good for you anyway, a cup of tea, but not the way we drink it. We drink it with sugar and milk, and you're supposed to have it, as the Chinese drink their tea. I mean, imagine asking for milk in a Chinese restaurant, which I have done before, and they looked on me with pity. That poor bloke, he hasn't got the faintest idea how to drink a cup of tea. But I do like it. I had 1 cup of tea this morning, and I've had 1, 2. So in total today, I've had 4 cups of tea. 4 cups of tea. Does that seem a lot? Does it really? Oh, some people have loads of cups of tea. You probably have the same when you sort of have your coffee, and you have your latte and your espresso. Or what's the other one they have? Cappuccino, or failing that, the most flat white. Yes, that's the most popular one for pretentious people. Have a coffee. Yeah. Have you got a decaf flat white? I'll have that, please. Thank you very much indeed. I used to have a dry cappuccino, and a dry cappuccino is where you don't have much milk in it. They would pour all the milk out. And I remember there was a bloke working in our Starbucks. They got rid of him because they don't seem to employ men in Starbucks. They seem to have mainly women. And he was there, and the advert went on the television that if you didn't like something, they will make the drink until you're satisfied. And so he made it, and I went extra, extra dry, blah, 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 blah. He made it, and he filled it up to the top with milk. And I thought, are you really thick and stupid? The answer is yes, he was. And he got fired. Because he then, when he sort of made it, and I said, no, extra, extra dry. It's in your manual how to make extra, extra dry. It's a little tiny bit of milk, like less than ½ an inch of milk in the bottom. It's just a little bit to take away the taste for me. And he then muttered something in whatever language it happened to be. And I remember thinking, I don't think so. I don't think so. You can't be spoken to like that. That's just appalling. So anyway, and he didn't appear there again, which was quite good. Nothing worse than an attitude. Steve, our council, says Jackie in North Watford, spent $5,200 on a small sink and a tap. I won't say why. Wow, seems a lot, doesn't it? And somebody says, only £1,000 for Paul Daniels' wig? Not a lot. Because that was his catchphrase. Do you like it? Not a lot. But £1,000. Imagine buying somebody's wig. I think that's really bizarre. I think that's a bizarre thing. I would have thought that the lovely Debbie would have wanted to keep it. That's unless he had quite a few of them, I don't know. Terry Wogan used to have about 3, and each one was different lengths. And when it would get to be long, his assistant would say, oh, I think you need a haircut, Terry. And he'd go, do you think so? And he'd go off, and then he'd put the other one on, which was a bit shorter, and she'd go, oh, that's so much better. I just think, it's like, who's that MP who thinks he doesn't wear a wig? He's very delusional. Michael Fabricant. I mean, to be honest with you, if you're going to buy a wig, at least spend some money on it. He looks like he's just got an acrylic rug, made a cut around it and stuck it on his head. It looks ridiculous. Go and get a proper one. One that looks nice. You can get some very nice ones now. The producer's got one at the moment. Keeps becoming detached round his ears, which is a shame. But I bought a wig from a fancy dress hire shop once, and it was a Rod Stewart wig, so it was all blonde. I looked like a member of a 70s rock group, and it was sort of long at the back. I think I look really good in it. Oh, look, there we are. President of South Africa and his large wife. And I love all these pomp and circumstance, and it was lovely, isn't it? I love it. I think it's great. All the flowers are done. I remember they did Windsor Castle, I told you, and Her Majesty came to inspect the Queen, and he said the microphone, Your Majesty, is in the flowers in front of you. So that they don't have a microphone on a stand. It's there to pick up, and everybody looks great. I think they look wonderful. Kate looks sensational. That tiara is something, and Camilla looks great as well. They all look very good, and Charles is now king, and he's very happy. At least it wasn't raining. Thank God, because all we've had recently is rain, blooming rain. I'm sick to death of it. I'm bored with it. But at least they've lifted the hosepipe ban, which is very nice. So we take all of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. As they say on this programme, come one, come all.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. It's lovely to have your company. It's Wednesday, November the 23rd. Trees are up. And the good news is, remember I said we were having trouble with one of the trees outside my place? Couldn't get it to work. For love nor money. So we moved positions, couldn't get it to work. And then between Alex and myself, we worked out that it's got a timer in it. And if you double-click the on-off switch, it turns off the little green light. And now they work perfectly. All is calm, all is bright. Round, doesn't matter. Anyway, nice to have your company. Ian Dale, says Antonio, read out some fan mail earlier from someone who was very happy for recipes on how to cook Brussels sprouts. Ian said he couldn't understand it as he loathes sprouts. It was meant for you. Yes, I mean, the trouble is you don't need recipes on how to cook sprouts. You literally, easy peasy lemon squeezy. You get some lardons, put them in a saucepan. Okay, fry those off, tip in the sprouts. Baby sprouts are best at this time of year. You get little packets of them. They're small, about the size of marbles. Put them in there, stick the lid on. 10 minutes later, they're cooked. And then you just eat them. Or failing that, I always do them in a little bit of water, not so they're covered, and a little knob of butter. And that's delicious. About another 3-4 minutes, and they're cooked. Very quick. You don't need recipes. Definitely. Steve, nightmare. I went into Costa and asked for a big instead of a grande. Before I knew what was happening, they dragged me out back and kneecapped me, says Graham. Thank you for a BIG. Honestly. I don't know. NHS Tim, he says, day off today as I'm working the weekend, so off to the Ivy for breakfast, then an afternoon watching Christmas films. How lovely. I watched the Scrooge film the other day with Arthur Daly in. The original Arthur Daly. He plays Cratchit, and it's very good. I've got it in colour and black and white. Colour and black and white. That's what we like. I like all these different... I'm still trying to get over the fact that Eamonn Holmes was too ill to go to his mother's funeral. He must be really bad. I mean, I thought he was getting better. He said he's going to be going back to work. When? I've got no idea. But if you're too ill to go to your mum's funeral, I mean, even if they put him in a wheelchair... They must have been able to get him there, but obviously not, which is a shame. Oh, by the way, vote Basil Brush for Christmas, for the Christmas single, because I think Basil is going for it as well. I like all these ideas of people, because I think poor old Matt Goss has now got competition. He's not going to get a look in, is he? Matt Goss is going to be going, Bros? And, now we know he can't dance. Actually, it's funny, a friend of mine said to me the other day, he said, did you watch him dancing? I said, well, not personally, I didn't watch him dancing. I said, but when I've seen their concerts, he doesn't dance, he jumps up and down, and bounces around, which isn't dancing. And I knew then that he wasn't going to be able to dance. He was far too sort of introverted. He isn't the bundle of fun that people know he's not. So he didn't do very well. When he did the Saturday Night Fever thing, it just looked embarrassing. It was just, please don't do this. Please do not do this. It's not kind of working. Not for you, not for me, not for anybody. What was the other one? When will we rein in the unions causing chaos? I think you will find that the leader of the RMT is going to be on today, isn't he, with Nick Ferrari? Yes, Mick Lynch. Really, Michael Lynch. But, of course, if you call him Mick Lynch, it makes out he's working class, you know what I mean? He's a bit like the pub landlord, isn't he? He does a working class act. But, in fact, really, he's like university educated and speaks really poshly. But same for Michael Lynch. If I call myself Mick, people think I'm working class. Yeah. Have you seen his salary? Amazing, isn't it? What else we got? Hosepipe man. Ronaldo leaving. Oh, and also a victory as magical Victorian gas lamps are saved. We've got quite a number of Victorian gas lamps in London. They ignite automatically. They're lovely. They're lovely. They've got one outside the Savoy, and it works on gas from the sewers. They siphon off the gas from the sewers. I think they look really lovely. It gives London a Dickensian glow. And they're all over the place. They're all over the place. We used to have a caravan years ago, and we had gas lamps in it. And when you look at them, I mean, Victoria... Oh, I found another plague pit in London. I can't remember the name of the square. Obviously, where a lot of London squares were, they were plague pits. They were turned into squares. And this one, Golden Square, we did yesterday. But I found another one. It was mentioned in Country Life. And they said, oh, this square, begins with L, I think, was also a plague pit. In London, and it's a square. Whether or not it's all squares that were plague pits, I don't know. I'm not too sure, but I thought it was interesting that, you know, if you dig down, you're going to find people buried there for the plague pits because of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who caught the plague, and they were buried. What the name is that blooming square? I should have written it down actually. No, not Vincent Square's one as well, is it? Oh right, blooming loads of them. It's the one beginning with L. Only guessing now. I might have got it wrong. In fact, no, we can't see one beginning with L. But there's quite a number of them, aren't there? Yeah. Loads of them, yeah. Well, but there were so many people dying. London was absolutely chock-a-block. You'd have died. You'd have died straight away. Yeah, you've taken me with you. So kind, so caring, so sharing. So not. He's very excited today because he's put a shirt on. And he said to me earlier on, he said, I put this shirt on. It's the most creased shirt you have ever seen in your entire... Seriously, it's literally just been taken out of the wash basket. And he's thought, that'll go another day. And he's put it on now, and he's sort of covered it with a jumper, which wasn't too bad. Now he's taken the jumper off. And now you are looking at basically an unmade bed. That's the trouble with linen. It's not supposed to look like that. I'm sorry, shirts are not meant to look like that. They're meant to be, like I am, pristine. My shirts are pristine. I don't iron them because I have somebody what does. Because I don't like creased shirts. I remember buying something once, and it was a linen shirt. It was like that, but in a colour that suited me. And I remember buying it and then thinking, oh, this is nice. And by the time you've sat down on the bus and done a few other things, it's creased to blazes. And I never liked it, actually. Never liked it. Steve, says Rob in Tottenham, I inherited my grandfather's antique wig. It's a family heirloom. I'm getting rid of these people. I've decided you're not going to write to anybody again. Steve, our useless council, spent a fortune on a posh building for themselves and wasted money on various other ridiculous things and had to declare they were bankrupt. Wow. Well, this is after, I think, 3 times now for Croydon Council. I mean, are they so inept? They can't even balance the books in Croydon. So 3rd time, I think, in 2 years. Ridiculous. Steve, night shift nearly done. Quite looking forward to my Thai green curry when I get... Oh, I like a Thai green curry. Oh, with a jasmine rice? Yes, please. They do a very nice one in Marks and Spencer's range, Thai green curry. It really is delicious. But I had yesterday, and it always sends me around the bend. I couldn't get to sleep for the best part of an hour. And it was sweet and sour chicken from Waitrose. It's the sauce. It absolutely slays me every time. I can do the chicken curry. That was okay. But the sweet and sour chicken, the sauce in it, whoa, I was off with the pixies. I was lying in bed. I'm watching The Good Life at the moment. I've got the box set. And I couldn't get to sleep. I tried everything. I'm lying this way, lying that way, lying the other way. Oh, it was absolutely awful. It really was terrible. But Thai green curry, I'm going for that one. Steve, says Robert in Detroit, Michigan. Forgive my ignorance, but why is tea so popular in Great Britain? I'm more of a cold drinks person. I don't know. We like it. It's always been the British, in their cups of tea. And yet, to be honest with you, the Chinese were the ones who started it. We've just kind of picked up on it. And people used to... In fact, the one thing we used to drink in this country was hot chocolate. In fact, it was so valuable, hot chocolate, that they used to lock it away. And you would invite your lady friends around. You go, we're having hot chocolate today. And they go, really? Hot chocolate? And it used to be kept in a cabinet. I did a documentary series about country houses around London. And one of them, they showed me the cabinet where it was locked up in. But tea wasn't drunk as much. I don't know why. And then all of a sudden tea became very popular. And people started drinking it. And they discovered it was more refreshing. It's like in hot countries, they drink tea. The reason being, if you have a cold drink in a hot country, which all the Brits do, you go on holiday to Spain, and we'll have two. Pablo, we'll have 2 lagers, okay, 3 Coca-Colas with straws for the kids, lots of ice, please. Now what happens there? You drink a cold drink, it lowers your body temperature very quickly, and then it rises again. So of course you get much better benefit. I know it sounds ridiculous, with a cup of tea, because it's the same temperature as your body. But if you have a cold drink, which we've all been there. We've all been there. You go for a cold drink because you think it's actually cooling you down. If only. If only. But that's why, Robert, it's sort of popular. It's one of those sort of things, actually. Ice Cream Ian says, I'm on the Pret subscription and my drink is a milky macchiato, which is also called a cortado. Cortado. I've never had a macchiato. I'll tell you what I used to love, though. I used to love at school. When we used to do our own milkshakes. And, well, they weren't really milkshakes. They were called ice cream sodas. You'd buy a bottle of Corona and you'd put a big dollop of ice cream into it as well. That was sensational. I mean, that really was. I told you I went to this place called Harley's in Epping High Street and had 2 banana milkshakes. And they were delicious. It was like ice cold milk with cream and I think ice cream and banana. Oh, God, they were sensational. At £4.70, but you would love it. Helinka says, yesterday you mentioned that you didn't buy a Comme des Garçons shirt. You thought it was too expensive. No, I did buy them. Two. But it says, I found this photo of my son on the catwalk at Paris Fashion Week, modelling this Comme des Garçons outfit. And I'm sure you would look fabulous in it. Yes, I wish I had hair like him. That's Helinka's son. I don't want a wig. I want sort of proper hair. What's he wearing round his neck, Helinka? It's sort of looks like some sort of Indian ritual sort of thing that you'd have in a temple, doesn't it? But that's Comme des Garçons, is it? Very expensive. No, I did actually buy them. It's just I couldn't find anything. You know, there was. I've still got them. I've still got the pink one. If only I could fit into it. Marilyn says, Steve, I made Christmas ice cream, 1 large pot of double cream, 1 tin of condensed milk, vanilla essence, whisk it up till smooth, then add a jar of fruit mincemeat and freeze. Well, that sounds quite nice. Best show on the radio by far, says Jess. I know, it's embarrassing, isn't it? How do you think we live with it?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Actually, the good news is, even Ice Creamy and new, the Goring is lovely. I think, really, London's last remaining family-owned luxury hotel. And we've had afternoon tea there. In fact, we've had afternoon tea there on numerous occasions. If you're lucky enough to sit on the balcony at the back into their private garden, and it's lovely, and they explain the tea to you, and then it's just nice. And it's quiet. You're in the middle. You're literally tucked away in a little side street. And they do afternoon tea. And they do a tea blend menu as well, but they do, so you can either have, if you have the Bollinger one, I mean, if you just have the traditional Goring tea, it's £60. So you get the selection of finger sandwiches, tea brewed to your liking, cakes, bakes, fancies and tarts, still there. And you get the freshly baked scones with Devonshire clotted cream, or you can have the Bollinger tea, which is £70. They'll do tea brewed to your liking, or you can have coffee, or they do the Bollinger rosé tea, which is exactly the same, but you have a glass of Bollinger rosé with the finger sandwiches and the tart, and that's £75. And they do black tea. They do, Lapsang Souchong, Ceylon, Assam, Earl Grey, Premier Darjeeling. They do everything. Green teas. They do colony teas. They do everything. It's really nice, actually. Look at that, a mango and strawberry tea. Doesn't that just sound the best ever? Mango and strawberry. Apparently, it's a colourful mix of red and orange fruit with dark cerise hibiscus petals. Hugely refreshing. See, I love mango. Love mango. But it's very nice, actually. So there you go. You go up to about £75. Steve, we used to lock tea away. We did. It was so expensive. Steve, investigate Hales Bar in Harrogate. Very atmospheric with gas lights at the back and leather booths. Many a good evening spent in there years ago. Yes, I've seen. It does look lovely, actually, doesn't it? That looks. See, I like old-fashioned places. Is that a bad sign? I do hope not. I would like to think that I was as up to date as the next person. But you all recommending these places, and people do listen, and people say, "Do you know, I'm going to Harrogate today. Let's go and have a look at Hales Bar," and that's what people do. So, Jane, thank you. Steve, talking of council, says John near Slough, best place. Being in debt, guess how much Slough Borough Council, Slough Borough Council owe? £1 billion. Well, that's unfortunately the situation that Croydon's in, 1.3 billion. How they get to that stage, I've got no idea. Christine says, was it Lowndes Square? Yeah, all of these squares were plague pits as well. That's what we used to bet. And then people gentrified these squares and put up houses and stuff like that. And that was it. But that's what it used to be. They just used to throw the bodies into the pit, cover them with lime, and then just fill them in. And it's only now that they start digging down and they suddenly go, oh, wait a minute, we just found bones. We need to check what it was. Shane in Sydney says, I love my tea. I'm having one at the moment with toast and that limited edition peanut butter with Manuka honey on. It's very nice. I did not yesterday go and get my crumpets, which are shaped like snowmen. I had so many other things to do. I might try and do it today, but I've got to go and collect my medicine from the chemist. Please use an independent. And the other story I'm going to tell you about this morning is hot water bottles. And it's a bit of advice more than anything, only because I read about it, and it's only because it was the hospital that dealt with me. And they said recently the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, who have an excellent burns unit, they really do look after you. And on one of the floors there, they've got the burns unit. And when I had my burns, that's where I went to, and they looked after me, and very good they were too. And they said they're seeing a lot recently of people coming in with burns from hot water bottles that have burst. And they say especially you've got to be careful with children. In fact, the question is, do you know how old your hot water bottle is? You're supposed to keep them for no more than 2 years, and they're cheap enough to throw away, £5 or £6 for a hot water bottle, and if it's got a knitted cover on it, peel it back, okay, and on the spout bit where you pour the hot water in, you'll see that there is a round disc kind of thing impregnated into the rubber, and in the middle of it will be a number. It could be 19, 20, 21, 22, it doesn't matter what it is. That'll be the year that your bottle was manufactured. And look round the outside of this wheel, which is impregnated into the rubber, and you can count round January, February, March. There's 12 little indentations, and then you pick on it, and it could be August. So August 2022 was when your hot water bottle was made, and then what you do is, if it's over 2 years, throw it out, just to be on the safe side. You can keep the cover for it, because it sort of takes a little bit of the heat off. But children were climbing into bed with a hot water bottle that was donkey's years old. People would go, I've got one in the loft, without realising that what does rubber do? Perish. Rubber perishes. And with boiling hot water going into it, you've got to be very careful. So throw them away, or at least check when it was manufactured. I offer that as a piece of advice for everybody, including myself. Best place to have a cup of tea, Steve, says Desmond, is at home in the garden. Old Arthur Fowler used to love it, didn't he, in his shed on the allotment. Nice cup of tea, Pauline. Remember cheesecloth shirts? Says Taffy Nigel. I knew you'd have them. I knew you'd have them. Cheesecloth shirts. Then you go out in the rain and the thing would shrink, and it says, oh, God, they were dreadful, but fashionable at the time. So thank you, Taffy Nice from Pontyclean. Tidy, that is, tidy. Lulu says, have you checked out New Curzon on top of Bentall's Kingston? No, has a pizza restaurant and a roof terrace with a large screen on top. Really? Oh, I like the idea of that. So the New Curzon. Wow. I like sitting up high, surveying things. I can't do it today. I can't do it because I've got a meeting here at 8:30 this morning. Then by the time I get home, then I've got to go and collect my tablets. Then I've got to go back. Then I've got to pick up some stuff for tomorrow. There's a chocolate kitchen at Hampton Court. Oh, what are you going to show me? The pictures? Oh, right. This is the Curzon. Kingston's slick new cinema officially opens. Pizza. It's got a pizza in the kitchen. Look at that. Well, there you go. Yeah, pizza and a movie. Oh, no, I don't think I'd want to go and sit there. You know, they're like beds, aren't they? See, I would go to sleep. I would have no hesitation in going to sleep. I would literally, but, you know, you put me on one of these things and you go, just curl up. You haven't got one of those throws, have you? Or something like that. That'd be nice. There's a chocolate kitchen at Hampton Court Palace, a small but specialised series of rooms used by royally appointed chocolate makers to prepare this expensive delicacy for kings and queens, says Merle. Sounds nice, isn't it? I'm liking this Curzon. It's not big cinema, is it? I've been to a lot of private screenings in exclusive screening rooms, which they have in certain hotels. I can't give you the names of them. It's private and it's only for me. And you go there, there might only be 30 seats in it, and it's a private screening room. And you sort of watch the film if you've got to interview the celebrities on it. I told you I went there one Sunday. It was the only day I could go. So they opened up the screening room at Sony just for me. But I had to have a security guard there because I might be filming the film. Seriously, I mean, as if. I couldn't keep my hands steady that long. It would never, ever happen. What else we got? Oh, yes. Oh, such a good story. Do you remember we told you the other day that Harry and Moggs have accepted an award from this charity nobody'd ever heard of? And it's a case of, you know, for them sort of highlighting racism at Buckingham Palace. The fact is, you've only got Harry's word for it, and he is prone to all sorts of fantasies. And I suspect it's not something that he's ever mentioned before, but they're accepting an award. Once you've heard about this particular charity, you might not be so willing. But there again, nobody ever said they weren't a bit thick, and they don't check things out properly. They should have checked this charity out. Really. Howard said in the City of London there's a cemetery called Bunhill Fields, known locally as Bonehill Fields. It's where the victims of the Great Plague of London were buried, in a pit. Bunhill Fields. Well, there you go. We shall find it. I mean, I think actually Bunhill, I mean, I seem to remember it is very, very early. It's very early. It's got lots of deconsecrated graves and lots of... See, I like cemeteries. I like them. I don't want to be buried in one. This is, I mean, I think it was north of the City of London. It's about 1.6 hectares. It's managed by the City of London Corporation, but it does open at 8 in the morning. And you can find graves there of different people, but that's where they used to put people. It was a sort of a central thing, you know, and then they just sort of dropped you in and you went sort of massive. Like they did in the Great Wars. They had to do the same thing. It's very difficult to decide, you know, what was going on. Anne says, my son, Chef Graham Hornigold, has been executive patissier at several good London hotels, including the Lanesborough, and he reckons the Lanesborough is best for afternoon tea. Decadently yummy. Well, there you go. Look at that. Executive patissier. And he reckons that's the best one. I have to be honest, I also liked the Lanesborough. Very much indeed, but I like the Goring as well. I went in one which was terrible. I can't tell you where it was because it's a very well-known place. And I thought they were just capitalising on people who pay anything to go and have afternoon tea. And I hated it. I really hated it. I wasn't at all happy. I was an unhappy... I'm taking a break, okay? Don't push me. Just because you screwed up one time, don't think it's going to happen again, because it probably will, I should imagine. Morning, nice Debbie company. How bizarre, says Kathy. You talking about old hot water bottles. I'm sitting gingerly on the sofa due to my hot water bottle bursting the other day and streamed out all over me when I sat down on it. I've now got an array of unintelligent blisters on my bottom. It's dangerous. You know, you can give yourself third-degree burns from a hot water bottle exploding. Do check them. Please do check them. I wouldn't bear to think of people having things like that. And Mo says, Steve, you ruined my day. Hot water bottle, best before 2012. Get rid. They're only supposed to last 2 to 3 years. Okay, and it's better to be safe because you're pouring in boiling water. You take them up to bed. We've all done it. And Lindsay in Caterham says, great tip with hot water bottle. Mine was my mum's and she passed over 20 years ago. I think I better go shopping, listening today from Portugal. Have a great week. So thank you very much indeed. The square beginning with L is Lion Square, says Ian. Lion Square. Was that a plague pit? We couldn't see any evidence of that one, I'm afraid. We couldn't see, but you're right, there is Lion Square as well. And Kim says, I remember being sent home from school for wearing a white Simon shirt instead of school regulation white blouse. I think a cheesecloth would have been a hanging offence. I'm not surprised. Well, I bought them because it was the fashion at the time. But when you see the state he is next door, I mean, honestly, it's, you couldn't take him anywhere. Seriously, they'd be going, where'd you get that crumpled old thing from? I went, or the shirt. They went, no, the person. And that was it. And he goes, oh, it's linen. What's the purpose of that? The whole idea is of, look at me. Do you see me looking creased? I think not. But that's just the nice way everything goes, isn't it, really? I think, people sort of worry about things now. And I worry about creased shirts. I can't bear a creased shirt. I don't care whether people think it looks fashionable or whether they don't think it looks fashionable. Whatever it is, it's not happening. Talk about things not happening. Poor old Joey Essex has changed his hairstyle. You've never seen anything so ridiculous in your entire life. He looks like a very bad pair of curtains, but it's because he's ageing. Poor old Joey Essex, man who can't tell the time. And he's going out with somebody called Vanessa. But it's the haircut. I mean, he looks like a reject from one of those school programmes like Grange Hill, something like that. Very embarrassing. But the new princess, I mean, look at it. Have you ever seen anything like it? The Tipp-Ex teeth, which looks ridiculous to start with, and this funny little hairstyle. Who on earth let him walk out of a hairdresser's looking like that? Doesn't it look ridiculous? I've never seen anything. Only goes to prove, good looking, when they've got the hair down the front. The moment they start parting it, ooh, no. Off with the pixies, I'm afraid. Off with the pixies. Christmas plans in chaos as militant union boss Michael Lynch announced a series of train strikes to wreak havoc. He says it can go on for ages because they haven't achieved anything at all. They've not been offered any money as far as I know. And I don't really know what the achievement is. He'll be having a nice one over Christmas, and I'm sure all the people who would work on the trains but aren't working on the trains will also have a nice time. So the dates 13th and 14th of December, 16th and 17th, January the 3rd and the 4th, and the 6th and the 7th. So, but we've managed to get home every other time. You just go home on sort of a bus or you get the underground. I'm not going to be self-reliant on a train, thank you very much indeed. In fact, if anything, I could probably do it quicker on a bus. Because over the festive season, not many people go to work, do they? They say, oh, look, all those rainbow hats for sale. They won't be getting in the stadiums anytime soon, will they? Which is not so good. They're the ones that they've confiscated hats with a rainbow symbol on. I'm surprised they know what it is. A little bit worrying, isn't it? Jungle Hunk, Owen Warner's ex-girlfriend. Who the hell cares about an ex-girlfriend until you discover it's Chloe Ferry, who was on Big Brother. Really? She was in Geordie Shore. Ugh, dreadful. And she dated him for 6 months. This apparently qualifies her for talking about everything. I tell you, these people, where are their brains? In her case, in her bra, by the look of it. They began chatting online, then they met at the Geordie Shore star Chloe's house in Newcastle. She said, I made a nice meal. Spaghetti bolognese. Really must have taxed her, I should imagine. First of all, put the spaghetti in hot water and get their mincemeat and get a jar of dolmeo. And really, really complicated. She said he was a nice, down-to-earth person. At the end of the night, we had a little kiss. Yeah, of course you did, dear. You're from Geordie Shore. That's all they seem to do, isn't it, really? Wine can hold back dementia, if you have enough of it, I suppose. And Leonardo DiCaprio leaving a New York restaurant, Cipriani, after an alleged date with a model called Gigi Hadid, who was obviously desperate to go out with a very old man, because he only likes them up to a certain age. Apparently. Nobody's ever said anything about it. 25, I think, is sort of cut-off point, which is very odd. Katie Price. Good God, she's not still around, is she? You can't believe it. They still laughingly call her Katie Price. Called the police to her home during a row with her boyfriend Carl Woods over cheating allegations. Oh, so This is the police force, dear, not social services. Can't you sort it out for yourself? You're supposed to be an adult. What an embarrassment you are. The former model was said to have been worried for her safety and that of the children. Well, kick him out. Stop fannying around like you're some dreary old has-been. It's very embarrassing. Yesterday, he told followers that their relationship was over. Oh, thank God for that. You watch, it'll be back on again shortly. But he claims she cheated. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, I'm really not bothered with a failed page 3 model who's had so much work now she's totally unrecognisable as anything at all. You know, when she trowels her makeup on and they put her on Loose Women, I always look at Carol McGiffin's face if ever she's on the same panel, because you get the impression that Carol McGiffin is not the biggest fan of Katie Price. And she sits there sort of looking at her like, oh, my God. Katie Price goes, yeah, because they like, you know, my books. And you think, oh, God, you can't keep anything together, can you? You really can't. I'm interested in fuming residents who have blasted a council's woke scheme to scrap parking spaces to make way for new cycle hangers. Drivers say the plans to create 150 means that they will be unable to park outside their homes. This is in Hove. In Hove, Brighton and Hove. They plan to create 150 cycle hangers by 2023, creating 900 bike spaces. They're obsessed with it, aren't they? Ooh, let's get everybody cycling. Ooh, it'll be so exciting, won't it, as you're cycling on the seafront in Brighton and get blown off your bicycle by those winds that come in off the sea and the spray and all the rest of it. God in heaven. 3 in 10 adults are showering with their partners. Apparently, so unnecessary. So unnecessary. That's to save money. Of course it is, yeah. That's for saving money, is it? I think they must be blind, these people. Apparently more than half turn off the water completely while they lather up. Lather up? Lather up? What's that for? Oh, you get yourself wet. When you get soapy. Dear, I don't know about that. Sounds very odd, doesn't it, really? And more than 1 in 10 say they get nagged for taking a shower. Yeah, I remember years ago when my boiler broke, I used to boil up a kettle and put water on the hob and all the rest of it, and have a bucket full of hot water, and then I would have a bucket of cold water. And what I would do is I would mix the hot water into the cold water, and then I could have what they call a strip wash, but in the shower. So you'd lather up, and then you pour the water over yourself. Lovely. I tell you, it's like, you know, if you live in a caravan, you know, or you've got a little touring caravan, you have to have strip washes. So you basically wash your flannel in the sink, and then you wring it out, and then you wipe your body all over. But you've got to get rid of flannels after a while, because flannels smell. They get really naff. But the hot water bottle thing is really serious. Westminster and Chelsea Hospital are saying, you know, there's more people being admitted with burns now from hot water bottles. So please check when your hot water bottle was made. If it was more than 2 years ago, throw it out. Don't even attempt to use it, because if it's corroded, you're going to fill it with hot water bottle, chuck it in your bed, climb into bed, rub it all over yourself, and end up with boiling hot water over you. And that you don't want. So there you go. Desperate visitors who need the toilet at one of the UK's most iconic shopping landmarks. This is... Where is this? It's London's Covent Garden Market, apparently. Oh, right. And it's £1. I don't think there's anything the matter with £1. Keeps out all the riffraff. You know, everybody carries £1 on them. Well, I know you don't, and that means you can't go to toilet. But there again, you've got a bag, haven't you? So it doesn't make any difference. Yeah. Got a little bottle with him. But it's the most expensive loo in Britain. What a stupid article this is, because Harrods were charging for their posh toilet years ago. Years ago, at least 15 years ago, Harrods were charging £1. If you want to go to a proper toilet, I mean, the one at Covent Garden, you don't literally go to sleep in the. No. Make it £1. That's what they do. What did you dump that one for? What was that one? Oh, right. But it is. Have you been to the Covent Garden toilet? It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It should be cleaned up, and it should, because you get people who take all their stuff in there and they just take up all the cubicles. I mean, it really is. It's like a hangout for people. So if you charge £1, it stops people going in there and ruining it. As I say, Harrods were doing this years ago, years and years ago, and it was worth every penny. Every penny. If you want to go to the toilet, it's not a luxury lav. It's just what you would call normal at home. You know, you don't want sort of, you know, well, other things that go on in toilets. You know, you want a nice toilet, so I wouldn't mind paying and they go, it's the most expensive toilet in the country. £1 for a toilet. I mean, and you get hot water to wash your hands, and they've got a machine in there with a toothbrush in it and all sorts of things. Very good value. Very good value. It's cheaper to stay there than it is to stay in a local Premier Inn. A real bargain, ladies and gentlemen. Most expensive toilet. Often they do overhype things, don't they? So ridiculous.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company nice. I love watching the shopping channels around this time of year because they're not living, apparently, in the real world. None of them. Because they're going, oh, this is marvellous. Nobody's mentioned a recession. We're in the middle of a recession. And the shopping channels like QVC and Ideal World and all the other ones are sort of saying, oh, this is such good value. And this one, you can buy one of these. The other day, they were flogging a mirror that looked like a mirror, and you opened it up, and it was 3 mirrors so that you could see to do your makeup on. Because there was somebody on the train the other day with me. Well, they weren't with me. They were by themselves. And they were doing their makeup. And I wanted to say, you don't look any different. You've spent the best part of 15 minutes troweling on this polyfiller, and you look exactly the same as you did when you got on the train. Just a little bit more sort of, jerky when you're trying to do the mascara and stuff like that. And one of these mirrors I thought would have been very helpful. And they say it's like the bloke on Ideal World. His sole job is to sell you a drone. And they always say the same thing. Stocks are very low. Order more. Don't start blaming us for it. They were going, and of the mirrors, when I was watching it, she said, we've already, 12,000 people have ordered them. 12,000, I couldn't believe it. 12,000 people had ordered these mirrors so you could do your makeup on the train. Because I like sitting on the train. I don't want anybody sitting next to me. I don't allow that. It's like I'm getting slightly miffed on the buses when you get the school children taking up the seats meant for people who are, it's a bit more difficult for them to stand. And they sort of sit there, either because they can't read or failing that, because they're just rude, and they sit there and they're very noisy school children. There was one girl, she was standing behind me. I was sort of sitting down halfway through my croissant, ham and cheese, £2.50. And she was saying to her friend who was sort of down the front of the bus, I haven't washed my hair today. And I thought, why would you want to tell somebody that? I wanted to turn around and go, well, have a shower then. Dirty little person. Honestly, they don't care, do they, really? I don't know why us Brits, Steve, love our tea so much. What I do know is that Catherine of Braganza, the wife of Charles II, made it popular when she introduced the fashion for drinking it when she came over from Portugal. It was only available to the wealthy for a couple of centuries after that. It was so expensive. But I am now drinking my first cup of tea of the day now. And Marion says, lying here listening, been awake since 2. Is it too early for a buttered crumpet and a cuppa? It's absolutely not. It's never too early for a buttered. In fact, not just one buttered crumpet. 2 buttered crumpets would be de rigueur. And I must go out today and get the snowman-shaped ones, get some butter and get some peanut butter as well. I don't have it very, very often. It's my treat. It's my treat. John Bunyan, who wrote Pilgrim's Progress, is buried in Bunhill Field, says Ken. John Pilgrim's Progress, honestly. I can remember that very well indeed. And Desmond says you're not supposed to put boiling hot water from the kettle in the bottle, just hot water from the tap or boiling water that's cooled down a bit. No, most people boil up the kettle, I'm afraid, and put it in. And boiling water damages the seal. But we have a way of doing it. You push the bottle into your tummy so it takes the air out. Then you put the screw top in. Then you turn it upside down and shake it to make sure that it's okay. That's what you do. That's how we were told. Dawn Neeson says, I'm frozen to death. Oh, this is mine. She retweeted me. Frozen to death this morning as the temperature drops. Come light my fire at 4, I said. Whee! All a bit exciting, isn't it, really? I love stuff like that. We're very, very happy about all these sort of things. And Mr. Neil made some hot buttered toast on his open fire last night. Can't beat hot buttered toast. And on an open fire, that is about as good as it gets, actually. About as good as it gets. I hope Patsy had a very good birthday the other day, because we like to make sure that people had a nice time. And then Dan tweeted me, but I've lost the blooming... Honestly, I lose these tweets left, right and centre. I'm losing it completely. It's interesting, they had this award ceremony the other day, and Piers Morgan went, and then I realised, of course he did, it was organised by The Sun. So that's how it works. Because somebody said to me, if he was gay, would he still be not liking Harry and Meghan? And I thought, I don't know, it's a question anybody can never ask at all. What else we got? Chris Moyle's still in the jungle, still clinging on. So it was Boy George that went out the other day. I don't know why, actually, that he went out, but obviously people were voting and they thought he'd be better off on the outside than on the inside. But I thought he was doing okay. But it was a bit touch and go between him and Mr. Moyles. So we shall wait and see. Wait and see. Now, why is that up on there? I like checking all these. It's amazing how many tweets we get on this programme. You know, sometimes we have sort of competitions to see how many we can actually get in the course of a programme. My friend Lucy, who works for us here at Global, she's a presenter on Heart Dance, and she gets on the train the other day, and there was somebody listening to music on their telephone without headphones in, which is so annoying. Selfish gits they are. But anyway, and so she went up to her, Lucy, and said, you know, do you think you could sort of turn the volume down a bit? And so this moron said, there's a whole train you can sit in. And so Lucy said, well, why don't you just buy a pair of headphones? And so anyway, this person then phones her friend and said, I've just been, you know, verbally abused by this person, this selfish... But there was somebody sitting in front of me about a month ago, and they were listening to their music, so the whole carriage had to share it. And, you know, not one decent Carpenter song came out at all. It was all... It was just rubbish. And he was about 70. It was ghastly. But anyway, she did a long, expletive-filled, threat-laden conversation with her so-called friend. She was probably talking to nobody, I should imagine. That's what happens with these people. But we like Lucy a lot. But she's also just threatened to beat up her friend's mum. You get these peasants on the train. Have you heard? I mean, some of the conversations you hear on trains with people, you think, I don't know, shall I call the police now or leave it till we get off the other stop? Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But, you know, people are very selfish. They just think that, you know, we want to listen to their stupid music and their conversations. We don't. We absolutely don't. What else have we got? Oh, look, a little picture of... I don't know who it is, actually. It could be Cristiano Ronaldo. He's left, by the way. He's left Man United. They've basically decided to part company, which is good news. So he doesn't get 16 million because he also agreed to go as well at the same time. I mean, honestly, how stupid is he? Because he's been there before, hasn't he? He was there and then he left and he went back again, I believe. But there you go. There you go. That's the way it goes in foot. That's why I don't bother following football, because you never know who's actually playing. One minute they're there, the next minute they disappear. Because he was basically slagging off Man United, saying that they didn't like him and he didn't like them. And I thought, why would you stay with somebody if you're very unhappy? So they obviously had a meeting and went, why don't you just do one? And he went, yeah, I'll do one. So then it becomes by mutual decision, doesn't it, really? I think. Very nice indeed. What else we got? What else we got today? I'm just looking at a picture of Dawn Neeson done up for the winter with a lovely jacket with a fur-lined collar. It's imitation, of course. And one of those lovely fur Russian hats, you know, where you sort of put... I love these big Russian hats, but this one's in white, which is very, very cool. Very cool. I've always wanted... It looks like a scene from Dr. Zhivago. Does and it's... Yes, they do them for men as well. Oh, look at that. It's got a Russian trapper hat. I don't want anything with Russian on it. Saying, oh, my goodness me. Have you noticed that, is it the Norwegians who have the oddest hats? With bits sticking out and sticking all over them. I don't know. I remember that Nick Knowles used to have all these different ones. See, they're very cheap. This is a Ushanka hat, with a red star emblem, with all that. But it's only $12.99. And in this weather, you need something to keep your head warm, don't you? Because that's where most of your heat escapes from, I'm afraid. Just thought I'd mention it, Steve says, Dan in Sandbadge, did you participate in the Radio X World Cup sweepstake? I didn't. They had one for LBC as well, but I never entered it. I should have done, really. I should have done, but I didn't. And Catherine says, I love the smell of the rubber as it brings back happy memories of my nan making a hot water bottle for me when I was little. Yeah. Everybody's got those memories, haven't they? You'd go in and you'd take it up and you'd move and if you were lucky, the hot water bottle stayed hot until you woke up in the morning, which I thought was lovely. I'd move it about over my feet, and then you put it on your tummy, and it's all very nice. Pauline says Daniel Defoe is buried in Bunhill Fields. Right, you're all going to be finding out who's buried there. He did I know what he did. He did Robinson Crusoe. Yeah, I don't need help from you. I know the answer to these things. I'm twice your age, and I know these things. I mean, you didn't even know the answer to what was going to be the chosen subject for James O'Brien. It took you about a week and a half to come up with that one, and you think you're helping me out. I think actually it's the other way round, isn't it? I think I'm helping you. Excuse me, another slurp coming up. Delicious, but it's gone cold now. Dave in Plymouth says, I know it's a bit late, but I've just started watching The Squid Game. I've never seen it. I don't know what it is. Not remotely. It's so good, is it? Well, I shan't be watching it then. The producer says it's so good, I'm definitely watching. It must be an absolute pile of rubbish. Definitely not going to be watching that one. Is it aimed at young people or something, or people of limited intelligence? What's it about then? What's it about? Give us a rough without dragging it out, just a rough synopsis. It's a thriller about people who compete in games for money, but you can die playing the games. It sounds absolutely up the producer's street. Absolutely. You can play a game and die as a result of it. What a brilliant thing. I'm all in favour of that. I should be avoiding that one. Alan in Devon says, I can't listen this morning as Alexa says I'm having trouble getting LBC. Could you try switching Global Play on and off again? No, you asked Alexa to turn herself on and off again. That's how it works. Much easier. We're certainly not turning anything on and off around here. We wouldn't even know where to begin. My sister went to an outlet centre near York this week, says Jane, and struggled to park because it was so busy. Recession? What recession? I know. You'd never know, would you? Never, ever know. And one here, which says you spoke about tombstones earlier. I know, I'm having one made for the producer. It's quite nice, actually. We're not having it done in marble. We're having papier-mâché, which I think will be sort of nicer and certainly not as expensive. And I share your fascination. Did you know that the design for the phone box exterior was based on a tombstone? I did not. Look at that. There you go. And this is Sir John Soane, isn't it, again? And you can go to his house in Lincoln's Fields, and you can go round the house. It's got everything in there, including the Rake's Progress, which is lovely. But the designer of the phone box, Sir Giles Gilbert Scott, responsible for buildings including Battersea Power Station, designed the red telephone box in 1921 and got the design from the Grade 1 listed tomb of the architect Sir John Soane, which is in St Pancras, which was erected in 1816. Best known for designing the Bank of England in the late 1780s. I like those tombs. There's some nice... Putney Cemetery's got some lovely tombs like that. One of them shaped like a circus tent. And I've earmarked that for the producer. He doesn't know it yet. It's going to be a little visit that we're going to be doing. Yeah, it'll be a little visit like, come on, we're going out for the day and I'll treat you to a ploughman's. It'll be there, I tell you. Anything for a freebie.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 19 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And Sula says it's very true about QVC. When it was the pandemic, they didn't mention it for the first few months. Then they said this difficult time. Then eventually in 21, they started referring to lockdown. It's like a fantasy world. Well, at the moment, you'd never know that there was anything sort of going on because they're talking about Christmas, and, this present would be a nice one. And I'm thinking, we are in a recession, aren't we? But anyway, my friend Chris says, I've just woken up. What have I missed? Oh, where do we start? Where do we start on the programme? Goodness sake, you've missed the holiday that we gave away to Jamaica. That was for a year for somebody, and you get all the food, and that was very easy. And what else have you missed? Oh, you've missed us talking about best tea in London, where you go for the best afternoon tea, which is very popular. Also, Katie Price and her on-off boyfriend are off again, so we don't really care about that one. And how, if you want to go to the toilet in Covent Garden, you pay £1. No, you don't. You just go into a restaurant and you go, where are the toilets? And you just go and use the toilet. That's how it works. You don't pay £1. Also, £1's very cheap for a bit of exclusivity. You know, you don't want to be sort of surrounded by all sorts of undesirables. You go and pay £1. Producer goes, who walks about with £1 on them? I mean, he really is. It's like living in another blooming world. He doesn't even have £1. You feel like giving them the £1, you know, and go, there you go. You can go to toilet now, can't you? Spice Girl Jerry Horner, Jerry Halliwell, as was, gets an honorary doctorate from Sheffield Hallam University. And she yesterday said, education is power. This is the one who quit the Spice Girls. Quit the Spice Girls. And then they all got back together again. Gordon Ramsay's daughter, Holly, has landed a job chatting about sex. Embarrassing. But model Holly is no stranger to broadcasting. She appeared on her younger sister's cooking show, Matilda and the Ramsay Bunch. Dear. Perhaps they swear the same as their father does as well. And the bad blood between Craig David and Bo Selector creator Lee Francis rumbles on. Craig has accused the comic of bullying and ruining his life because he was mocked in the Channel 4 sketch show in the noughties. But now Keith Lemon has hit back, claiming Craig will never get over the controversy if he continues to highlight it. Because he just didn't like it. I don't know why. Some people get funny about different things, don't they? People complain about anything nowadays. You know, if it's sort of it's got the word, you know, complaint over the top of it, you can bet your bottom dollar it's something really pathetic, really pathetic. The Chase's Anne Hegarty and Bradley Walsh they want Bradley Walsh to take on. So Anne Hegarty wants Bradley Walsh to take on the resident ITV quiz aces because he's not as dumb as he makes out. I never thought he would. Never thought he was. But I mean, I wouldn't mind him taking that over. Some woman did something the other day. I think she took on the whole panel to raise some money. And I remember thinking, oh, right, what was that? Because I then had to go out, so I didn't get it. And here we go. This is somebody who went back to work 7 weeks after giving birth and refused to feel guilty. Apparently she's a Radio 1 DJ. I mean, honestly, they've got children now on Radio 1. How old is that station becoming? They might as well put it out to pasture. And so, do we have old people? Yeah, they've all got babies and children. Really? Oh. So not in touch with young people at all? Answer, no. The Daily Star today, cry for me, Argentina. They all look very fed up over there. No, not as fed up as David Beckham. Nobody loves you. Nobody wants you. You're not going to get a knighthood anytime soon. Will Ferrell will play an insensitive and weird corporate boss in the upcoming hit film Barbie. I don't think they should ever make films about Barbie. No, they shouldn't. I really don't think so. It's not right. Especially when I saw Barbie's Ken. Well, I don't think I'd seen anybody as camp in years. In fact, at one point, they gave him a moustache and a Hawaiian shirt. Straight out the Village People. Straight out the Village People. And Barbie never twigged. Never said a word. Never said a word. Just Stop Oil Tarquin has been jailed after he and a pal were convicted of causing permanent damage to a Van Gogh masterpiece. This is Lewis McKechnie, 22, and Emily Brocklebank. Brocklebank. Sounds like she comes from a Newcastle council estate, doesn't she? Not. But they glued themselves to the peach trees and blossom painting at London's Courtauld Gallery, but denied intending to cause damage. What do you think it was doing? They're really thick, some of them. In fact, the more well-heeled they become, the more thick they become. You know, like we didn't, we stop the oil. Stop the oil. We don't want to do this, so we're going to glue our hands to it. And it didn't cause very much damage. Okay, yeah. And, we're going horse riding this weekend. 3 weeks in prison. Oh, that's okay. Mater and Pater will just pave to get me out again. You don't have to worry about anything like that. So Basil Brush sits with his cabinet, and vows to run for PM if the Daily Star readers help land him Christmas #1. So he's going for it together with Rainbow Zippy, George, and Mr. Blobby. It's the boom boom. It's Christmas again, which I think will be doing very well. He's got stiff competition. Stiff competition. Matt Goss has got something out, and there'll be a few other people because they like to tell you in advance what they're going to be bringing out for Christmas, so you can pre-order it. I don't know who's going to be the Christmas. It'll be something that comes out of nowhere, won't it? Well, it might be Basil Brush, because we like a novelty single, which means that poor old Matt's not going to get anywhere. But they must have recorded by now, I would have thought, so they can sort of add to it. Because he's not got a bad singing voice, it's just that he's seen as a bit naff. You know, Matt Goss. But Basil Brush dressed up as Father Christmas, I always think is quite funny anyway. And if he gets the Christmas... I think he's doing it for charity. I think they're all doing it for charity, aren't they? Hasn't Peter Crouch got a single coming out as well? I think he's another one. They've all got singles coming out. Perhaps I should bring out the Steve Allen single, you know, We All Love Toffee Apples. I could go for something like that, actually. A farm attraction run by Jamie Oliver's mate, which is Jimmy Doherty, for Jimmy's Farm, closed the other day while a suspected case among its exotic birds was looked into. They have been declared free of bird flu, because you don't want something like that coming up to Christmas. Thank you very much indeed. Dawn Neeson, talking in her column today about Kim Kardashian, appears to have taken to using a pirate's eye patch as a pair of knickers in the latest design for her Skims range. And fair play, she says, to Scarlett Douglas, who shot down the race row, brewing around I'm a celebrity. As the Place in the Sun presenter rightly says, she didn't get as many votes as her campmates because she's not as well known, trumping those who, weirdly, often white, tried to play the race card. Yes, and just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, jihadi bride Shamima Begum rears her now beautifully coiffured hair. Her supporters hiss she was just 15, a child, trafficked, too young to know anything. Probably the same supporter of Greta Thunberg, who insisted we all listen to her when she was 15 as well. But no, we'll wait and see what happens. And most of the balls in Qatar's World Cup are spoken by those trying to justify it. It isn't about football, it's about hypocrisy. And now Mel C. Is it Mel C has said she wouldn't sing out there? David Beckham, meanwhile, who's trousered the money. No chance of a knighthood. Thank the Lord for that one. Couldn't be any worse, could it? And the hunt is on. Wait for this one. The hunt is, I don't know, whether we should leave the programme now and go and start hunting for it, for a crashed alien spaceship. It's arrived, apparently, off the coast of Australia. An astrophysicist, Avi Loeb, is convinced a meteor from outside our solar system that splashed down in 2014 is actually extraterrestrial technology. Whoa, I tell you. From 2014, yeah. And he's now fully funded up for a £1.9 million mission to retrieve the UFO lying at the bottom of the Pacific. Do you think it's an extraterrestrial spaceship? No, of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. And so as long as he goes off there, apparently it's sort of this unidentified meteor soared through the skies past Papua New Guinea and more than 100,000 miles per hour before hitting Earth near Mammoth Island. That was according to NASA. But is it a spaceship? Of course it's not. If it's that sophisticated that it's come hundreds and hundreds of millions of trillions of miles away, you think they're seriously going to crash the thing? Go, oh, I don't know what happened there. Must we brake too fast or something? No, nothing there. Nothing there at all. I mean, one day there might be, but certainly not in our lifetime. Definitely not. Colleen fighting back. She's been out and bought a pair of boxing gloves for some reason. Probably to beat up Rebecca Vardy, who lost to her in the High Court, $1.5 million. And interesting. Apparently more than 350,000 Watt caught COVID in the course of the pandemic. 350,000 Watt. No, cats. Cats caught it. Apparently they found that 3.2% of all the samples were positive for COVID antibodies, because now Kim Marsh has sort of come off strictly because she's got COVID. Which means it's still out there, ladies and gentlemen. It still means that you could catch it. So just be careful. Just be very, very careful. Racy Anne Boleyn fired Henry VIII's lust, but he had her and Catherine Howard killed. Well, they were beheaded. I mean, it was... when you think about it, in those days, they must have been very brave. Very, very brave, because Anne Boleyn was beheaded when she was 35, whilst Henry was off playing tennis. And so when he'd finished playing the tennis, the word came through, yeah, it's been done. So we're then free to go and marry somebody else. Who'd want to marry that fat, bloated old pig of a man? I ask you, thank God he's not still alive. I'd have been in the tower. Can you imagine being dragged off there? And then, so they have to go there. People were standing around watching her being executed. That was so amazing. And you had to tip the Axeman. If you didn't tip the Axeman, if you were getting beheaded, yes, because you wanted to make sure, because most of them were drunks. If they came from this country, they were drunks. But if you got a French swordsman to come over, and I think that Henry gave permission to both of them, what would you like to do? Yes, only one got the French swordsman. I think it might have been Anne Boleyn, I'm pretty certain.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Want to be burnt at the stake or beheaded? I don't think burning at the stake was really an option, thank you very much indeed. But they're looking at them now. And it's very interesting. The total turn-off was wife number 4, Anne of Cleves, because she never even looked like her picture. Catherine Parr, poisoned by her lover. And Catherine Howard, she was 17 when Henry married her. But poor old Anne Boleyn. Jane Seymour as well. Jane Seymour, when Henry himself died, he ordered that he should be buried next to her at St George's Chapel. So she's in St George's Chapel. Very busy down there.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Steve, I think you might need to have a word with Toby Tarrant. Because unbeknownst to you, I'm sure you're on the Radio X World Cup sweepstake. And owe him £10, says Ben on Portland. Well, I don't think so. They've certainly not mentioned it to me at all. That'd be exciting. Yeah, we definitely mentioned you, Steve, and you owe us £10. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're well this morning, says Nick. I've just had an unfortunate experience of having to wait in A&E yesterday for 11 hours. My God, the place was full of people. Just going for a walk up the street. I hope you're well. Oh, dear, 11 hours. I'd have given up long before that, I'm afraid. Long before that. And, Steve, 'tis the season of the credit card where no one cares at all how much they're spending in the shops or market hall. I agree with you. And Comrade Kim says, I've got one of those Russian Dr. Zhivago hats, Steve. A friend of mine calls me Comrade when it's perched on me noggin. Yes, there's a lady near where I live, Jo, and she also has one as well. And I think Lynn's got one as well. Perhaps I should get one, really. Very cold today at another farm. And another amazing breakfast of baked sausages with eggs, cracked on top of sautéed potatoes and roasted tomatoes. I'm turning into Tom Skinner, says Kevin the restaurateur. How lovely. I like an egg on top of sautéed potatoes. I think sautéed potatoes... Have you had sautéed potatoes? Surprised me. A bit classy for you, I would have thought. But anyway. Ash in Margate says, what's wrong with a moustache and a Hawaiian shirt? Next, you'd be telling me that Magnum P.I. was a gay icon in the 1980s. No, the difference was Magnum P.I. looked butch. Ken, Barbie's Ken, didn't look butch. He looked slight. So that's why. I just thought it was... I don't think Barbie knew. I don't think she'd have realised. Perhaps he was loaded. Who knows? Steve, I mean, in this film, this is Ryan Gosling, who they've managed to make look camp. You know, they wear these sort of outfits. He looks like he's a presenter of QVC or something. They don't have many presenters, male variety on QVC. They have a few. I've seen a few of them on there. Looks like Matt Hancock will win I'm a Celebrity Now that Boy George is out. Have you watched this year? Oh, no way Matt Hancock's going to win. No way. No way. He'll be out very, very shortly. And Stella says, is it too early, Steve, for me to give out my Christmas presents? I can't stand the clutter in the box room. Well, it could be. My friend Joe Pike, who is presumably back in the country, my friend Chris says, guess who I'm talking to in a couple of hours? Oh, I don't know. We get a wait a minute. Do I get a clue? Oh, are you going to be talking to Craig David? How very apropos. How very apropos, especially are these stories in the papers today. Can't wait to hear how that one's going to pan out. Very exciting. Very exciting. He'll probably end up in here. They've got... who do we have in here? We've got coming in, I think today, Will Ferrell today because he's got this new film out. But he looks completely different to the advert on the television, which is lifted from a film from goodness knows how long ago, but still terribly clever. Yeah, about 20 years ago. Steve, if ever you get the chance, says Bill in Thurrock, I recommend staying at Hever Castle, Anne Boleyn's childhood home in Kent. Also, a beautiful hotel in the grounds of the castle. Very romantic place. You get a tour of the castle and get to see the bedroom of Anne and also the original Bible she carried to her execution. Aha. It's very interesting because I'm sure that somewhere, I can't remember where it is her hair grip. Because she had very, very long hair and it was all flowing down her back. And so what she did was she pinned it up for the executioner and put a hair grip in so that her hair didn't obscure the view of her neck. And then she had to kneel down. And I think they all said the same, I'll say a prayer or whatever you say, and then I'll put my arms out, stretch my arms out, and that's when you can strike. And so they were, I should imagine it was probably over and, very quickly. I don't know how long it takes being executed to die. It just sounds absolutely ghastly, but it's the hair grip, because I'm sure somebody told me where it was. Steve, the Queen Mother's in St George's Chapel with the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh in the same side chapel, says Viv. Thank you. It's very busy in there. I know it's fairly reasonably big, but very nice, isn't it? We did like the Queen. I don't care what anybody says. As far as I was concerned, she was the matriarch of the family. She must have been so disappointed in the way that some of them turned out. It was very, very embarrassing. The sexy singletons, there they are, people who think that they're really attractive, whereas in fact they're not. They're on a new series of something called Too Hot to Handle. Have you heard of it? Oh, you've heard of it? Okay. And so here they are. Britton Bird, Nigel Jones, Dominique Defoe, Creed McKinnon. Who calls somebody Creed McKinnon, I ask you? Kayla Rich, Seb Melrose, Sophie Stonehouse, Nick Keechie, Jawahir Khalifa and James Pendergrass. They're all moving into a luxury Caribbean villa in the hope of finding love. No, they're not. They're hoping to end up there, the winner, so that they can drag their weary carcasses around and go, I was on Too Hot to Handle. And we go, never heard of you. Never heard of you. What do you do, love? They don't tell you what they do, but apparently one of them is, all the girls claim to be models. But so you have to ask yourself the question, what sort of models would they be? I think models who get their boobies out. That's what I think, actually. Not really proper models at all. I think one of them is a personal trainer. Oh, quelle surprise. Quelle surprise, we've had a personal trainer, and one is a racing driver. Well, I think I've worked that one out very quickly. Ashley Jensen is joining the cast of Shetland. She will play cop D.I. Ruth Calder in the new series, which airs, I think, on BBC One next year. Sam Ryder is set to ring in 2023 with a star-studded special on New Year's Eve. The Eurovision star will perform with a host of big names, which will kick off on BBC One in the run-up to midnight. And Please Sir legend Penny Spencer has revealed she was discovered in a Wimpy. I think that's in a bar as opposed to actually discovered between the sort of the pages of a bun with a quarter pounder with cheese. I think something like that. I used to like Please Sir. I thought that was always good fun, actually. Always very nice indeed. Have to have a quick check, actually. Get a bit paranoid halfway through the week. It says you've been putting off the... It's my star sign, by the way. Being Pisces, liking fish, not. But it says you've been putting the needs of a partner in front of your own for too long now. You've almost lost touch with your own aims and desires because you're so aware of theirs and have been so intent to keep them happy. What a load of old rubbish. Honestly, I don't know why I bother reading the blooming things. They never apply to me in the slightest. They seem to apply more to the producer. What star sign are you? What are you? Capricorn, you would be, wouldn't you, honestly? Most difficult star sign under the sun. Delusions of grandeur, I think they say about Capricorns. It's generally speaking, your life is going to be utter misery. Enjoy. Steve, my Auntie Bernie took me to Joe Allen's for lunch yesterday for my birthday. It was fab, says Sean in St Albans. For a birthday. She's a very big fan of the show. Can you possibly say thank you, as I know she will be listening? Well, there you go. So, Auntie Bernie. You went to Joe Allen's. Woo! It's nice, isn't it? I like going. I should take the producer there, actually, but Why waste the money? And he wouldn't appreciate it. He really wouldn't. He'd probably wear his linen shirt. Yeah, you would. That's what you would wear when you went out. It really is so embarrassing. So loads of people here who turned up for something. Simon Cowell has not told us yet whether David Walliams is going back to Britain's Got Talent after his comments, which sort of deemed him maybe not fit for purpose, and it might backfire. We don't know whether it is. We've just got to wait and see. And Charles I, the king paying tribute to the late Queen and her bond with Nelson Mandela. Charles welcomed the South African president to a state banquet. And I will tell you, actually, it was very nice. The food was delicious, but it's what they do for these banquets. It's not too exotic. It's fairly sort of plain, but I wouldn't mind going. You get loads of booze, but you just got to eat quickly, because if Charles is eating quickly, the moment he pushes a little button under the table, all the doors open, the staff come in and take your plate away. Whether you've finished eating or haven't even started, it goes. You can't go, I haven't even finished it yet. The king's finished. Still seems funny calling him the king, doesn't it? So what are we doing now? Boy George is now out, together with Sue Cleaver, Scarlett Douglas, Charlene White and Olivia Attwood. And Sean Walsh, good performance in the yoga trial. Babatunde danced in the Jungle Arms pub and is sliding his way through to the final stages. Mike Tyndall said it felt like divorce to lose Sue. They got on quite well, actually, but he likes older people. Owen Warner, not saying he's losing perspective about food, but he went bananas about a banana. Jill Scott loved the Jungle Arms and someone fully embracing the whole adventure. Chris Moyles wanted to be more involved in trials and maybe knows he's running out of time. And Matt Hancock, his half hour is more than up. I'm perplexed at who is actually voting for him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's voting for him either. We can't work that out. Nobody likes him. He's deeply unpopular. Deeply unpopular. Steve, thank God for the app and your show. Says this one. This is day one of my 21-day tour, flying the Queen of the Skies, Singapore, Dubai, Maastricht, Joburg, and many more. You'll be with me as usual, JJ747. Love stuff like that. There's a programme about the Tower of London, says Dave, at the moment, and one of the stories apparently could be true that Anne Boleyn's lips and eyes continued moving after she was executed. Yes, I'd heard that as well. Now, whether or not that's the producer apparently calls it a reflex action, but we have to put up with that from him every day. He sort of blinks and, we're never sure whether he's alive or not. A bit difficult to tell, actually. But, he keeps it going for us, which is very nice. Spin-off show for you remember our Yorkshire farm, and then... The couple split up, Amanda and Clive, because obviously she had delusions of, I'm going to be a big star somewhere else. And so I'm just finishing the story, okay? Don't push it. Don't push your luck. Just take it easy. Chill out. But anyway, next month, Father Clive Owen and his eldest son Reuben are in Beyond the Yorkshire Farm. That's Reuben and Clive. So they've decided that they can do something together. Mother... Obviously not. She doesn't want to be on the television at all. The only reason they were in the newspapers yesterday is because their eldest daughter just got married. I love the programme. I like the kids running around and helping birth, mothers and the lambs and stuff. I thought that was really good. Producer grew up on a farm, actually. I'll think of the gag that goes along with it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 6, just a little bit after, but only it's a matter of seconds. So a toupee worn by Paul Daniels may sell today for more than £1,000. The pre-sale estimate was £300, but he sold another of his wigs for £1,100 in 2011. Debbie McGee says he started wearing wigs at the age of 30. Before he even went bald, so that nobody would notice when he actually went bald. And she said magic collectors love anything belonging to famous magicians. So they've got a special auction services in Newbury. The collection is expected to raise more than £200,000. His magic collection was stored at the couple's home. He had sort of like 10 of everything, different bits and pieces. And so it depends. I mean, I've been to magic auctions before. And you can pick up stuff, some really nice stuff, very, very inexpensively. It depends, there's always the old argument about buying magic. A lot of people buy magic. And the more expensive it is, the more you will sell, because people want something that not everybody's going to have. And so that was quite good. I mean, I bought some stuff recently. Sometimes I buy for sort of collection. Sometimes I buy because I'm just interested in the art anyway. I'll tell you what I was looking at the other day, this book on the Battersea Fun Fair. And there's great pictures on there of Margaret Thatcher on the water chute from taken all those years ago. And Liz Fraser was there, I think, with Joan Collins. Also, the Rolling Stones went to play at Battersea Fair, and it looked at all the different show families who had rides there, and some they bought in, some they did, and people seemed to love it. It was a day out. Unfortunately, it was the Big Dipper that kind of sealed their fate as the thing collapsed. It was wooden, and a few people lost their lives. But you can still see in Battersea Park, if you walk through, still the stone steps which led down to where the fun fair was, and then you went through the turnstiles. But those steps are still there. I've been on them on many an occasion, always thinking that's quite nice. What are you looking for? Steps. Yeah. It's a tragedy, the feeling comes in, right, tragedy. Steps. And but they're still the same ones there. But they used to have a tree walk, and they had lots of different rides. It was really good, actually. I thought it was really good. It was a Londoner day out, but it didn't take as much money as we thought it was going to take. And in fact, even before they'd opened, they were in debt. A bit like Croydon Council, I'm afraid. Jill in Warwick says, Matt Hancock is more popular than you think. Most of the comments I've read online are people hoping he wins. Well, yeah, but people write anything. You'll find as many people write hope he wins as write I hope he falls over and gets swallowed by an anaconda. And it could be fake as well. It's very easy to place these things. It could be his girlfriend sitting there sending 150 texts out. So she says, hoping he wins. Mr. M or Owen to win for me. I don't think Owen stands a chance, does he really? He's in Hollyoaks. I don't know what they're going to do with him if he does win. What's he going to do? Jack in Hollyoaks and go and do something else? I don't know. Jane says, does Joanne Webb talk that fast at home? What are you suggesting? I don't know. Why would I know how she talks at home? I've got no idea. I want that on record. I do not want to be linked with Joanne Webb. Does she talk that fast at home? Sometimes. Depends what we're doing. Feeling better today, says Viv. Was in hospital yesterday in London having injections for neck and shoulder pain. You came with me and I listened to loads of Little Bit Extras whilst recovering. I was very well looked after by everybody at the King's Oak Hospital in Enfield. Brilliant nurses, so keep well. No, you keep well. I'm fine at the moment. I'm sort of, I say at the moment, I like to keep people on their toes. I don't want to sort of make it so easy for the production team. The production team, I ask you. Where did that come from? It's a lovely picture of Dolly Parton with Miley Cyrus. Dolly is 76 and Miley turns 30 today. And they don't look like a lot in it. But it's just that Dolly, I mean, she's getting on a bit now. But she's still got big boobies. And she's got very, very thin waist, and she still sings great. So what more do you ever want? The answer is nothing. And here is the toy, the Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's 1978 version of the Jedi Master, which had a telescopic lightsaber, later made solid to be cheaper to make, and it sold for £67,000. See, this is a thing to do. When all this stuff comes out, this merch, you have to buy it and put it away. And don't, what are you doing? You can't iron your shirt. Don't iron your shirt now. It's a bit late, isn't it? You should have ironed it when you put it on this morning. So it's looking like the unmade bed. It still doesn't make any difference. You won't get the creases out that way. You need a steamer. I've got a steamer. You sort of fill it up with water. You go, tsh, tsh. But I don't need it because all my shirts come back perfect from. And I'm not bringing it in. No, I refuse to. Win the lottery and go and buy one yourself. Not helping you out of a fix. But, the thing to do is buy. So I've got loads of bits and pieces that I bought that I've never used, still in the packaging, untouched. And generally speaking, people buy stuff and then they play with it. So I've got Daleks, Furbies, I've got Stife teddy bears, Stife all sorts of things. I've got quite a little collection. Probably on top of my wardrobes, there must be at least 20 or 30 boxes. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't even know what's in half of them. I've got no idea. No idea. So if you, and then in the future it could be worth a lot of money, £67,000. Not to be sneezed at, which would have cost, I should imagine, in the early days, about £3 or something. Because it goes back to, what did I say? It went 1978 Could have been 3. Who'd have known that they would fetch such huge sums of money? The answer is they do, because people want to collect them. People have fallen into it. I'm hoping to get the set. Well, I won't get it, but the person who comes after me will probably get the benefit of my stiff teddy bears. A bust up. Poor old Katie Price, honestly. Never a drama, always a crisis, isn't it? Really, the woman who just can't get anything right. She's had a hell of a 24 hours this week, apparently. Yesterday, her former fiancé, Carl Woods, revealed they'd ended their year-long engagement and accused her of sleeping with someone else. I mean, it's how old are these? What are they, 15, something like that? They have tattoos of each other's faces on their arms, had dated for 2 years, but the relationship's been marred by bitter rows. Now, Carl has said it's quite embarrassing to admit, but they're calling it quits for good, and added, I found out Katie cheated on me. Oh, she's cheated before. Why would you care about it? Listen, she's a child. She's not intelligent enough to know anything. She has admitted cheating on me. She slept with somebody else, so yeah, that's the end of that. Oh, perhaps you can go back to work, Carl. On Monday night, police were called to their home for a domestic incident, but no arrests were made. I imagine the police hate this kind of thing, but then can go back and will be dining out on the night they went to dreary old Katie's dump of a house, and there was a domestic incident. So they have to drive all the way there, taking valuable police time up. Carl spoke about their split the next morning as claims emerged that he discovered texts on her phone, which reportedly sparked a vicious row. Well, don't go searching for something. If you go searching for something, you're going to find something, aren't you? Representatives for Katie and Carl, 44 and 34, declined to comment. Yeah, because it's so boring. A spokesman for Sussex Police said, we responded to a report of a domestic incident. Officers attended to conduct a welfare check. Inquiries are ongoing. They also split in April but reunited in June. Charges against Carl for using threatening behaviour against Katie were dropped due to lack of evidence. What a boring pair. 44 going on 5. Really? Get over yourselves. Very tedious. Frank says Battersea Funfair was a great favourite of my late Sicilian dad, as he knew most of the people that greeted people. They sat on chairs on a stage. I don't remember that. I looked at pictures of it. They've got loads of pictures in this book, which we found the other day, and it was sent in, actually. And the rides were very much more simple than they are nowadays. But the fairground art, which I think is beautiful, and of course we've got Winter Wonderland on in London, and it's huge. I mean, it really is. It's about the biggest fun fair I've ever seen, and no doubt George Irving will have some rides down there, and some of these big European rides that come in. They come in on lorries, and they're vast. They set these things up. I wanted to take the producer, but again, I'm not wasting the money. Seriously, it's not that I'm mean or tight or anything like that, but dear God, he wouldn't appreciate it. There's no point in taking him to a place where a portion of chips is a £5 and a hot chocolate with some brandy in it is about £6. I'm not going to waste that sort of money. Definitely not. Kebab in a polystyrene box, a fork and a knife, and that'll do him. He'll be happy with that. No point in spoiling the boy, for goodness sake. Let's take the news at 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. I'll be back with you in 3.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to November the 23rd. Welcome to... Good news is no hosepipe ban. I should think so too, the amount of rain we've had. I should imagine they've probably filled the reservoirs 2-3 times over. But they said, oh, you can now water. What's the point? We've had nothing but rain for days and days and days. But as I say, Alex at Paul Cooper's shop, we're very pleased today that the lights are working now. We've sussed out. We couldn't work out why the lights that we put up on the trees weren't coming on. And it turns out they'd gone into a little sort of thing where it turned them off for 6 hours or 12 hours. And it said you've got to push the button very quickly twice. So we pushed it. The green light went off. They've come on. Brilliant. Mr. Neil, and he's not wrong, says not only is your car boot and Aladdin's cave, so is your home. All those stiff toys, the magic props, and God knows what else. It'll be like opening Tutankhamun's tomb. I can see wondrous things. It will. Seriously, it will be like that. Even my brother said, how busy is it? Oh, fairly busy. Fairly busy. But you're right, on top of the wardrobe. I've actually got lights that I bought 20, 30 years ago. I've never used them. They're just sitting in the box. It's amazing how much Christmas lights have changed over the years. I mean, I told you the other day I bought 2,000 lights on one string for the tree. And the other trees outside have only got 200 lights on, which is actually quite good. It's actually quite a good amount of trees, and it's a good amount of lights on them. But the one inside, I think 2,000 lights should just about do it. But I did see a really good tree at Costco, but it's an artificial tree. Nothing the matter with that. But this one's about 7-8 foot tall, and the lights are colour-changing bulbs. So at some point, the tree goes white, all white lights, which twinkle and do all the rest of it, and then it goes to coloured lights. And I thought, I bought some. I mean, over the years, I bought some lights. Have I bought lights? It's my weakness, I'm afraid. I go to garden centres, and especially, I mean, even at this time of year, even when it's going to be, people are going to be suffering financially this year, you still can't resist the opportunity to go out to garden centres and have a look at all the different things and the water candles and the glittering stuff and, the glitter that flows around inside. Before, you used to turn them upside down. Do you remember? You bought the item and you turned it upside down, it lit up. Now you push a button and it swirls the glitter around all by itself, which is lovely. And, Steve, I've collected every Harrods teddy bear since 2002. Never removed the tags. They're all stored in airtight storage. They come out between the 23rd to the 27th. Yeah, I've seen them. They're lovely. Lovely. Robin Hatfield says, I was at Twickenham Saturday watching the rugby. Well, I feel awful this morning. Banging headache, shivering. I've had some COVID test kits. I hope I haven't caught the dreaded COVID bug. It depends whether you bumped into Kim Marsh. She's got it. I don't know whether she went to the rugby the other day. But as I told you, my last producer, Joe, who I saw the other day, actually, he's convinced I've had COVID. He's totally convinced, because he's had it twice, I think. But I haven't had it. And I can't remember if Corey's had COVID. I don't think he has. But we were always lucky on the programme. We sort of escaped it. If I had COVID, I had it very mildly. But then I bumped into somebody the other day who said, I can't get COVID. I said, how's that? They said their immune system is so strong. I said, well, yeah, I wouldn't hold too much strength on that. Anne says, I love your show. Thank you. I remember the Big Dipper. Went on when I was only a young girl. Sat at the back. A boy that worked on the Dipper sat, and we held hands. Woo! That was the trouble, if you went to the fun fair, the young boys working the rides, they used to collect the money and they'd stand there on the rides going round on the waltzers and all the rest of it. And the girls would go, oh, I think he likes me, And that's where a lot of romances were formed, albeit short until the fun fair moved on to somewhere else. But at Battersea Fun Fair, it was there permanently. And it was lovely. But looking at the old show families who worked there, I was reading this book. It was really interesting. And you think, isn't it amazing? All these Mannings, the Collins and people like that, they had rides there. And the fairs are still going today. Still going today. Steve, I posted my normal stamps back for exchange 2 weeks ago. And 5 days later, I got the replacements. I did send them by registered post, says Monica, as it was over £100 worth of stamps. Well, you've got another 6 months to use them. You don't have to use them up for another 6 months, which is quite good. I've got some as well. I found them in my inside pocket. Steve, if you were in charge of putting up the Christmas decorations at LBC Studio, how many decorations would you put up? Oh, it would be classy. I've had a look at our friends at Smooth downstairs, and they've got loads of decorations in their studio. But I remember one year, one of the stations, I won't tell you which one it was, but they had a boss who wasn't wild about Christmas decorations, so they covered the whole studio. You went past there and every day be more blow-up reindeer and lights and dangly oh, goodness me, I've seen some stuff. Roger says, you're not alone. No, that is true. I looked around here the other day and I thought, I'm not alone. Producer's still here, but, I'm giving him the evil eye. I've got an attic full of aircraft models, car accessories and other bits and bobs. Oh, God, can you imagine? And don't forget, says Dan in Mildenhall, your Hoover collection. Yeah. It's terrible, isn't it, really? You just get and DVDs. I mean, I wouldn't like to imagine, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of DVDs. I never get rid of them. People say, why don't you get rid of them? I go, no, I like them. I wouldn't want to get rid of them. I just want to, win the lottery, buy a very expensive house, which has got sort of like shelving where I can just fill up all the shelves with all the DVDs and then cover it with, in a home cinema or something like that. And that's what I really fancy. That would be my ideal. And yet the worst thing is I can't stop myself buying things. It's just terribly addictive. I think it's an illness. And strange enough, I've never felt the need to shoplift, but I'm a shopaholic. I don't think there's a day goes by where I don't go out somewhere and have a look and think, oh, that's quite nice. And then I think, where can I put it? And then I think, and I mustn't buy it. Okay, I'll buy it. And then what I do is I buy it and I give it to my brother. So my brother is now filling his place up at the same time. It's like today they've got loads of sweeties outside. They've got the Marks and Spencer's, very good, £5 a box value of chocolates and things like that. Very good value. And then they've got Quality Street and they've got Celebrations and they've got the Satsumas. So they've got loads of that and they're a bit addictive. I mean, I'm trying to make them all diabetic, so I'm not the only one suffering, which is nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Britain facing a nightmare before Christmas. The union's threatening to bring the country to a standstill. The RMT piling further misery on the nation. I love the way that Michael Lynch will be on with Nick Ferrari this morning. And it's very interesting because he's sort of saying, it's sort of going to bring them to their knees. No, the only person it's affecting is us. Not affecting anybody else. The railway companies are saying, you think you're going to get money? You're not. And so far, they've held out for God knows how long this has gone on for. So they say weeks of strike hell for millions of people. Well, I'm lucky I can get back. If I was living in the middle of nowhere, it would be difficult to get home, but I can get home. When it first started, I thought I'm going to have to pay for cars to get me home. And I thought, no. I didn't feel militant about it. I just thought to myself, I'm going to see if I can beat this thing. And so the tube was still running. That was an easy thing to do. I can go to Charing Cross, which takes me 5 to 6 minutes, and that tube will take me, admittedly, it stops everywhere, but it will get me to Richmond. Then I get a bus from Richmond. Or, failing that, I can walk to Trafalgar Square. I can get a number 9 bus, which takes me to Hammersmith. Admittedly, you have to share the seat because it's quite a busy bus. Then at Hammersmith, I get off, cross through, it takes me less than 30 seconds, and get on another bus, which takes me direct to Twickenham. So it can be done. But so far, Michael Lynch doesn't appear to have sort of achieved anything. Just, apparently, but we're the ones who sort of are suffering. We're the ones who are suffering of this. Are you a hoarder? Says Paul, the bus driver. I don't get rid of anything. So I don't call it hoarding. I call it my little treasures. I just like buying things. And I think, if you were going to look at it, and you were going to look at it logistically, I would probably sort of say it's because when I was younger, we didn't have many things. We had toys, we had games at the top of the cupboard like Ludo and Snakes and Ladders and Monopoly and Mousetrap and things like that. But we didn't have lots and lots of toys. We weren't a toy kind of a family. I wish I'd kept some of my toys. My brother collected models of yesteryear and stuff like that. If he kept them all in their boxes, they'd be worth a small fortune now. And it's quite interesting. So that's why I think people collect. Somebody who's analysing me would say that's why you're collecting, because you're making up for all the things you didn't have when you were younger. So if I see something now, I can afford to buy it up to a certain price. I mean, there's certain things I look at and think, oh, I'd love to buy that, but it's too expensive. So I'm just buying me little things, and they're my little treasures. So when I pass on, my brother can then sell them and make money out of them. That's how it works, isn't it, really? Steve, my in-laws are now in their 90s, and they met each other at Battersea Fun Fair all those years ago, and the rest, says Matt in Rotherhithe, is history. How lovely. See, it was the place to go. It was a place to go and meet people. You'd go through those turnstiles, and you were in a place of enchantment. You're in a place of screams and flashing lights and beautiful artwork and things like that, and boats, all the stuff that we never had. You could go to Battersea, and if you went in the evening, they turned all the lights on in the park, and you could go upstairs into the rooftop of all the trees, and they had little figures on the branches, animated figures soaring, only pretending. But we thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. The water chute where you went and then it shot down this thing, and then if you were lucky, you got wet. Yeah, it was like a badge of honour. We loved stuff like that. Manchester had one called Bellevue. I went to it, Mike on the Wirral, and says it had a fun fair, circus exhibition and curios. Well, I remember going originally originally to go and see Bertram Mills Circus at Olympia. Bertram Mills Circus was at Olympia. And I remember going there because my parents took me, and it was the circus that travelled by train. That's what it was known as. There's a book that's come out which explains all about that, and the tent was built inside Olympia. It was big enough, and Coco the Clown was there, whose hair rose up at each side. Love stuff like that. Graham in Edgware says, how do you store your DVDs? Are they in alphabetical order? Oh, I wish it could be so simple. I wish it could be simple. Hugh from Battersea says, have you been to Battersea Power Station yet? Amazing. Went there the weekend for the first time. Very busy, but very interesting architecture. Very expensive flats. Very expensive. Doctor Who began on this day, says Phil in Slough, in 1963. And apparently, because you were talking about Daleks, yes, I've got a couple of Daleks still in their boxes. I haven't opened them up, and they do all sorts of things, which is quite nice. And Ringo says, where did your love of fun fairs and circuses come from? That's from Nikki in Workington. The love of circus came from the fact that it was a town that moved. So in other words, the circus would arrive in town and they'd have cages with animals in and stuff like that. It started before that, I've just remembered, because I read a book called The Circus is Coming by Noel Streatfeild. And it was written back in the 1940s about two children whose parents had been killed, and they lived with their aunt, who was a bit Wagnerian and a bit serious. And it was a great kids' book. And they decided that they didn't want to stay at their aunt's house because she dressed in black and she was very old. So they would run away to the circus because they knew that their Uncle Gus worked as a clown and a tightrope walker. And so they run away and they join the circus, and he looked after them. And in the end, it's got a very good happy ending. Good book if you get a chance to get it.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning! I've been to Morrison's in Hastings and Eastbourne, Seaford and Brighton. I can't find the mince pies with cream in. They sound delicious, says Steve. Well, I mean, they're probably selling out. We only have to mention something on this programme once, and immediately there's a huge sellout of it. I love the sound of your treasures, says Ash. For me, the addiction is corgi toys, dinky toys and Matchbox models, much to the chagrin of my better half. I can't stop buying them. I know people love the mint condition ones in pristine boxes, but I prefer the ones that have been played with, as they wear a little bit of history. Well, I told you I went years and years ago to a toy fair at Sandown Park Racetrack, and there was a man there who was taking old little Matchbox models and corgi toys and dinky toys, and he could take them apart, respray them, and there was a company that made the original boxes, so you could put them all back together again, so they looked brand new. And I always wanted the Chipperfield Circus models, but they're really, really expensive, So I only ever got a couple of them. I used to have a few when I was a lot younger, but now you can't find these things. A set, I think, goes for about £1,500. Terribly expensive. But if you kept all your toys that you played with as a child, you'd be sitting on, a little bit of money. But unfortunately, being children, we took them out of the boxes and played with them. But that's what it was. It was The Circus is Coming by Noel Streatfeild that got me interested in circuses. And the same for fun fairs. Fun fairs exactly the same. It travelled. You would see these huge dodgems and the different, the gallopers and all the rest of it. And it would arrive on a lorry and they put it together. And I used to think, this is amazing. When the circus came to town, yeah. I mean, you never wanted to get stuck behind any of these huge fair lorries because they move very slowly. But it was interesting that when the circus had been in town, all you were left with was a ring, normally a sawdust ring. But now they use plastic. They tend not to use the sawdust. They used to put down like a template and sprinkle the sawdust on so that it made a pretty pattern of a star in the middle. By the time you brought horses on. But when you see there are so many videos on YouTube of a fair setting up, and the dodgems setting up, and you see them on the road. And you look at them and you think, God, that's so clever. And they push a button and the thing just opens up. Gone are the days of having to sort of reassemble everything. And you look at these huge lorries, from Robert's Fun Fair. And when you get these, and they get them into the most small, operation. There's not much room to manoeuvre. And they get the lorries in there. And I love seeing them written on the side. Carter's Steam Fair, of course, is classic. Loads of beautiful, proper old rides, including gallopers and a massive steamboat one. A step back in time, says Michelle. Used to come to a local park. Recently went up for sale. Yes, I don't know if they've sold it. I don't know how much they're looking for. But that was another favourite. My uncle, says Monica, worked on the Cunard liners in the 50s. He brought me back a huge tin plate doll's house, fully furnished and with lights. In the 60s, my mother crushed it and put it in the bin. I always regretted it when I had my daughter in the 70s. I wonder what it would have been worth today. I don't know. And Brian of Bromley. No, you're wrong, Brian. I'm sorry to tell you this. Honestly, it's embarrassing when I have to correct somebody. The stamps are valid for another 6 months, by the way. Did you not read that in the newspapers? Oh, you should have done, Poppet. I mean, I hate to say that people in Bromley are thick, but come on. I mean, everybody's known that. They announced that more than 4 weeks ago, that they've extended the deadline. So you should be okay if you've got anybody to send to. Steve, I think there was a Billy Smart Circus at Blackpool, maybe in the Tower. I'm not sure if it's still going. There is a Blackpool Tower Circus. I don't think it's Billy Smart's. I remember when Smart's came back last time round. That was quite interesting. I liked Billy Smart. They took me into their caravan to show me the Smart family. Took me in because they'd had it built in Spain for £150,000, and it was what they call pull-outs. So in other words, you see the caravan and then you pull either side, and it gives you the sitting room and the kitchen and a bathroom as well. But theirs was all electric. You pushed a button and out came the pull-outs with legs underneath them. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Actually, the funny thing is, there was something else I remember. In the Strand, there is, next to the Adelphi Theatre, there is a block of flats. Well, it's not a block of flats. It's flats inside the building, which used to be Gattis, which used to be a company. And they used to have an interest in Battersea Fun Fair. And I think they owned underneath the arches at Charing Cross. I'm pretty certain. Gattis. Maureen says, did you ever read a book about Mr. Gallianos' circus when you were a child? I loved it. I couldn't wait to reenact the stories with my friend Alison Hobbs in the Sword Playground. No, I didn't know about Mr. Galliano, but I'm sure he was wonderful. Really appreciating your book recommendation, Steve. I love a good read, says Kim. I'd love to give a book as a gift too. I know a lot of readers, so muchas gracias. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think the Noel Streatfeild, The Circus is Coming, was great. There is also another book which you can't get hold of. It's so difficult, but it's apparently the definitive guide to British circus. It's called British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith. It's a very, very old book, and it's the story of Rico Circus, a real circus with photographs and everything else, and how they toured the Midlands, and people queued to go to a circus to watch Chimpanzee on a High Wire and Blondini and all these other people and these two clowns who had a tambourine act and everything else. And it was always said by circus folk that this was the definitive guide to British circus. This is where it all started. Finished years ago, but they had lions and stuff like that, and they would go and buy them. There used to be a place on a council estate in London. They'd come down, and in his garden he had cages with lions in. Can you imagine nowadays you never get away with that? Goodness sake. Sarah says, after my trip to the cinema yesterday, saw the menu starring Ralph Fiennes, which was very good, went to Iceland and stocked up on several boxes of Harry Ramsden's Battered Pigs in Blankets. I know. So nice, isn't it? So nice. Pigs in Blankets, exclusive to it. They've got a whole range, I think, of Harry Ramsden stuff. And you get 8 approximately. Well, I mean, that's just one portion, isn't it? How can you possibly ever share anything like that? 8 pigs in blankets. Well, that's my little thing sorted out. What are the rest of you going to eat? Paul in Merthyr Tydfil, he says, you cheer me up on this horrible drive to work in this terrible rain. One of my favourite toys was a rubberised model called Johnny West. He was a cowboy, and he had a great load of accessories. I had his horse and his sidekick as well above me from my auntie in Australia. Happy days. Where are those toys now? People threw them away. If you had the opportunity to relive, you'd have kept all sorts of things. That's why when they come up for auction, somebody goes, how much are they worth? Why didn't I keep it? Because toys were meant to be played with. Agnes says, back from Bruges. We actually really enjoyed it. Beautiful medieval churches, canals, many restaurants, bars. That's a good bit. Breakfast shops, hundreds of different bears, copious amounts of red wine. The people were lovely and we enjoyed the historic atmosphere. We would definitely go again. Well, there you go. And Talia, or is it Charlie, says, recently the fair came here to Blackheath, went on the waltzes, and the guy gave me his number at the end of the ride. He did give me lots of spins, but at 57 thought it was I was past all that. But it did make me smile, though. Yeah, that's what they would do. They would get on there and the ride would be going round, and then they would spin you round. I'm going to be sick. I used to love stuff like that. It was all good stuff. So yesterday there was the big banquet, and I think you would love to know what they were eating. You won't understand half of it. Well, I didn't understand half of it.
Meet Charlie. She loves dogs.
Guilty.
She powers her pup empire with Shopify.
The sales won't stop.
With Charlie's tech needs sorted, she can focus on turning her home business into a global operation. Yes, boy. Join Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of businesses worldwide. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free trial at shopify.co.uk/setup22. Go to shopify.co.uk/setup22 to start selling online today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So yesterday we had the South African president over, and they had a banquet, and Kate looked fantastic. I mean, just can say no more. And the menu, this is what they ate. Grilled brill, I didn't know what it was either, but I'm assuming it's a fish, with wild mushrooms. That's a very wild mushroom. And truffles and sorrel sauce. Ballantine of Windsor pheasant filled with artichokes, quince compote and port sauce. Why can't they just have scampi like anybody else? And to accompany a selection of assorted chanterelle carrots. Just carrots, isn't it? Presumably the president had carrots before. Kale with roasted butternut squash and braised fondant potatoes. You see, I'll just go for the braised fondant potatoes because that sounds quite nice. For le dessert, iced vanilla parfait with caramelised apples, which we thought sounded quite nice, but I bet they're all piddling little tiny things. I think they should have taken pictures of it. And then you've got café petit fours, which is okay, but, you can't have That's why they get through the meal quickly, because the Queen never eats anything. The simple reason being, you can't have a conversation with somebody either side with shoving soup in your mouth, can you? So that doesn't work. And with that comes all sorts of wines from 2000, 2014, 2007, finishing up with some Taylor's Vintage Port from 1983. You can imagine what their cellars must be like, can't you? But that seems quite nice, actually. Except, I mean, could you have something different? Could I have pâté or something at the beginning? I like pâté with a bit, or perhaps just some toast. Perhaps I could have cheese on toast, and then some scampi with some 3 fried chips, thrice fried, would be quite nice. Kim Marsh not taking part in the Strictly Come Dancing this weekend, testing positive for COVID. And what else do we have? It's a picture of the trio of stars braving the jungles. Grot Yoga Bush Tucker trial. I think they're horrible, these things. They were pelted with offal, rotten fruit and veg and slime, although Boy George was spared the offal because he's, vegetarian, obviously. And that was it. And they did reasonably well. The Channel 5 hit Our Yorkshire Farm to be replaced by a new series featuring Clive Owen and his eldest son. One of the kids in the family of this family on the Yorkshire Moors is really good and can make all sorts of things. It might be Reuben, actually. Clive's 67. His wife Amanda decided that she'd had enough of it and she wanted to go off and be a celebrity somewhere else. So their 21-year marriage was over and the future of the show uncertain. Since then, Reuben and Clive have embarked on a new business venture, so it's called Beyond the Yorkshire Farm. I shall watch it. The poor dad must have, been in a dreadful state. 21 years married, then all of a sudden, bombshell out of the blue, but very easy to take your eye off the ball. Talking of circuses, you must have the film The Greatest Show on Earth with Dorothy Lamour and Charlton Heston. Oh, I like it, yes. And also the other one, which is very good, with John Wayne, called Circus World. Circus World. It's somebody he went out with years ago, and then she had an accident on the flying trapeze and comes back and there's a daughter. Turns out to be her daughter, which is very good. So Circus World. It's got a very, very melancholy start. Circus World, circus. And it's filmed in an actual circus. They haven't sort of made any of it up. And it's really lovely. It's a good film. I bought it years ago. So it's an ailing circus on a tour of Europe, and he's there on a romantic quest. And if you can get hold of a copy, get hold of a copy. You'll like it. Strangely enough, there aren't any films about fun fairs, apart from David Essex. David Essex had a film, which was he went to work on a fun fair. He was sort of like a Jack the Lad who lived in a bedsit, but used to go and help out and work the fun fair. And I think it's called That'll Be the Day. That'll Be the Day. It's got all sorts of people in it. Rosemary Leach. I think Ringo Starr's in it as well. And it's very good, actually. I like David Essex in that. It's a film from the 70s. And it came out, I think, in about 73 or something like that. But he plays a guy called Jim McClane. And then there was another one where he got into drugs quite badly in it. That was the storyline. And he was a pop star going off the rails. He was very good, you know. David Essex had loads of hits. And then went into a show with Sinatra, I think, called Mutiny. But Adam Faith was in it, Keith Moon. And it was the sequel. And it was called Stardust. And they were doing a song. It was called Woman, Goddess Divine, and all these people dressed in these robes. It was very moving because you seriously believed. I mean, he was very convincing as an actor who was on drugs. Very convincing. Other stories in the paper today. As she launches the Daily Express Christmas fundraising campaign, Lady Antonia Fraser recalls the joy of being the first person to hear her late husband Harold Pinter's plays, her enduring love of reading. She says, when I get to heaven, I'll ask, where's the library? There's the rest of us asking, where's the tea? Where's the tea? We don't ask for a lot, do we? Steve, talking of old toys, I picked up a 1977 still boxed Darth Vader from Star Wars at a car boot, currently worth £4,000. I paid 50p, says Johnny. Yeah, well, I found out that my Beatles guitar, according to Mr. Neil, is selling for about 3,000 quid, I think now. 3,000 quid. He went, oh, Steve. £2,768. I find it far too depressing. But we didn't think about it. It doesn't matter. I never cry over spilt milk. Ooh. Not much. Billy on the Isle of Wight says, my granddad was in a circus as a human cannonball. He got fired on his first day. Right, you're barred. Do you know they did used to have human cannonballs, and they used to bring this big cannon in, and it had a big spring in it, and they would fire somebody out of it, and they would shoot through the air into a net. And it was the human cannonball. So there you go. Scott in Littlehampton says, I still have the locomotive from my first train set. It's got dents, scrapes and scratches, the lot. But I've lost count of how many replacement motors it's had, but I wouldn't part with it for the world. Thank you, Mum. See, that's what you have to hang on to. My grandson works as an apprentice mechanic for a wonderful travelling circus called Gifford's. Oh, I know all about Gifford's. It's the OK Yard Brigade's favourite circus. They tour around and they do things. Yes, you've never seen anything like Gifford's circus. They've got, horses and things like that. It's only small, but it tours around and they do fantastic business, really. My colleagues and I, says Sean in Warwickshire, we're talking about toys. The only one that most of us have kept is a teddy bear. Mine's called Bernie and comes with me even if we go abroad. I still have my 1981 Tron handheld arcade game made by Grandstand, which I believe is worth about 150 quid. Ooh. Apparently Brill, says Simon the Fishmonger, is that beautiful flatfish similar to turbot. See, I don't do fish. I'm really weird. I'm the only person, I can eat fish fingers and I can eat scampi, but I don't do fish. I don't know why. I've had it before. I've had plaice and I've had, I had haddock the other day when I went to Scott's, but I'm not a fish eater. Given the choice, I'd rather have Boeuf Bourguignon over mashed potato. That would suit me fine. That would really suit me fine. The Duchess of Sussex. Oh, I forgot to do that story. I hope I can find that story. This is the charity that has given Meghan and what is that bloke's name? Anyway, an award, and they're going to this thing. They've taken a lot of money, this charity. It's a shame they don't give much out. But unfortunately, Harry and Meghan don't bother checking anything nowadays, do they? Which I think is a great shame. I like the Victorian gas lamps saved. I think we should have more of those in London. Big fan of gas lamps. Ronaldo misses out on 16 million as he leaves United. But we knew that was going to happen, didn't we? Even me, with my little knowledge of anything like that, would know that if you start dissing the club that pays you a small fortune, out you go. I'm sorry. What else have we got? The Curse of Strictly. There's no Curse of Strictly. There is no Curse of Strictly. Listen, if you spend a lot of time with people, eventually they're going to fall for you. I mean, I get it here all the time. Seriously. They have to move the producers. It's, becomes embarrassing, I think. But anything else? So where is this blooming story? Oh, and also 250,000 people have diabetes but don't know it. It's a bit of a worry, isn't it? What do they think it is? Or perhaps they don't. Perhaps they don't think it's anything at all. Biggins says that women vote to keep the male totty in the jungle, except Boy George, who's just been voted out. He said the first celeb evictees are all female. And I agree with him. I think it's the way that it goes. Here it is. This is in Eden. I'll have to do it after the break. It's in Eden Confidential. This is the surprising finances of Harry's Race Prize charity. Of course, Harry, who will grasp anything, because he doesn't really have anything to do at all in America, just sort of sits there twiddling his thumbs, perhaps doing things like cat's cradles with elastic bands, because he doesn't do anything. She goes out and does a podcast, but the people she invites on there, they don't get a look in. It's all about her. She can only talk about herself. Very selfish. But you wait till you hear about the prize charity. That'll turn your hair, I promise you.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 10 to 7 very nearly. So here they go. So there's Meghan and... Anyway, him. And they're over in America and they're sitting there and somebody says, we're going to give you an award for what you've said against the royal family. So, of course, nobody bothers I don't think they've got any staff to go and check anything out. So they just go, we'll come and accept this award without knowing anything about the charity whatsoever. Because Meghan's never encountered anything like this. And they say that charity clearly begins at home for the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Foundation, which is going to honour the Duke and Duchess of Sussex for their heroic stand against structural racism in the monarchy. It's not been checked out. They've just taken their word for it. Anyway, Eden Confidential learns that the non-profit organisation handed out just $300,000 in grants in the same year that it raked in $43 million in contributions and grants. That year, 2018, its 50th anniversary, its president, Kerry Kennedy, was paid $555,000, almost twice what the daughter of Robert F. Kennedy, assassinated in '68, a niece of John F. Kennedy, had her vast salary topped up by a further $42,000 in other compensations. At the New York Gala, the foundation in December, on the 6th, is to give Prince Harry and Meghan the Ripple of Hope Award, previously given to Bill and Hillary Clinton and Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Kennedy said the Sussexes had moral courage in challenging the oldest institution in the UK. They have no idea at all what goes on in the UK. They're taking the word of Harry and his dreary little book. But anyway, the charity's finances are disclosed by the US Internal Revenue Services. But they say we occasionally offer financial support as part of our programme work, but it's not a fixed part of what we do. In America, you could almost guarantee that there would be one of these sort of events every night of the week. There's also Nancy Reagan, well-known stick insect and spinster of this parish, used to have her own charity, the Nancy Reagan Foundation, which was purely set up for the purposes of Nancy Reagan. She literally took in all the money. The moment it was exposed in the American press, and she died years ago, they started handing out money. But basically, it flew her around the world first class. It paid for her office suites, her flowers, and everything else. So, and somebody was saying, well, wait a minute, how much has she given away? The answer is she hadn't given away very much at all, but the money was coming in. And so maybe Harry and Meghan should start checking a little bit more carefully about what they're accepting. The trouble is they're so egotistical. I thought they wanted privacy. I do distinctly remember them saying they wanted privacy, and yet it appears not. They just sort of lap it up. She loves calling herself a duchess, but she's no more near a duchess than I am. Well, I'll have to think about that bit, actually. I'd have to think about that one. And don't let that missing parcel lay ruined your Christmas shopping, because at this time of year, stuff is going to go missing, I promise you. You're either going to miss a delivery or somebody's going to sort of, swipe something. I try to be very careful. And I did sort something out a short while ago. I had not a problem, but I wrote off to a company that I'd ordered something from and said it hasn't arrived yet. And this was yesterday. I was still waiting for this thing. It was only £58. And they wrote back and said, yeah, well, on PayPal, it's pending. And I went, yeah, but when you told me that, I paid it the next day and it went through on PayPal. They then had to go back and check that, in fact, they had been paid for it. They just hadn't checked. They said it was still showing as pending. But then the new one was paid. I said, it was paid on the 15th of this month. So they've apologised profusely, and they're going to keep an eye on it in future. Because you've got to check all these things just to make sure that somebody's got your order. But now we know about the stamps all the way down there in Bromley, that they go for another 6 months. It's not the end of January. Nothing worse than people putting out incorrect information. Shame on you. On the Isle of Wight ferry, rain, but I have a coffee and a bacon roll. There you go. On the Isle of Wight ferry. How bizarre. Charlotte in Bampton says, my family were a travelling circus a couple of generations ago. My great-grandfather, Mastrillo Bosco, performed sleight-of-hand card tricks for Queen Victoria. On his death certificate, it had him named as a wizard. Oh, wow, how nice. And David Essex made a record called All the Fun of the Fair. He certainly did. And don't forget Carousel, fun fairs galore, and Strangers on a Train, where one of the characters gets killed on the fun fair. Oh, I don't like anything where people get killed on the fun fair, Kathy. I really don't. Hitchcock's Strangers on a Train features the fun fair, says Chris, quite heavily, especially at the end. And wasn't the film Roustabout, starring Elvis Presley, a film about a fun fair? Difficult to tell with Elvis Presley films. They were all a bit bizarre. Whatever it involved him singing at some point and getting the girl. And Lewis says, I don't blame Adele for staying at the Wynn. It's the nicest hotel I've ever been in. You'd love it. Well, she's not staying in the Wynn. She's staying in a bungalow in the grounds, which I'm sure would be very lovely. Yeah, Roustabout. He was working as a singer who takes a job working with a struggling carnival. So Barbara Stanwyck was in there as well. Ringo Starr, Steve, was David Essex's co-star, and that'll be the day. Adam Faith was his co-star in Stardust. Great movie, says Terry in Bournemouth. I think you can get them both on the same DVD. I think they both come on the same DVD. Water for Elephants is a great film about a circus, says Tristan in good old Chelmsford. And one here says, after hearing you mention that you and your former producer Corey had such a fab time at Joe Allen's a couple of weekends ago, I'm taking my lovely neighbour Maureen there tonight for her birthday dinner. Ooh, that's a bit nice, isn't it? Well done, you. Well done. And Marion in South Benfleet says, have you been discussing the bear on the Toblerone? No, we don't know about the bear on the Toblerone, do we? Do we not know? I don't know whether we should know about it. Do you know what it is? There's a hidden bear on the Toblerone. It goes back. You must download this programme on the podcast because it's got valuable advice about hot water bottles. But apparently on a Toblerone, there is a hidden bear. So there's the Toblerone logo. Yeah, and that's the bear, is it? Yeah. It doesn't look like a bear at all. It's got a tail. Bears don't have tails. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, right. But why does it have a bear in its logo? What would be the reason for that? Is there some reason that Toblerone put a bear on there? Should be interesting. Oh, it represents... Oh, there are assumptions, because it's on its hind legs. Once you see it, it'll be hard to unsee it. And they say it represents the Swiss capital of Bern, where the chocolate was made, which is known as the City of Bears. Bern, yeah, but the City of Bears. Why would it be known as City of Bears? I thought we had that city yesterday, didn't we? Which was up in God knows where. Yeah, which was lovely. A wonderful circus film is Three Ring Circus with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis from 1954, Steve. Oh, there's loads of stuff, isn't there? But if you get the chance to check out the book, British Circus Life, if you can get hold of a copy, then that would be well worth having, and takes you back to a more interesting time, you know, when people everybody, it was all hands to the pump. Everybody helped putting up. The legends I heard growing up held that the city was founded in 1191 by Berthold V of Saarbrücken, who derived the name Bern from the Germanic word Bären, meaning bear, after a successful bear hunt. So bears have been part of Bernese culture ever since, and as early as 1513, the city has kept live bears on display. Oh. Live on display where? Do they sort of keep them in... Are they in zoos or something? Oh, how interesting. They've got it's the bear pit, the Bärengraben. the Bärengraben, of course it is. And it's a bear pit situated at the edge of the old city of Bern next to the River Aar. Oh, right. I suppose day out for people. Go and have a look at the bears. Yeah, go check out the Bears of Bern. I think we had something years ago. We bought it in Austria, and it's a carved wooden bear. So I think there must be some connection between wooden bears and Austria and stuff like that. Because we were talking the other day about the polar bears, and that was very interesting. When there's a town where they literally have to fly, you've got to go out with a gun because these things run and they can attack. You know, and they're very dangerous, actually. People always sort of worry about bears and things like that, and that's why they do tours, and the bears stand up on their hind legs. And I was explaining yesterday to the producer that they can be as tall There's about, 9 to 13 feet. You don't mess with them. It's like bears. If ever you're in the forest and a bear starts chasing you, for God's sake, don't climb a tree. They climb trees as little cubs. They have no problem. Yeah, you have to make yourself look big. Yeah, and don't run. First thing I'll be doing is running. I don't want to mess about. If you run it, I know it makes them chase you. I mean, I think the only chance you're going to have is sort of, running up a tree and then cutting the tree down behind you. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Thursday, November the 24th. So drivers are hit with 30,000 parking tickets every day. But, of course, we always know, don't we, that that's who the councils pick on. They pick on motorists. They're the easy ones. Let's make all the speed limits 20 miles an hour and nick them left, right and centre. You try driving at 20 miles an hour. Also, caring for the grandkids staves off loneliness. Enter the mini shampoos. You couldn't take them on board the aircraft. They've now brought out, they've got a scanner. They can see whether you've got them anyway. Elizabeth Taylor's dresses coming up for auction, and the Love Actually star tricked out of savings by her friend who worked at the BBC. Don't cheat at Scrabble, bit of a risk. And the oldest moggy in the world is called Flossie. And a top police officer posts a blackface photo online but still keeps his job. Can't believe it, can you really? And you won't believe the next story. This is the story of Johnny Irwin. Now, we told you about Johnny Irwin a while ago. He was diagnosed and is diagnosed with terminal cancer. We don't know how long he's got. He doesn't know how long he's got, but he has come up with this phrase and saying, which I've repeated time and time again. If I die this year, he says, my kids won't remember me because they're young. They don't know. Little children don't remember things like that. So he might want to cuddle them and, and everything is going really well. But when he dies, they won't know. They don't know what dying is. Heavens above, most adults have got no idea what it is. It's kind of permanent. But anyway, the story is, and this is on the front page of The Sun today, because he's done an exclusive interview. He's accused a place in the Sun bosses of dumping him as soon as he told them he was dying of cancer. So this is a company, we think they're called Freeform Productions. They produce A Place in the Sun and the spin-off shows, and they provide stuff for the One Show and things like that. I personally can't actually get my head around the fact that you tell somebody that you've got terminal cancer. It's not like he's going to die mid-filming or anything like that, and he gets dumped. Now, I'm hoping that, perhaps it was something they said, you go and rest and all the rest. I don't know. But all I know is he says it broke my heart, as you can well imagine. I mean, he lived for that show. I mean, they can't have got rid of him because he's a good presenter, because he is a good presenter, and you don't get rid of somebody for being a good presenter. You get rid of somebody if you think, oh, no, perhaps we'll need to find somebody else. But he's moving. It's not like he's bedbound or anything like that. And so he says, he's sort of despairing at leaving his wife and young children behind. And I always thought he was charming. I always thought he was absolutely charming, very professional. In fact, couldn't actually have been more professional over everything he's ever done. And so to hear him sort of saying that when he revealed his cancer diagnosis, he was talking about his wife Jess and their 3-year-old son Rex, and they've got 2-year-old twins, Cormac and Rafa. And he was talking about, the fact that medication, radiotherapy and chemo have kept him alive. He'd been filming A Place in the Sun in Italy when he became ill, and says producers paid him off and failed to renew his contract after he told them he had cancer. I mean, I seriously, hand on, I can't believe that a production company would be so heartless to do something like that to somebody who's just announced. I mean, I'm questioning whether or not it's true. Because it's just so hurtful to do that to somebody who is at their lowest ebb. They've been diagnosed, they've got terminal cancer, they don't know how long it's going to be, and the people who employ you go, basically sod off. I don't understand that. Unless, as I say, I've misread it, but it's here in black and white and red all over, as they say. But, to lose somebody, because he's told them that he could die this year, he doesn't know when he's going to die. But to lose, I thought that would be the time that the company would rally round him, and look after him and sort of say, listen, you've done really good business for us. Thank you so much. We're not going to let you down. We're going to help you through this. But the ultimate end is that he's going to die. And he's so worried. He said, I want to go knowing that Jess and the boys are looked after. So his house is paid off. He's got a mortgage that was paid off some time ago. He said, and there's money in the bank. Because I think he's very careful. I don't think he's a frivolous person at all. But, you know, the saddest thing ever that a company that produces the programme would even say that to anybody. I can't believe it. They'd never say it here. Global, as I've said to you before, when I was, you know, very ill, they looked after me like you can't imagine. It was all I could do to stop them. I used to get flowers turning up at home. I got they went out to make sure that I was being fed. So they had this company deliver all this frozen food. I mean, this huge box arrived, covered in ice and everything else. I mean, I thought they were trying to overfeed me. But they sent round everything, and then they would phone up and go, "How are you feeling? How, you know, are you doing good?" And so that's why it grieves me to think that Johnny Irwin, you know, one of TV's nice guys, could ever be treated like this by a company. I'd like to know who made that decision, you know, to actually say, you know, we're going to lose you. I mean, I just find it so horrendous. So horrendous. We've had a few of these stories in the papers recently. I was watching yesterday Will Young being interviewed, laying into David Beckham like you can't imagine, like everybody was. There was a programme, a chat show on the television last night. They were all young people. They were all like, you know, with it, all right, you know, happening here, happening there. And 90% of the panel, they had 3 gay people on it, and they were sort of people of ethnicity. And they were saying, he's wrong. He's made a big, big mistake. And I was watching and I was agreeing. I'm going, yes, he did make a big mistake. But, you know, nobody ever said David Beckham was intelligent. What they've said is he should have given that money to gay, lesbian and trans charities. But he hasn't. He's trousered it. You know, and that's where it was wrong. So David Beckham now goes way to the bottom of the list, especially, and they highlighted it, and I'd completely forgotten, his front cover of Attitude magazine, and the writing inside, which said basically, this has been my mission, you know, to help people and look. And you thought, you bloody liar. So sorry, shouldn't have used the word liar. You know, he just told lies. You know, because he wanted to cultivate the gay vote and everything else. You know, and now Attitude's publisher have removed David Beckham's cover from the office after this Qatar. I should think so too. He lied to us. He's a liar. He said that he was concerned about gay people and trans people and people of ethnicity, and it turns out it's just a load of old spherical objects. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You know, what he is, he's a paid lackey for the Qatari government, so he had to sit there. My producer was having a discussion with me earlier on. I was trying not to take interest in it because, you know, it's like you know, you deal with somebody who's so sort of, you know, forward-thinking. And he said maybe he's being paid $1 million a week, this over 10 weeks or something like that. And so he has to go and sit in the stadium. I said, no, he's a puppet. It doesn't matter whether they pay him £1 million a week or they pay him the whole £10 million. Whatever it is, he's taken it and he's basically thrown it back in the faces of all gay people and trans people and all these other people who, unfortunately, in Qatar don't get a look in. But David doesn't care about you. He's only interested in trousering the money for himself. And that's why, you know, when you see a programme full of young people talking about it and they're anti him as well, I think, oh, good, I'm on the same wavelength as everybody else. I feel sorry for him that he's that stupid and that blinkered and that dumb, you know, and I wonder whether, you know, I mean, he can't have made this decision by himself. He's not bright enough. He really isn't. So that's why, you know, I mean, even if he gives the money away now, he's scuppered any chance of getting a knighthood. My God, if he gets a knighthood, there'll be riots in the street. You can almost guarantee it, can't you? But anyway, oh, God, there's got to be some happy stories in the papers. Happy stories. No, there's no happy stories in the papers. Apart from Elizabeth Taylor's dresses coming up for auction. Nice dresses, very, very nice dresses. The oldest Moggy in the world is called Flossie. It's about 26 or something like that. The Basil Fawlty of the Caravan Park. Elton John goes out with Dave. And why has Elton John not had a word to say about a Beckham? They're supposed to be best buddies. And Elton's as gay as a goose, as far as I was concerned. I wasn't too sure about that one. Couldn't prove it. But he was turning on the lights in New York, and he looks as miserable as sin. He really does. Much derision over Harry and Meghan getting that award, and I'll tell you why. It's not because basically they're a bunch of numpties. Also, the oldest recorded town is now the country's newest city. Where do you think it is? Where do you think it is? So the oldest recorded town, now the country's newest city, it's Colchester. Colchester has been given that status. I've never been to Colchester. I don't think I've ever been to Colchester. I'm sure it's absolutely lovely. It's a garrison town, isn't it? It's got lots of soldiers. King Tut's stamps of approval. They're always looking for new stamps, and King Tut gets them at the moment. And Boy George throws a tantrum. He leaves I'm a Celebrity, but he wants to go straight home, and they've said you're not. You're not allowed to go straight home. You have to stay there in the hotel, and because that's what you're being paid for. They're not paying you this money so you can prance around like a ninny, do your little bits and pieces, and then flounce back to this country. No, no, no. You have to stay there, and you have to go to the party. And he goes, well, I don't want to see the man with them again. Well, you're going to have to, sweet pea, aren't you? Otherwise, you don't get the money. You've broken contract, and you've accepted the golden shilling, so you abide by the rules. It's, I don't understand these people who accept something, sign the contract, and then go, well, I'm not staying here. You blooming well are. You blooming well are. Number 10 slashes TV interviews even further. And Super Mario, that's his name actually, he's down the gym. He's aged 80. The producer's written 84, but he's 94, I think, you'll find. Yeah, sort of knocking 10 years off his life is not going to be helping anybody anytime soon. And I've got a lovely house for sale in Florida, decorated with half-naked women. And it was owned by somebody who invented suntan oil. And he's got this tacky house. I mean, I quite like it because it's fairly busy and, and sort of eclectic and collects art and all the rest of it, which I quite like. The hosepipe ban lifted for 15 million people, but they're saying still, can you not spend too much time in the shower? They don't. I mean, what are they going to do? Come round and check? They're going to come around and check. You're going to knock on the door. Where are you? I'm in the shower. Because I used to do that. Somebody, they knock on the door and you have to go downstairs with a towel round you. And it used to be Jehovah's Witnesses round our way. So I would drop the towel. And for some reason, they didn't want to talk to me. I don't know why. I have no idea. I just thought it would make sort of life a bit more entertaining. I did do it once. They moved into Staines. There was a new sort of church. And these two young men in suits on a stinking wet night and all the rest of it turned up on the door and said, we're local to the area. They're very smart and very, very polite. But they just want to recruit you. And I was wearing my towel, as per usual, hoping the doorbell would ring, and they said, could we come in, a bit of a miserable night, and I said yes. And so they came into the sitting room, and I had pine and green and nice furniture and all the rest of it, and they said, should we have a little prayer before we start? I went, I don't think so, no, I don't really want a little prayer. So I sort of let the towel drop again, and you didn't see him for dust. Out that front door they went. Back into the very, very wet world as it was at the time. But it is interesting, isn't it, when sort of people, I've seen all these churches in America. Some of these big, stand-up, fall-down churches, they're huge. They appeal to the ministry, and they do it around the world. And we used to get them here on channels, but we don't get them anymore now, mainly because so many of them are crooks. We had, Jim and Tammy Baker and all the rest of it. Then we had the one who went, oh, God, I have sinned. It turned out he'd been sleeping with prostitutes. And you think, wait a minute, you can't preach to us. And there was one bloke who said, send in $1 million. And people were phoning up. You can buy a Bible or a prayer. For $25, they'll give you a prayer and stuff like that. But as I say, it's all a bit tacky. It's all a bit tacky. If you're going to go to a church, go to a little church in your little village. You'll get far more out of it than going to some of these big multi-faith things. Although I do enjoy watching the Mormon Tabernacle Choir DVDs at Christmas. They put on a big display. They have everything. Big stars fly in, and they fly them up, and they're really, really good. Really good shows. You've never seen them? No. Oh, you must watch them. They have a big orchestra, and this place is filled with thousands of devotees. Sorry? After the break? No, you can't. No, not starting that one. Don't start the same as him. He's quite clearly working you, isn't he? Like a vent. It's not happening, mate. It's not happening. If you think that you're going to take over driving the programme and then go, should we take a break? Because I could read his lips. Tell him to take a break, because he's terrible on his timekeeping. But I like that. I take a break when I want to.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Morning, Steve. Keck, the lorry driver, who says night shift nearly done. The Thai green curry was lovely. This morning it's bangers and mash. Oh, I could go bangers and mash now. Quite definitely. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7. And it's November the 24th already. And Johnny Depp is going to return to the Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise as Captain Jack Sparrow, 5 years on from the last movie. Since when he's appeared in court, he's got money out of Amber Heard, who I never liked. Never liked her at all. What a nasty piece of work. But anyway, how much has he been paid for starring in previous Pirates movies? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. £200 million. That's what he's earned. 200 million. So he returns again. Good for him. I mean, I personally think he's mad as a toothbrush. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I think. Who cares? Listen, he's very successful in what he does. I liked it when he did the Disney ride, and people are floating by in this Disney ride, and he's standing there, but they don't know it's him. It looks like him as Captain Jack Sparrow, and just when the boat gets near, he goes, "Aha!" And they go, "Oh my God, quick, take a picture. It's Johnny Depp." And it's nice. I remember Amber Heard. He actually sued for defamation and won. So there he is. So he's in there, and they're floating around. It is Pirates of the Caribbean. Of course, the people in the boats can't believe it. They're so excited because he's wearing all the costume and the wigs and everything, and he just looks good, doesn't he? If anybody looks like a pirate, although pirates were really rough. Pirates were, oh God, they'd kill you as soon as look at you. Pirates were terrible people. You know, there are certain islands that they used to inhabit where they stored their jewellery and the gold that they'd looted from other ships. Oh, they thought nothing of killing people. Nothing of killing people. They were ruffians, those pirates, and they still exist. They still exist, pirates. They don't look the same, obviously, but nowadays they've got high-powered speedboats and everything else, and they try and take over huge tankers. And still, there's a film, isn't there? Oh, I don't know, but there's lots of Somalian pirates out there. That's how they make their money. Mo says, Steve, there are lots of videos of Battersea Park Fun Fair. Oh, I do like that. And Kathy says, Steve, you really need to come and visit Ipswich and Colchester. We're next door to each other by 18 miles, and Ipswich is the second oldest recording town, though there have been times when we were the oldest. It's a lovely area, Constable country, just the beautiful architecture and scenery. I'll get you a cup of tea and a cheese scone. A cheese scone? Cheese scone. I've known a cheese scone for ages. My mother used to make them. Cheese scone. So you make the liquid and the cake stuff and all the rest of it, and you just add grated cheese into it, and then you sort of it looked delicious. Steve, I have false widow spiders living in my car. There are eggs behind the front headlight. Behind the front headlight? How does that work? And behind the wing mirrors. I absolutely hate spiders. Could any of you listeners give me some advice? No. I'm sorry, we're not here as an advice programme. You need to write to the BBC. They'll probably have a local radio station that can help you. No, as far as I'm concerned, you have to suffer with them. I write with good news, Steve, says Peter, the Toastmaster from the Isle of Wight. I have recruited my friend Peter from Alderney to the 4am Spikers. He's currently wintering in Thailand with his lovely wife, who appears not to have a name, I'm afraid. She's just the lovely wife. The fragrant wife, which is lovely. The UK's biggest ever fraud sting has brought down a phone number site used to scam victims out of millions of pounds. I mean, at one point, up to 20 people a minute were targeted. Do you remember, there's this bloke, he's an American, and he puts on a voice of an old lady, and he doesn't quite understand what's sort of going on. And what do I do, dear? I've got this thing here, and they go, now listen to it. They're all in India, but they try and pretend they're not. They try and pretend they're in America, which of course, but he speaks Punjabi. He speaks Punjabi, which is even cleverer. And he's basically saying, well, do I hang up now? And they go, no, don't hang up. Don't hang up. Because they need you on the line so that they can scam her. And they say, listen, go onto your computer and put this in. Well, I don't know. I think he's Jim Browning. He's only young, but he's very good. But he plays this sort of woman part. He doesn't dress up like, he just does the voice to scam them. And he's also managed to access their cameras. He can see them in their scam centre in India. He said he knows their building, he knows the floor they're on. And there's another YouTuber called Mark Rober who worked, I think, with the FBI to take down. And what he did, he then put up photographs. Said, are you any of these people here? And then all of a sudden, click, the phone goes down. And then they suddenly realize he can see them while they're working and scamming people. And what they do is they say, listen, you've probably seen on your account that there's an overpayment. We want to give this back to you now. But what you need to do is you need to get in the car and go down the road to this to a Target shop or something like that and buy these cards. And that will, it really is. It's a big, and people fall for it. People fall for it. It's quite awful, and he exposes them. And then what he does is he says, I'm just going to delete your files. And one by one, it's like watching War Games with Matthew Broderick. And they vanish. They go, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he goes, I'm deleting your files, you crooked. And then they come up with every rude word under the sun. Oh, the stuff they say. My friend Ian says 1 month until the bell rings. every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. I wish him it's a wonderful life. And the dad goes, you're so right. You're so right. So Clarence, the bell rang and Clarence gets his wings. He was an angel first class. I don't think the producer's ever going to be an angel. In fact, I think it's hardly likely he's ever going to make it upstairs. I think it's going to be a downstairs job. Steve, I can't believe David Beckham pocketing the money, says Stella. Doesn't he have enough? I think, frankly, he's made the biggest mistake of his entire life. The biggest mistake. He thinks he's being really clever by trousering 10.5. What did he think we were going to go? That's okay, Dave. We know you don't like gay people. Because that old baloney. Even the people at Attitude magazine have taken that cover down. So you don't have to look at his ugly mug anymore, and read the baloney that goes with it. Oh, yes, ever since a child. In fact, I can't remember exactly what it said. Can you find me what he said on that Attitude cover? He made a sort of statement at the time about, how he'd sort of supported this sort of thing for ages and ages. Always been his goal to support people. And I thought, yeah, now we realise you're just that creep who played football some years ago. That's all we don't realise anything else, and propped up his wife's business. But unfortunately, anything to do with gay people, he's not really interested. In fact, he's not at all interested, which is a bit of a shame. But he does have enough, Stella. The papers put them down, which is a lie, over 700 million. They've got nowhere near 700 million, more like 350 million. But as I say, what difference does 10 million make for the risk of losing and alienating all the gay fans? Seriously, I remember Donna Summer made a comment some years ago. People stopped buying her records. Gay people stopped buying Donna Summer's records because she made a derogatory comment. Yeah. It shouldn't matter, said David Beckham. This is when he had the Attitude front cover. It shouldn't matter what people are, and it never has done to me. Adding that it's the way I was brought up and the way I'll always be. You liar. You liar. Seriously, honestly, perhaps he's so dumb he forgets that people check on these things. He must be getting some crap on Twitter, I should imagine, from people going, "You really are disgusting." It's just the editor of the magazine Attitude says it's a reminder that being an advocate for not just LGBTQ plus rights, but women's rights, immigrant workers' rights, and any human rights should not be lip service. It's not a trend to boost a person's profile. Human rights are not a fashion statement to be made to generate coverage in the style pages of tomorrow's magazines. They're not a new haircut to stir up media attention. It shouldn't matter, says Beckham, what people are, and it never has done to me. You liar. Really, absolutely disgraceful. So quite rightly, Attitude have taken him down. And hopefully they'll never feature him ever again. I don't know how he's ever going to redeem himself. It's very rare that, the whole country comes together and goes, you screwed up big time, matey. People used to look at you and go, oh, it's great Dave supports you because you're gay. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He couldn't care what happens to you. He really doesn't care. Another Euro Millions winner, Joe and Jess Thwaite, are finally ready to move on from their 3-bedroom bungalow. They won in May 184 million. And so they've actually put their property on the market for 675, which down in London is a 1-bedroom flat in Teddington. 675 is a 1-bedroom flat. So they and their 2 children moved into the Grade 2 listed home with stables only months before the win. And they were in no hurry to move on when they landed the jackpot. But I think they'll be moving into some. 184 million. My advice is, if ever you win that much money or something even approaching that, go out and really enjoy yourself. That's the whole idea. People who go, oh, it's not going to change me. Give it back then. Give it back. You're too stupid to have even won it in the first place. No, you have to go out and enjoy yourself. That's the whole idea of winning that amount of money. You do your bit for charity. You give away to people. You help people out. Charities especially at Christmas time. And then you just get on and you go mad. You go mad. Go and buy yourself new pants and socks and everything. Yeah, well, maybe not socks. Well, maybe not pants either. But, at least go out there and do it. That's the whole idea. Treat yourself. Buy the people you work with a little gift. No, I'll take that one back. It sounded almost like a legally binding contract, didn't it, really? Ooh, Steve said he was going to buy us a little something. Here's a bar of chocolate. Yeah, wooey, wooey. Little advent calendar I could buy them. They should all be great. No, I would. I would look after people because that's the whole idea. That guarantees you the place in heaven. And I only want to go to heaven. I don't want to go anywhere else. Thank you very much indeed. What it's like, I've got no idea. But I'm assuming if you win a lot of money and you're quite generous to people, I think you get your own cloud. I'm going for my own cloud. I mean, I don't want to share. Don't want to share. I want to be like Mary Poppins at the opening scene of Mary Poppins, where the umbrella sinks down into the cloud and she picks it up and then pushes it down in again.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. It's very cold and miserable and just uninteresting weather. You know, I don't mind damp and I don't mind leaves, but I hate it when they get under the back of the car. You know, I've got sort of low-slung bumpers and all the rest of it, and these leaves get caught up underneath. It's the council's fault. That's why we get flooded roads. The council are too bone-idle to actually get out there with their sucking machine to suck all the leaves up. So you end up with sort of floods all over the blooming place, which is absolutely dreadful. It really drives you berserk. So another health award, Heroes Meet Celebs. So they dragged them all out. People from Love Island you've never heard of in your entire life. And Mel B, God damn, she must be out most nights of the week, actually. Also, Anthony Joshua, Rishi Sunak was out as well. Love Island's Millie Court, whoever she is. They put somebody from Love Island on a short while ago. She was on this chat show last night where they were looking at people of diversity and colour, and they were talking about Beckham and various other issues. It was very lively. There was a couple of odd people on there. And then they brought on Molly May Hague or something, or Molly something, anyway. And this other girl who'd been on Love Island. And I looked at her like, who are you? She only lasted a week, literally on Love Island. And then she started complaining about, because she was black, she was kicked off and this kind of stuff. She said, I was only there as a token person. And that's what it was. She said, once I'd been on there and they'd seen me, then they got rid of me. One of those sort of things. Because you read about people now and they go, so-and-so, so-and-so. And I used to say, oh, they're obviously on Hollyoaks. That's why you don't know who they are, because there's nobody watching the blooming programme. But they've got Love Island's Millie Court, whoever she is. Never even have you heard of her? Oh, you've heard? Oh, she won it last year. Well, there you go. How exciting. Davina McCall I've heard of. It's very well known. I've heard of Sir Keir Starmer. Jamie Oliver as well. We've seen Jamie Oliver on lots of occasions. He wears glasses and he can smarten himself up now. Whereas Joey Essex just like a complete prat. The stupidest haircut I've ever seen in the entire universe. There you go, another Love Islander. There must be so many of them. I suppose if they stand there with their boobs out, you go, Love Island. This one's called Demi Jones. Ever heard of her? Oh, you've heard of her as well. She was winter season before COVID. Oh, how lovely, honestly. I'm so excited that the producer watches this stuff. Very exciting. Also, David Seaman was there. And Homes Under the Hammer's Martin Roberts. He wasn't very good in I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He had attitude. Also, there's somebody here who's a technician, and he's a friend of Harry Redknapp. That's the claim to fame. Friend of Harry Redknapp. And here's poor old Joey Essex. What does he do now? Nothing. Nothing at all. But there you go. Also, Ulrika Johnson was there, and a few other interesting people. Ellie Simmons, she was robbed. And, oh, look, Roman Kemp and his dad. Again, who I think due to the success of Roman Kemp, his father's had a resurgence in his career because he turns up on more places than Roman does. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? That's the way it goes. Also, Dr. Feelgood's guitarist Wilco Johnson has died aged 75. My friend Duncan Barks tweeted about that. I didn't know. I've heard of Dr. Feelgood, but I didn't know who the guitarist was. I just kept thinking, oh dear. 75, not too far away from me, is it? Sorry, what's the matter? What, he played a guitar? I don't know. He just played a guitar, I don't know. A Bruenbecker or something, I don't know. Well, I don't know his bass guitar, I don't know, wait a minute. But he spent 10 years living on borrowed time. It's a bit like my producer. Because he had pancreatic cancer, this bloke. But it doesn't say, what guitar... What difference it make? What guitar... You should get your bling, 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 bling. That's all you do in a guitar. You don't really think you contribute to a band, do you, if you're just a guitarist? Whereas the drummer is like, and the lead singer, they're like the hot numbers. That's how it works. A guitarist, they just stand there staring at the floor, poor souls. Jacqueline Joss's 30th birthday party didn't go to plan after a row broke out that resulted in her husband, Dan Osborne, being arrested. Poor little Dan, honestly. What will happen when he gets looks? Who knows? Who knows? But he wants to make it up to Jacqueline. Oh, they've been on, off, haven't they? About as exciting as poor old Jordan. On, off with her little boyfriend. But she's like that with all of them. And apparently she cheated, which is a bit tacky, actually, for an old woman of that age. But there you go. Ollie Mers says, anybody lucky enough to land an invite to his wedding next year will also be treated to a gig. Oh, God, he's going to sing at the wedding. Make sure you're busy. Make sure you're busy. You don't want to be going there. You imagine Ollie Mers' wedding. I mean, I'll probably get the obligatory invite and I'll have to turn it down as usual, saying, sorry, I'm at the podiatrist or something. You know, always have to make excuses up. Steve, until a few days ago, says Brad, I'd never heard of Johnny Irwin. But it seems to me the production company is doing the right thing by giving the opportunity to spend his remaining time with his family. Oh, no, I think you're big wrong on that. He doesn't want to. Listen, he spends it. How long do you think it takes to film these programmes? They go and do a 9-to-5 day, they film, and then he goes home to spend time with his family. But they just... It's a what? Yeah, well, even if the shows are... They're not all abroad. He does a lot in this country. And they'd be filmed well in advance. Well in advance. Steve, they should reduce the £65 PCN charge, and the cost of living has gone up. Did they just pluck the figure out of thin air? What's PCN? Is that... Penalty charge notice. Oh, right. Oh, right. Oh, yes, lots of people, 30,000 a day, getting ticket. The council love it. They can't. Listen, they don't need to do anything else. Just rakes in the money for them. But did they just pluck the figure out of thin air, which then doubles and triples if not paid within 14 days? Ridiculous. They're driving poverty as this only affects working classes. Oh, you're joking. Don't be silly. Loads of people get bargain tickets. It's not just the working classes. I mean, who are the working? We're all working class. What is this garbage that people come up with? They go, oh, you know, because we're working class. And you go, no, you're not. We're all working class. We don't have classes anymore. I mean, I remember years ago when you had first, second and third on the trains. You either sat in first class, if you could afford it, second class, or basically baggage. And that was third class on the trains. But we don't have that anymore. Everybody is working class. Yeah, but most of the trains that have got the first class carriages on, they say this train is, you can sit anywhere you like. There's no, I mean, the only difference, you know, on my route, getting in first class is the trolley service, the film and the show as well that they do provide. That's the only thing that you get different on there. But no, you see people, when they go to Ascot, they pack into first class, but they're not first class carriages. They only do first class on long distance, but most of the time they go, this is like a classless training, sit where you want. Otherwise, it's stupid to have an empty carriage. I mean, if you're doing London to Edinburgh, well, then I would expect to kick the peasants out because they're working class. But I mean, apart from that, it should be all fine. But no, we don't have working class. I'm working class. I work for a living. I need to work for a living. I'm not financially independent. The producer's definitely working class because he has to work and travel on a tube. On a tube, I ask you. Have you heard of such a thing in this day and age? He doesn't even have a chauffeur, and he lives in Maidenhead, where all the rich people live, because they've got a river called the Thames, and it runs past. Oh, goodness, yes. Don't frighten me. But no, there's no such thing as working class. It used to be years ago, because the middle classes would sort of behave differently, but we don't have that anymore. You know, we're all... In fact, the most sort of likely people you'll find in nightclubs now paying 400 quid a bottle of champagne will be footballers or some old tart off Love Island. That's how it works. They're the only people that can afford it. You know, us people here, like, you know, humble little us, we have to work for a living. If we don't earn money, we don't survive and have to rely... Well, he has to rely on, you know, mum and dad. Bank of mum and dad. I don't have that luxury. My mum and dad died years ago. So I have to go out there and earn my living. And don't get me wrong, I love it. I love it. I hope Brian May from Queen isn't listening, says Jill. He's a fabulous guitarist. Oh, you know what they're like, you know. No. It's very easy to do. James says Elton is the godparent to David's son. Of course he won't stand with it. Well, that's the trouble with Elton, isn't it? You know, and also he's so ancient now, he doesn't... I mean, when you look at the pictures of him turning on the lights, he's got no idea where he is. Seriously, they've obviously given him a, you know, perhaps a liqueur chocolate or something, and it's all gone to his feet. Steve, your voices are not heard. Hackney's the worst borough. Oh, is it? Oh, I don't know. I've been through Hackney once. I thought Hackney was okay. Is it not okay? I think it should be okay. And somebody else says, I'm an activity coordinator in a dementia care home in Scotland, and I love what I do, making memories for the moment. I hope you have a wonderful day, says Vicky. See, people have destinations. They have a calling. You know, if you're a nurse, you're not doing it for the money, are you? You're doing it because you've got a vocation. You're doing it because you want to help people, or if you work in antenatal or anything like that, you know, you're doing it because you love doing it. There's a list of jobs. You know, they said, what would people like to do if they were in a position of picking the job? And strangely enough, radio presenters don't feature at all. They don't feature at all. You'd think people want to be radio presenters. You'd think people would want to sit down. I mean, I've heard a few people, mad as fruitcakes, you know, who sort of come on and sort of offer their opinion on things, and some of them are so ignorant. So ignorant. And you think to yourself, you don't really think you sound good, do you? You know, but you don't like to be rude to them. Because, you know, because they've obviously had that heaped on them throughout their entire life. It was like the other day we had somebody writing in saying, you're wrong. The stamps, the old ones, expire at the end of January. And I had to sort of point out, you know, in the best possible way, you're an idiot. You know, they've already announced it's going to be an extra 6 months on top of it, you know. Debbie says, Wilco Johnson played guitar like no one else, a complete one-off. Will be much missed. I bet he's replaced. Philip says, if Mrs. Shufflewick was still alive, do you think she'd have gone on I'm a Celebrity or Love Island? Mrs. Shufflewick was a drag queen, Reg Jameson. And Rex used to appear in London at the Windmill Theatre. And he would come on stage and he used to dress up as a little old lady with an old wig and old lady clothes. There was nothing glam about the drag that he did. He died 1983. He was only 58. He enjoyed a drink. Did he enjoy a drink? He certainly did. And he would totter in and out of it. In fact, sometimes he would appear on stage at the Black Cap in Camden. Mark Fleming would be comparing the show, and he was a big Jewish drag queen, and he was fabulous. And he would tell stories about things going on, and people would be... And then he'd say, now Shuff's coming on. He used to call him Shufflewick. And Shuff would come on, and he would be gone completely. He would stand in front of the microphone, wander backwards, and then just fall over. And you'd think it was an act, but of course it wasn't. And I remember Mark would say, who's got him drunk? Who's been sending drinks round to his dressing room? Because Rex would just happily stand at the bar. He used to stand there with a flat cap on, an old mat. You'd never know that within a space of about 5 seconds he could transform himself into this wonderful character. It was really great. It was really good. It was good fun. Good fun it was.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 5 is the time. I trust we find you well. It's Thursday, November the 24th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7. So we've got lots to sort of cram in. Apparently, grocer Aldi's Kevin the Carrot soft toys are being listed on eBay. You buy them for £11.95. They're going up to 70 quid. It's the latest trend, isn't it? Something comes out and people go and buy it, and then they put it up on eBay. Unbelievable. What else have we got here? Hair They Grow, a model. And they're Russian, actually, by the look of it. No, they come from Ukraine. Oh, God, that was a big mistake to make. They've been growing their hair, and their hair now stretches 6.5 feet. 6.5 feet they've got it in length. And that's worth a lot of money, actually, because people who make wigs look forward to, you know, having this sort of hair. I mean, it is enormous hair. It must take forever to dry. I used to live with some girls years and years ago. They were dancers, and they had naturally long hair, and they would dry their hair, in front of a fan heater. In front of a fan. You know what a fan heater is? Yeah, that's how they would dry it. They couldn't. In the hairdryer, it used to take forever. If you go to a hairdressing salon, if you're a lady and you've got long hair, it takes them for ages to dry your hair. Yeah, not you, but me. I mean, look at my goodness sake, honestly. I mean, could be there for at least a minute, you know, trying to dry it. Steve says, Sandra, furious, boiler broken. British Gas due yesterday, 12 to 6. Hubby stayed in waiting. Chased them at 7. They'd lost the engineer. Oh, don't get me, don't get me going on people who don't turn up. That's like somebody was saying to me a short while ago. They were looking for people to go and work in their business, and they said, you know, so many people don't even bother turning up for the appointment. You know, somebody's gracious enough to give you an appointment for a job and an interview and all the rest of it, and they can't be bothered. And you think, what's the matter with people nowadays? It's like we were saying, we drove through Piccadilly Circus earlier on, and there's people out on the streets, but they're young people. I don't know where they get their money from. I've got drugs, probably. But I've got no idea how these people afford to survive. And then, I mean, do they have jobs? Drugs. Yeah, other drugs, probably. But they can't... Yeah, definitely drugs. Definitely drugs. I mean, that's... in fact, actually, that was an old gag line from somebody. He said, I bet the answer... Who was it? It was a comedian. And he was doing this thing about... he was asking people in the audience questions. He was a bit of a hard-hitting comedian. And he said, I bet the answer for you for everything is drugs. He said, that sort of kind of summed it up, didn't it, really? And they stopped somebody the other day on one of these... I love these police programmes. I love them. Police dragging people out of... Get out of the car. And there was one bloke... And it was nearly as good as calling the bailiffs in, where they turn up at this garage, and this bloke, the bailiffs come with a High Court writ, and that is God. They can call the police out, and the police will back them to the hilt. And they've gone to this garage because this bloke owes $3,000. He's taken over the garage, and they said, "Are you Michael Barrett?" I can't remember what his name was. And he goes, "No." He says, "You're not coming in." He said, "This is my business." And they said, "Well, we are coming in because the writ is against this property. You know, and this bloke who owns this business, he owes £3,000. He said, "You're not coming in." He said, "You're definitely not coming in." So in the end, they call the police. And this bloke tries to still stop them coming in. And the police go, "Mess us around once more, you'll be arrested, OK? This is a High Court writ. This is God. This is the word of God, OK?" And they said, "Right, we're going to be taking, you know, have you got the £3,000? They always offer you the opportunity." And he went, "No." They said, "Well, we're going to be taking your equipment," which of course means he can't work. And he goes, "Well, it's not mine." They go, "Well, do you have receipts on whose it is?" "No." He said, "You're not taking it." Of course they go to take it. Next thing is mother, father and wife turn up and they cobble this money together. It's always people who lie about something. They get caught out in the long run. But the police thing, they pull a car because the cars come back as untaxed, I think, or something like that. Anyway, they sort of get this car and they pull it over and they go, "You're disqualified from driving, aren't you?" The bloke goes, "No, mate, not me." They went, "No, you were in court only a week ago." No, I wasn't. Anyway, he's lying through his teeth. What's he doing? He's delivering Chinese takeaways. He's disqualified as a driver. He's not supposed to be. Of course, I'm fascinated by this. So he's disqualified as a driver, but he's delivering takeaways. So the police said to him, and this is where they can all come unstuck, "Have you got insurance for delivery?" This is not normal, because if you take your normal car insurance, it's a different insurance if you're using that for work. And he didn't know about this. Well, he did. He was obviously a bit bent. And they went... So he's still got deliveries to make. So he has to phone up the Chinese takeaway to say, you know, I can't deliver the last one because the police are taking my car. And they take the car away and he has to walk out of the car holding the little Chinese in his hand. But he was lying because he was driving with... You know, he didn't have any insurance. There was no MOT on the car, so they confiscated it. I laughed. I love it when they do things like that. Because you think, how many... and, you know, the reason you should be laughing as well is if this car has an accident with you, they're not going to... Well, the food, they had to walk to deliver it. Must have been stone cold. Have you seen sweet and sour chicken balls? Oh, goodness. But it's a case of, you know, people like that, if they have an accident with you, you try getting money out of them. They don't have insurance. It's appalling, isn't it? World's oldest cat. This is born in the same year as England footy star Jack Grealish. It's called Flossie. 26, coming up 27th. Apparently she's deaf and going blind, so it makes no difference what you call her because she doesn't know. But she's got failing eyesight, but then none of that seems to bother her. My brother used to have blind rabbits. Rabbits used to get a lot of problem with pigmentosa or whatever it was, and they were blind, so they couldn't move the furniture for ages because the rabbit learnt where everything was. I mean, it's terribly clever, terribly clever. And I remember thinking, oh, this is interesting. So, you know, they couldn't move the sweets or anything like that because, you know, the rabbit had obviously counted in its mind how many steps it was, or bunny hops, until it got to where it was supposed to be going, which is good. Steve. Lisa in Kilburn. All this talk of food. I got myself a big tasty from McDonald's earlier. I was going to save it until later. You talking about food made me want it. Now I feel sick. And the dogs are wide awake. You're a very bad influence. Oh, that's right. Blame me. Like it's my fault. Although I have to be honest, I think I think actually, if you were going to blame it, it would be the Ice Cream Ian, and me eating ice cream on air, which is delicious. I love it. I love it. Steve, Rex Jameson appeared in a Candid Camera episode as himself. Yes, I've seen it. It's in the, he goes into the newsagents and he goes to buy a newspaper and they go, no, it needs to be censored. And the bloke takes out a pair of scissors and starts cutting the stories out of it. That's what Rex looked like. Out of his drag as Mrs. Shufflewick, and so the bloke goes through the papers. Rex doesn't say a word. He just stands there while this bloke is taking all the paper out again. I used to love Candid Camera. The more simple they were, the more it fooled the public. But the favourite one out of all of the Candid Camera things, there were two. One was the car that they pushed down a hill to a garage at the bottom, but they've removed the engine. So they pull into the garage and go, fill it up. Can you check the oil as well at the time? So the bloke fills up the car, puts the petrol in. The days when you pulled into a garage and they put the petrol in for you. And then he goes to the front, he lifts up the bonnet, and it's empty. There's no engine. And he goes, where's the engine? And the bloke goes, well, I don't know. He said, we managed to get here. Well, he goes under the car. He can't find this blooming engine anywhere. And in the event, they then tell people it's Candid Camera, and people fall for it. And the other one they filmed in Ealing, which was the dry cleaners. And in the dry cleaners, they had a fish tank with goldfish in it. And this was the very famous one where a woman would be standing there waiting for her clothes to come back. And somebody would actually come into the shop, go to the fish tank, dive his hand in, pick up the fish, and put it in his mouth and swallow it, and then go out. And this woman, she looked. And the owner then comes back and he said, he's just eaten one of your goldfish. And what it was, they'd cut carrot. If you cut carrot and put it in water, it reflects and it looks like it was a goldfish. And so they were doing it like that. He's done it again. Excuse me, he's taken one of your goldfish. Worked really well, actually. I wanted to try it here, but, you know, they weren't over keen on the idea, as you can well imagine. But, no, Candid Camera, we missed it. And then it came back with Beadle, and they called it Beadle's About. And they got more elaborate. The actual my favourite one, was a bloke who parked his car by the side of a reservoir, which was a big drop the other side into the water. And this bloke driving a crane from the Candid Camera team, or Beadle's About, reverses in. And this bloke's in a little dinghy going, no, no, no. And it knocks his car. They've got a duplicate car, which they've sprayed up and everything else, and it goes into the water. This bloke goes apoplectic. Apoplectic! Hilarious. We love other people's misfortunes, do we not? Anyway, your misfortune is my happiness. So you're very welcome today to be with the programme. We'll take a short break for the news at 5. You've got enough time to get yourself a quick cup of tea, and then come back. We ask questions. We ask questions. If you don't know the answer, woo!
We all want to do our bit for the environment. But there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Steve, talking about hidden camera shows. Have you ever seen the camera show on YouTube of a little girl ghost who comes out of the lift? Yes. Yes, I've seen that one. Mind you, I've also seen have you ever seen that one on the lift? She's hidden in a panel in the lift, and people get in, and all of a sudden the lights start going, and she opens a panel and comes out and just stands there, and the people in the lift go crackers. And there's another one where they get in the lift. I don't know what they call this one. And it starts off, it's obviously a very big building, and then it starts speeding up. And they're looking at it, and it's getting faster and faster on the lights. 3rd floor, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and they go, no! And you can see everything moving outside. It's very cleverly done. But the little girl who just stands there, she doesn't say anything and doesn't go, woo, like that, you know, which you would imagine they would do. But yeah, I've seen all of those things. Listen, you can't tell me about anything. I've seen everything. Absolutely everything. Because I think I don't like things that scare me. I'm not really into stuff like that. Spare a thought this morning for Peter Kay. Sitting in his company accounts, £22.6 million. And he's £10.5 million in profit. So even when he's not working, he makes money. And I think he's got a deal. He's promoting his residency at the O2 Arena, which runs from December the 16th until November the 18th next year. So he's doing one date every month to go and see it. And you see, I don't find him funny. I wouldn't be buying a ticket anytime soon. I don't know why. It's one of those things I just don't get it. You know, I know that people sort of really like, you know, that sort of, they must do. If he's playing the O2 and he's got, you know, one date every month for a year, there's obviously got to be the attraction. I'm a bit disappointed that Jane McDonald's fans, who will be gutted, as I was, to hear she's ruled out becoming a full-time host on Loose Women. She's been a regular guest on the lunchtime show over the past 10 years, but said she would never be able to commit fully, as she's always on holiday. She said, I've had some great years on Loose Women, but things changed and I really haven't got the time now. I'm away on holiday and doing everything. She revealed her rewards, including she got a BAFTA for cruising with Jane McDonald. I used to love that. I wish they'd bring that back, that sort of programme, because it was so good. Life on board the ship, her singing and meeting all the different... It was just brilliant. I wish they'd bring it out on DVD. But so she hasn't got enough time to devote to Loose Women, whereas the other ones aren't working at all. So, you know, they appear all the time. I quite like them. I think they need to find some other people. But, you know, as anybody will tell you, it's very difficult to find presenters now who just seem to have what it is. Because if they're on television, they've got to have the likability factor. You've got to like them. They've also got to mingle in. It's no good going on there going, oh, I think I'll make a name for myself. Because they don't want that. They want people to form part of the wheel and people chat. And because we like to think they're friends. So when we lost Saira Khan all those years ago, no loss to the programme at all. It was a case of she didn't kind of fit in. That was the way she described it, and didn't like it. So they then swapped around with a few other people, and they put Judy Love on and everybody else. The only one I'm not too sure about is one of them was in a girl band, but I can't remember her name. She's in a girl band and then she's married. I think she's married a footballer, but then who doesn't? Everybody marries footballers. I used to love Beatles About. It was hilarious, says Ash. As was he. Used to be on LBC for many, many years. Jeremy James, Anthony Gibson, Beetlebum. One great wind-up they did was when they did an alien landing. Must have cost a fortune to put on, but the end results were hilarious. All those simpler televisual dimes. Yeah, it's all available. It's all you can either find it on YouTube, or you can buy the DVDs. You can get everything. So I was a big fan of Noel's House Party. I thought that was just great fun. Great fun. It had sort of games, competitions, and then they'd set up a camera in somebody's house, unbeknownst to them. So they'll all be watching the television. He goes, right, ready? We're going now. Hello? And these people would be sitting there going, oh! They've suddenly realised that they'd been in the house and set up a television camera in their television. So I thought it was great. Imagine if you were sitting there stark naked or just in your pants. Oh. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. What else have we got? David Seaman and Paul Gascoigne could have been the Anton Deck of angling. Oh, not another bloody angling show. Apparently, the ex-England teammates filmed a one-off special with website Fishing Republic. Listen, it's been done. The last thing we want to hear is Paul Gascoigne droning on. Thank you very much indeed. I can live without that. Definitely not. Definitely not. These fish... Also, you know, as a television person who watches a lot of television, it's a case of, I don't want to watch somebody fishing. It is the world's most boring thing. It's solitary. We do have one at the moment, don't we? There is one with Mortimer and somebody, Paul Whitehouse and Mr. Mortimer, and they do this fishing programme. But it doesn't concentrate on the fishing. It just concentrates on them, and they sort of chat about various little bits and pieces, which I quite like. That's about the only one. I don't want to hear it all the time. My brother's a fisherman. Mr. Neil fishes. Loads of people who listen to this programme go fishing. They really do. It's obviously something that people take great delight in. You know, so my brother's got, you know, a garage full of fishing gear, the nets and this, and you buy all this sort of stuff. Paul Whitehouse and Bob Mortimer. And it's very entertaining. And I should imagine it's out on DVD as well. Yeah, it is. It's on DVD. Paul Whitehouse, Fishing DVD. Oh, blimey, there's loads of them. Loads of them. I don't think I could watch it on DVD. I really don't think. Oh, good news is Poppy is feeling festive and off to the capital to buy presents. I love Christmas shopping, goes the 22-year-old from Peterborough with the badly bleached hair. And here she is. She's getting her boobies out for the boys, which is lovely, from Peterborough. Best place for her, I should imagine. The government has been accused of giving up on the NHS with not enough staff to answer the calls. Well, put more money in it. Put more money into it. I mean, it's fairly simple to explain. It's not complicated. Also, Wales have defied Qatar's anti-LGBTQ plus rules by adding an array of rainbow flags to their World Cup training base. They're not happy about this. Although I think actually just to liven up the people in Qatar, why don't we get them all to wear rainbow colours? Come on, embrace it. All the blokes walk around holding hands over there anyway. And they're not even gay, so they tell you. Britain's on snow alert, with a change in the weather threatening a beast from the east mega freeze. That means, yeah, we want that, don't we? No, we don't really. Do we? Yeah, we think it looks Christmassy. It looks very pretty when you look out. I remember looking out the window as a child, which was unusual because we didn't have any windows. And I remember sort of looking and I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. And then you rush downstairs, tell your parents, it's snowing. It's snowing, and all of a sudden everything lit up when it snowed because it was so bright and white. And then it's sort of, is it going to settle? Is it not going to settle? And by the time we got to the next morning, you'd lost the cat, the dog had disappeared, and the car was covered in snow. But we used to love it. We would sit there looking at it out the window, and it would land on the trees, and you'd think, oh, that's going to stay on the trees. And it did. And it just looked so, so pretty. Right bugger to go out in, though. I mean, falling over, standing up. I mean, it's impossible to drink alcohol and then go out in the snow on the pavements. You know, you can't do it. You cannot do it. There is the National Lottery operator Camelot. They've seen their highest half-year sales as soaring numbers of online players offset falling in-store ticket and scratch card demand. The problem with the scratch cards is they sell them, okay. Once all the prizes have gone, they're still selling them. It's up to you to check online to see what prizes are remaining on that scratch card. Because just supposing so in other words, they have a reel of them in the newsagents and everything else like that. If somebody goes in, you go in and I go in and somebody else goes in and we win 3 top prizes, what's the point of playing it? But they don't tell you that the prizes have been won. They're under no obligation. The only way you can find out is by going online, and it will tell you how many prizes are left on that particular scratch card. And some of them, there's no prize left at all, but people are still paying to have a scratch card because people go, oh, it could be a winner. And people do win, but not very often. People do win, not very often. I mean, I sort of buy my sort of lottery tickets. You know, I work out, I mean, sometimes I just go lucky dips. Other times I pick the numbers, but I don't really. I just pick them randomly, thinking you stand as much chance picking them randomly as you do on the lucky dips or anything else. When people ask people after they've won a lot of money, what was your secret? The way I had the winning numbers. That was the secret. I didn't need to worry about anything else. Vernon Kay says the introduction of Matt Hancock into I'm a Celebrity saw the camp implode and it's never recovered. So there you go. The DJ appeared on the show in 2020 in that castle in North Wales and has been watching the new series Down Under every night. But apparently, I'm a Celebrity's been hit with another raft of Ofcom complaints. Apparently, many relate to jibes made about Matt Coco Hancock. I don't know where this came from, actually, so I've not picked up on this. The total number of complaints made throughout this series so far is 3,287. How many people are watching it? 7 million. Well, who cares? Who cares? The curtain twitches. Oh, I think they're bullying Matt Hancock. It's a reality show. That's what it is. You're supposed to bully them. Bully them to the point of the snake eats them whole. That's what you want. You don't want anything else. Thank you, Pobbit. It's a reality show. The people who write and complain, they must be really lonely. Perhaps they've got no luck. These people go into this show. Matt Hancock has been paid £400,000. Of course he's been humiliated. That's the fun of it. 400,000. He's not complained. He's not complained I'm being bullied. That's what they go on there for. We vote for them. And the people who write, 3,000 people, 3,000 saddos. 3,000 people with nothing better to do with their life. Out of the millions who watch it and the millions of people in this country, 3,000, go away. Go away. Sidcup Julie says, did you ever watch a film called Not Without My Daughter's Superb Acting? Not Without My... What a funny title for a film. Never. Oh, it's called Not Without My Daughter. Oh, right. No, it has superb acting. Oh, right. It's not called It's not called Not Without My Daughter's Superb Acting, because it's called Not Without My Daughter, and it's got superb acting in it. Oh, right. How clever. Still a long-whisted title, isn't it, Sidcup Julie? So, is it a good film? I don't know. Is it a good film? Is it who starred? Would there be anybody remotely interesting in it? We need to find this. This is the advantage to the internet, isn't it? You can find out. Also, Sally Field. I love Sally Field. Oh, Alfred Molino. Oh gosh, loads of people. I love Alfred Molino, and it's an Iranian American. Sally Field is great. I loved her. My favourite film she was in, of course, is Steel Magnolias, which is my favourite film. Lovely film. And we had the author in the studio, do you remember? Came out in 89. Oh, Steel Magnolias came out in 89 with Julia Roberts, Sally Field, Shirley MacLaine, Dolly Parton, Olympia Dukakis. It is sensational. It really is. And the man who wrote it stars in it as a vicar. And it's a true story of his sister who died. She had diabetes, and they did it as a stage play. I've seen it so many times, and I went to watch it at the cinema with Princess Diana. They had a royal premiere of Steel Magnolias with an orchestra playing the theme tune and playing the incidental music throughout. It was really wonderful. And then behind us was Diana sitting up there and half the cast. It was lovely. Just round the corner here in Leicester Square. Really, really good. Very nice indeed. And very sad, because she dies. The daughter dies. She's going to get married. Well, it's a spoiler alert from about 25 years ago, and you could have read the book. I love it when you say that and somebody writes it. Well, thank you very much indeed. I used to love Beatles About Steve as well. And somebody else says Frankie Bridges, the new loose woman you're thinking about. I like Penny Lancaster. Yeah, she's a policewoman now, isn't she? She's married to Rod Stewart. He's the ageing Lothario. Yeah, I am sailing. It can't go on for much longer. He was pictured the other day in a sequin jacket. I mean, come on, camp or what? Sequin jacket. I got 6.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Great watch. True story. I know. I met the author. Came in, gave me some Steel Magnolias memorabilia, which is lovely. I just love the film. I love the music. I thought they were all great in it. It's just fun. I know it's supposed to be a women's film. It's mainly set, I think, in the stage version in a hairdresser's, and Dolly Parton was absolutely ideal for it. What else? Springwatch presenter Michaela Strachan. Do you know she doesn't live in this country? She lives in South Africa, and she flies back in, does the programmes, flies back out again. Or as often as it needs. We don't sort of do it on a 3-day basis or something. If she's booked to do something, she comes over here, does the programme, then she flies back home again. I mean, I think, to be honest with you, South Africa is cheap. I mean, it's cheap. I remember some friends of mine, they've got family out there, and they went out for New Year's Eve. A meal in a restaurant, all the works, £7. Really cheap. Property very cheap. Over here, property very expensive. As I say, I saw earlier on, I was looking through the Richmond magazine, and they had a property in Teddington, 1-bedroom flat, 691,000. Seriously, a lot of money. Seriously. Anyway, Michaela said a family catastrophe as a child drove her to ensure she was never financially dependent on anyone else. Well done to her. It's difficult. It is very, very... Oh, somebody's made the biggest Yorkshire pudding she's ever seen. I don't know how they got that in the oven. They must have a different oven from the rest of us. And apparently randy youngsters are having open relationships so they can enjoy more romps. Whatever. Not going to be happening anytime soon, is it? And what was the other one? Everybody's selling gin at the moment. Different gins with different things in. This is one infused with mandarin, winter bramble, or cranberry. Why should that be Christmas? Why should that be? Well, why should it be infused with mandarin? Why do you go mandarin? Oh, it must be Christmas. Or winter bramble. What do you mean winter? You mean blackberries? And the other one, or cranberries. No, they're not. You get cranberry juice all year round. Ocean Spray make it. Cranberry sauce. Who makes that? Who makes cranberry sauce now? Nobody does. That's Ponzi. That's really... Oh, we've got cranberry sauce and bread sauce on the table. Have you really? You know, where's my chips? That's all I want to know. Don't ask for anything else. And Sidcup Judy says, really good film. I know you love Sally Field. Love Sally Field. She was a very interesting interview. She talked about abuse. She talked about all sorts of things. She was just... I suddenly realised, talking to her, she was so much more complicated than I thought she was. But I remember thinking, my God, you know, if you watch her in Steel Magnolias, she's just absolutely brilliant. A double killer has been awarded the Kremlin's Medal for courage after leaving jail to fight in Ukraine. He'll be back in a body bag, won't he? The Ukrainian's doing very well. His name's Konstantin Kiselev. He's further proof that Mad Vlad is using enlisted murderers and other criminals as cannon fodder on the front line. In other words, I mean, this man was in prison because he beat one woman with a wooden stick, stabbed her head, chest and other body parts with a knife no less than 29 times. He then strangled a second woman. Oh, he'll be ideal for the front line. Bet the Ukrainians can't wait to kill him. As payback time. Fantastic. But he's now been made a unit commander. I mean, they'll take anybody into the Russian army. Everybody's going, you know, OK, we're going to the Russian army. No, I think not. No, I'd rather stay and go and work in McDonald's, thank you. The boss of a plush holiday park. Is there such a thing? Does a plush holiday park exist? He's been dubbed Basil Fawlty for calling guests Addams families. His name's Aaron Scantlebury. He ranted about caravans being sublet to guests who speak in unintelligible tongues and very loudly. He's now facing a backlash after warning residents of nanas in paper-thin leggings. Nanas. Oh, perhaps he means grandparents, doesn't he? The general manager wrote, "We are seeing increasing numbers of sublet guests who've never seen hills, beaches, a job or a bath, for that matter. Reporting to the police a domestic dispute can almost be predicted before I get the call from security. In almost every case, the Addams family turn up." Wow. That's a place you want to go to, is it? Mind you, didn't they have a hotel once, and the owner of the hotel insulted people like Basil Fawlty, which I thought was quite a good. And people went there to be insulted. It was a gimmick. Well, I believe it was a gimmick, yeah. But people went there. But this one is in North Wales. One holidaymaker said he's a modern-day Basil Fawlty. Others agreed with it. Well, don't go there then. Go somewhere else. What is it about this moaning minis? People moan all the time, don't they? Dreadful, really. Other stories. Amir Khan's wife had her iPhone stolen. You know why? The idiot was standing by the side of the road holding it. And if you're holding it and somebody goes past on a bicycle, whoosh, they've got it. You remember that Amir Khan was robbed of his watch, worth £72,000, because they kept telling people how much it was worth. And he goes walking through Shoreditch, and somebody goes, "Hello, mate, give us your watch." And he handed it over. The couple were having a meal when a woman who pretended to be homeless approached them. She asked for some of the wife's chips and then cash, but then swiped her Apple mobile. The wife said it was hard to deal with as she tried to help the woman. Imagine, were you in a restaurant, outside a restaurant, inside a restaurant? She wanted some chips, and then she swiped your mobile. I mean, frankly, I sit on my mobile. If I'm in a restaurant, I don't leave it sitting on the table while I'm eating. They said, Farrell said the woman was homeless or pretending. No, she's not homeless. All the people, a lot of them who claim on the streets. We've got a family, I told you, in Kingston. Mum, dad, 2 girls and a boy. Very well groomed, homeless on the streets. They're not on the streets, they arrive in a car. They put it in the car park, and then they just go and sit under a blanket and wait. I was out at the Winter Wonderland. When was it? Last year? Year before. We're in a coffee shop near Hyde Park. Homeless bloke walks in and plugs his phone in, because you can plug your phones into these coffee shops, and then goes and sits outside under a lamppost with a blanket round him. And I'm thinking, it's supposed to be like that. It's all very difficult. Farrell says she wanted some money and whatever. It's crazy because you can't even help people nowadays. Well, you can't trust them. People tell lies. Unfortunately, people don't know what the truth is. Very bad, isn't it, really? So workers planning to ditch their jobs in January and dream of doing something more exciting. So they're looking for an exciting job. Apparently, number 19, a feng shui consultant. God, how boring. Surfing instructor, number 18. Yeah, way down the list. A yoga teacher, 16. Tattoo artist. Personal trainer. Oh, God, if anybody says I'm a personal trainer, you kind of lose the will to live. A fashion designer. A web designer. app developer, food pop-up, social media influencer. Well, they're rubbish, aren't they? I'm a social media influencer. Really? Are you really sure you are? Of course you're not. Author, actor, dog walker. That's a dream job. A dog walker. Why would that be a dream job? And the top one is a travel consultant. My friend John Warrington will be thrilled to pieces. A travel consultant. That is the top job. That's a dream job for somebody. I'm going to recommend the producer go for it. I think that's a brilliant... You could sit there holding open brochures and going, you could go to Ibiza for your holiday. That's very nice. Just don't go in the summer season. It's full of drunks. It's not very exciting at all. But it's a good idea, isn't it? You can go and be a travel consultant. I don't think there's much money in it, though. I think it really isn't very much money. Noel's house party was pure Saturday night television gold. I used to love it, says Ash. The gotcha Oscar was hilarious. He says he was just trying to wind up celebrities, and I mean real celebrities. That was television that you would generally wait all week for. Yeah, because you never knew when the doorbell rang who was, you'd open the door and it would be someone. You go, oh my God, look, that's so-and-so. And they'd go into the house. Oh, it was lovely. And Kathy says, just been checking onto when Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris comes out on DVD, and they've got 3 copies of the original Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris with Angela Lansbury for sale. I know you'd looked to buy it before. Yes, I'm waiting. You can buy these things in advance, and then when they're released, they then send it on to you. I love it. I can't get enough of ordering films. Kerry Katona, yawn, boring, dull, uninteresting, apparently broke down in tears on her journey to achieve the perfect smile. The mum of 5 shared insights of her trip to Turkey with her sister, daughter and fiancé. It's a 2-part YouTube documentary. Oh, Godfather. Well, because she goes to the dentist. She became overwhelmed before her sister Lindsay has an X-ray. Panicky Katona can be held telling her husband to be Ryan. Every time I go to say it, it makes me feel sick. I feel stupid because I get dead scared. I mean, what an empty life. What an empty life. The one who didn't sing in the, in the little group she was in. I can't remember what they were called now. What were the group she was in? Atomic Kitten. Yeah. Very bizarre, wasn't it? Some of these groups coming back now, I get most peculiar feelings about them. Why do they want to come back? Although, actually, to their credit, I think the Saturdays is the one with that girl who's on Loose Women, and then Girls Aloud. They've said they won't come back because it's the one with Cheryl Cole and Sarah, who died. So they've said that it can never be the same again.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Interestingly enough, there's a piece in the paper today that says fresh fruit and veg is being prescribed to families on low incomes. I don't know why they would want fresh fruit and veg. The whole idea is we want chips and stuff like that. But there you go. And apparently Britons get their day off to a very good start with meditation. My friend Christopher starts the day with meditation and then sort of just gets on with it. And I think that's quite... I've never done meditation. I don't really have the patience for doing anything like that. I really don't. I can remember sort of thinking some time ago, should I do meditation? I thought, no, it's not for you at all. Also, a new drug for dementia should be ready next year. And this derision over Harry and Meghan getting this award in America, it's very interesting. We were telling you the other day, this company, that even the people behind it were not too sure about why Harry and Meghan have been given anything at all. Because they don't really do anything. All they've done is they've just sort of slagged off the royal family. And he's written a book. Well, he hasn't written anything at all. It's ghosted. And so they've basically said, this is what it is. But they think this particular charity is anti-British. Don't know why. They just think that's what it is. So I shall find this this story. I can't remember who there's a reporter who's actually done the story. I shall find the blooming thing if it kills me, because I'm always interested in these stories and where they get their research from. And I always say to people, check, before you, sometimes you take things that you read in the paper with a pinch of salt, and sometimes you have to take a very, very large pinch of salt, because some of it is just absolute rubbish. So I will find the story and then I'll tell you, because I hadn't even thought about it before. It never crossed my mind. I know that when they investigated this company the other day, because Harry and Meghan obviously haven't investigated them either, because they've accepted this award and they'll be getting it in December, and they'll just sort of turn up and somebody will hand them an award and they'll be sharing their table with other different people. Whether or not they're able to have a conversation, I've got no idea. They might not be able to have a conversation with anybody at the table. So we'll watch and wait with that one. But then they were saying the company took in 43 million, but only gave out £300,000. Didn't sound very promising, did it? But of course, I mean, Harry and Meghan couldn't care less. They think they're being treated like royalty. They're going to be very sad when his brother and wife go out there, because they're going to be pushed to one side. I wonder whether or not there will be the obligatory photograph of Harry and Wills and Meghan and Kate. Do you think that would ever happen, or do you think they'll be going, oh, we're far too busy to do anything like that? I'd be interested to find out. I have a sneaking feeling they might try and do it. Harry and Meghan would want to get some sort of seal of approval, which so far they appear not to have. So that's why I'm sort of thinking maybe nothing will happen, and the reason will be, oh, we're far too busy. Far too busy to sort of meet up. We've both got engagements, whereas I don't think Harry... I mean, apart from the jigsaw that he's trying to finish, I don't think it'll go any further at all. Yes, it's Virginia Blackburn. And she writes as follows in her column today: there has been much derision, and rightly so, at the news that Harry and Meghan are to receive the Ripple of Hope, in brackets, me neither, award from the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Organization for exposing racism in the royal family. RFK's own son, also Robert, has called the decision a bewildering choice, while Professor David Nassau, who has written a biography of Bobby, says it's between sublimely ridiculous and blatantly ludicrous. Virginia says, couldn't have put it better myself, but I can't help but suspect there's another issue at stake here. The Kennedys are Irish Americans, and that particular sector of US society is not always known to have a great deal of affection for the British. Could someone somewhere be trying to make a point? Possibly. We don't know. But as I say, Harry and Met, they'll take anything. You want a packet of Dolly mixtures. Whoopee! We've won. And that's all it comes down to, isn't it, really? Plus Crooner Matt, the off-key karaoke king of the jungle. So people have been complaining about the bullying. I mean, put it this way, so people voted for him to do the Bush-Tucker trials. That's what they're in there for. It's not interesting. It's who you can reduce to absolutely nothing at all, and that's what people are doing. But now they're bored with that because he does these things. He gets on with it. He doesn't care. That's the contract they've signed. All these stupid people who write and complain about it, they've signed a contract to do this stuff. They've not signed a contract to sit on their bums for a week and a half, 2 weeks, eating some nice, beautifully cooked food by a top chef. No, they haven't. And that's why it's so silly. But people are so dumb, aren't they, nowadays? Several years ago, Steve, I saw a brief encounter with a live orchestra, and it was fantastic. Apparently, it's a painstakingly lengthy process to remove the music from old films, as the soundtrack is embedded with the film and has to be done frame by frame. Well, it's like when they colour them. You can buy films nowadays, especially the old films. I've got quite a number of, like It's a Wonderful Life. They come in a 2-film set. One is the black and white original, and the other one is the colorization version. And sometimes, they get it absolutely right, and other times they don't. But it's all got to be done by hand. It's painstakingly slow. Helen in Barnsley says, talking about fishing, I went to see Fisherman's Friends, the musical, with James Gaddis at the Grand Theatre in Leeds. It was excellent. I'm led to believe so. Noel Edmonds Gotcha says Phil in Slough were great. John Pertwee said years ago he'd never get caught by him, but Noel did. Very funny. Yes, I was totally convinced. I've said before that Dale knew his was a setup. You just don't have a car breaking down and you drive in with the vicar and all the and he's holding the wedding cake. I mean, just, silly things like that don't happen. Elizabeth says, I'm just back from Cape Town. Fantastic. On the last night, my hosts, I took out for farewell dinner. For 5 people, 120 quid. 3 courses and drinks. It's cheap. It is cheap. As I told you, New Year's Eve menus in restaurants, 7 quid for like 4 or 5 courses. Cheap. Really cheap. I mean, it's a long way to go for me. I'd never make it back the next day for the breakfast show. You mentioned Teddington. Says Sue, immediately thoughts of Benny Hill sprang to mind. Ernie, I shall now have that tune. Yeah. And he drove the fastest milk cart in the West. The horse was called Trigger, by the way, and he pulled the fastest milk cart in the West. Yes, I remember when Benny Hill died. He died in a block of flats called Fairview. Fairview? I think it's Fairview. They're on the banks of the Thames, and he died over a bank holiday weekend. He just expired in front of the television, and loads of police went round there. Viv says, dentist and hygienist today, more needles after my shoulder injections Tuesday, but feeling good. You're coming with me as always, and we're going to Ipswich. Thank you. Thank you. South Downs Nick says, had tickets for the Bewley Motor Museum and Christmas Market. Just been told they've cancelled the Christmas Market. What meanies? We'll have to swap mulled wine for a beer, mashed potato, fish fingers and tinned tomatoes. I had potatoes in cream and cheese, which I just put in a saucepan, and I bought 2 gourmet burgers, and I just slipped them in under the sliced potato and stuck the lid on, left it for 20 minutes. Delicious. I might even have it today, actually. It was so nice. I like all those sort of things. It's what I call comfort food. It's like when Phil Vickery does something, and he'll do sort of like a stew, or as long as it's got, I like anything like that. And I'm not a cook, as you all know, as I tell everybody. Steve, I've just remembered the circus's name at Blackpool. It was Charlie Caroli. No, Charlie Caroli wasn't the circus. He was the clown. Charlie Caroli, and his, I think his son does it as well now, Charlie Caroli Jr. But that wasn't the circus's name. That was the man's name. And used to wear a bowler hat. Very famous. A garden gnome is busy destroying some plants when suddenly a house cat appears. What are you, says the cat. I'm a gnome. I'm a gnome. I steal food from humans. I kill their plants and I raise a ruckus at night to drive them crazy. I just love mischief. And what, may I ask, creature are you? And the cat thinks for a moment and says, I guess I'm a gnome. Did you get that? I didn't get it. I'm hopeless, honestly. Cats. Did you get it? No, I didn't get it at all. But there again, there's loads of things I don't get. Jim the Trucker says, have you ever seen fried green tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe? Yes, I have. I just love the title. It's about the longest title ever. Yeah, fried green tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe. That was so lovely, wasn't it? Those places really exist, you know. They don't need to build them as film sets. Those places exist. Those houses are out there, you know, in Mississippi and Louisiana and places like that. These big old mansions where you sit on the porch and you rock backwards and forwards. I always fantasized that would be the way I would end my days. And then one day I'd just go backwards and forwards and then just expire quietly. They'd have to sort of wheel me out. But no, if you watch Steel Magnolias, they've got these houses there. But in fact, one of the houses they used was the original house from the family on whose story it is. The sons of a mother who stabbed their abuser to death have spoken out for the first time to defend the killing. This is Sarah Sands, who knifed a paedophile called Michael Pleasted 8 times in a determined and sustained attack whilst he was on bail for sexually assaulting her children. 3 children, 3 boys, Bradley, Reese and Alfie, were all abused by the same man when they were 11 and 12, and their mother couldn't cope with it anymore, so she went round and she stabbed him, and he died as a result. Anyway, she's out now, and they have said, the boys, they wish they'd never reported it, really. It was just one of those things, but this man was a convicted paedophile, because an awful lot of people, and the government are trying to change the law on this one. What they're doing is they're bringing out a rule that says if somebody changes their name, which a lot of paedophiles do, they then get a clean slate. You change your name from, you know, Willy Wonka to Abraham, whatever, and you then change the name and you get all new documents. It's a change of name thing. It's done with the knowledge of the police. So in other words, if you go to check somebody out, they look like a clean slate. And these boys were all abused, and they, I mean, now they've been very open about it. They've come out and spoken about it. But the convictions for this Mr. Pleasted were just absolutely legendary. So now they've managed to rebuild their relationship again. And they're finding it very difficult because the boys, I think, were 11 and 12, something like that, when they were abused. He lived on an estate just round the corner from them. She said at the time the children were very angry with her. And now they're coming to terms. They're trying to rebuild their lives. So they now say hats off to mum for killing the paedophile who abused them over a long period of time. So it's very interesting.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. A very good friend of mine resides in the same riverside block where Benny Hill expired. When I travel up in the lift, I always think Mr. Hill was in here many moons ago. He must have had a blooming easy commute to Teddington Studios. Yes, he used to come out the front door, turn left, walk round the corner, left at the traffic lights, and he was there. It was that 5 minutes. 5 minutes it used to take him. That's all it was. And 2 dogs and a cat go to heaven. God asks each one of them why they should sit by his side. The dogs each give a different answer. God turns to ask the cat, and the cat replies back, "You're in my seat." Because you don't argue with cats, do you? And cats don't do anything. They do nothing. They'll come and sit on your lap. They'll fall asleep. They're never going to be wide awake. They're just going to that's all they do. They just wake up. Like big cats do exactly the same. They sleep for about 23 hours a day. And then you put food down for them. And if you don't put food down, they leave you. So you become very lonely. So the cat looks at it and goes, "I'm not eating that." Cats are like that. They're very pedantic. So you put the food down. It's horrible, isn't it? Wet food first thing. They should have dry food. Makes it so much easier. And then they want to come and lick your face. Oh, no. Why do we give aid to Afghanistan? There's a huge aid spending in Afghanistan which has been implicated in criminality and human rights abuses because the Afghan police are bent. They are corrupt. How much money did we give to Afghanistan? Would you believe 252 million? That's what we gave to Afghanistan, to a bent and corrupt force. I find it absolutely... Apparently, senior civil servants repeatedly tried to end the handouts, but were overruled by the UK government. 252 million to bent coppers. Dear God, it's small wonder we're in a dreadful state. Really is bad, isn't it? Not so good. It'll make excruciating viewing for King Charles and the royal family if they tune in over Christmas. The musical about Prince Andrew featuring a black Charles and a drag queen playing Lady Thatcher is being screened by Channel 4. The hour-long Prince Andrew the musical. I mean, I don't know. Apparently Andrew, former friend of the billionaire paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The musical is thought to keep its tone light in satirical send-up. We quite like things like this. We quite like things, so we probably will watch it. I think Harry Enfield takes on the role of Tony Blair, and Bag of Chips, who starred in RuPaul's Drag Race UK, is Margaret Thatcher, which should be quite interesting. Channel 4 have not yet revealed a screening date, but it's understood to be over the festive period. They've tried everybody reading, Channel 4 try and sort of, because they haven't actually come up with anything innovative for a long, long time. And that was the whole idea of setting up the channel, to actually push the boundaries of television and sort of put programmes on that you wouldn't find anywhere else. To be honest with you, everybody hates Andrew so much that we really couldn't care less whether they do a musical about him. I don't want to celebrate his life in any way, shape or form, thank you. The Love Actually star is an actress who was swindled out of her life savings by a friend. I've always said, friends are the ones who are going to turn on you. The amount of people that you've discovered who... Wait, shouldn't you... Oh, well, whatever. The late Meg Wynne Owen, whose real name was Margaret Wright, was forced to wear dead people's clothes at her care home and have staff cut her hair after she was robbed of all her money. Somebody robbed her money. She passed away in July. And Brian Mallam was jailed for more than 2.5 years for raiding the dementia sufferer's life savings. A court heard that the pair struck up a friendship whilst working on BBC shows before Mallam, a costume designer, was made her power of attorney. My brother's my power of attorney. He's already looking at homes to put me into. I mean, seriously, every so often he'll sort of produce a brochure and you go, "This one looks nice, doesn't it?" And you go, yeah, why would we be looking at that? This cemetery's nice looking, isn't it? Look at that tree. He's much younger, yes. But he has got power of attorney of everything after I die, and power of attorney if I become ill. So, of course, even if I'm on my last legs, I'm going to pretend I'm well. It's the only way. So this bloke had power of attorney, and he was able to transfer money out of her account. She had dementia. And I think he actually took away £65,000. £65,000. And the alarm was raised by her bank when they spotted suspicious activity on Mrs. Wright's account. This is Margaret Wright. And she became terribly upset about it. The matter was then reported to the police. Then they started investigating. And Mrs. Wright, secretary to the Prime Minister, played by Hugh Grant in Love Actually, had just £229 left in her bank account. That's all. That's what they took. They stole, and 72 pence and 21 pence in 2 other bank accounts. Isn't that the most disgusting thing ever? Anyway, very sadly the victim passed away, and the court heard that Malum, this is Brian Malum, who also worked on the Welsh police drama Hinterland, claimed he'd used the money for his own show business costume company, whilst also spending it on booze. He stole money over 4 years while Mrs. Wright was suffering from dementia. Isn't that dreadful? Malum pleaded guilty to fraud whilst occupying a position of trust and only jailed for 2 years and 8 months. Should have been 10 years. 10 years. I have no doubt in my mind that 10 years would be a decent, for people like you. But as I say, I do worry about the brother. They resort to another brochure for an old people's home pops through the blooming letterbox. Which I can just about get away with it. Elizabeth Taylor was very dazzling, very glamorous, and it was once said of her, she's so beautiful and so gorgeous that every man should have the opportunity of sleeping with her. And at the time, she was rapidly working her way through Hollywood. I think she married 8 times because she married Burton twice. So she was very busy. She used to fall in love with people all the time, but then she did an awful lot for AIDS and raising money with Rock Hudson, so she did that. And I've got a film that she was in shortly before she died. But dazzling dresses given by her to her personal assistant could fetch nearly £100,000 because she's kept them, and people keep these sort of items. And one of them, 60,000, a Christian Dior dress, which she wore at the Oscars in 1961. And they're going to sell them in London, I think, at the Kerry Taylor auctions on December the 6th. Because eventually people go, listen, I've got something here. What is it? Oh, it's Elizabeth Taylor's? Yes, let's sell it. And then people suddenly realise, because people run out of money, and it can, make life an awful lot happier. So it's like the people who get Victoria Crosses and stuff like that. Once the person has died, the people look at it and go, what are we going to do with it? We're going to have it mounted, put in a box? No, they sell it, because some of them are worth £100,000, if not more. I think they should give them 2. One they can keep, and then one you can sell. A police inspector, no less, posted photos of himself in blackface and joked about groping a nurse, but has kept his job. This is Inspector Paul Ayling of Bedfordshire Police, posted images of himself in blackface at 2 separate parties, and years later made a series of misogynistic posts. Remarkably, the racist photos remained on his public profile for 12 years before they were seen by a member of the public. But, just absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. But he's managed to keep his job. How that works out, I've got no idea. But, that's the way. But 12 years on there. 12 years. Then all of a sudden somebody goes, should we not be looking at this one a little bit more closely? And the answer is yes. Birthday today to Shirley Henderson. She starred in Trainspotting, Bridget Jones, and 2 Harry Potter movies as Moaning Myrtle. She's 57 today, so many happy returns. And what was the other day? Oh, the number of pubs and supermarkets serving alcohol round the clock has trebled. This was from 2006, because I remember them saying you can have pubs that are open 24 hours a day. And so we did for a little while, about a week. And then people suddenly realised, who the hell wants to go out for a drink at 3 in the morning? Apart from the producer, and the producer's assistant. I wouldn't go out at that time of the morning. If I wanted a drink at 3 in the morning, which is highly unlikely, I'd just have myself a drink at home. Who can be bothered to get dressed and go to the pub? 63, Dallas nightclub owner Jack Ruby shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. The other day it was the anniversary of the killing of JFK, but this was the Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who assassinated John F. Kennedy 2 days earlier. So that's why I remember seeing it on the television. And also in 2005, the Karate Kid star Pat Morita died aged 73. I used to love the Karate Kid. That was, the classic school bullies and everything else, Mr. Miyake. And I remember him going into a garage with this girl. I think it must have been the Karate Girl or something. But anyway, he goes in there and these people go, what are you doing, old man? He goes, no fight. No fight. Peace. And of course they decided they were going to fight him, and he just wiped the floor with them. It was fantastic. Type in school bully on YouTube and you get to see another girl, little girl, probably about 12, and this bully at school takes her hat off and she says, give it back. And he says, what are you going to do? Cry? cry? She says, give it back. And then she gives him a karate chop. He falls over. And she says, I asked twice. Lovely line. Made me feel almost, you wish you had superpowers, don't you? No, just me again. Anyway, we'll take a short break for the news at 6 this morning. It's Thursday, November the 24th. I'm Steve Allen. You're very welcome.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, another miserable blooming day. Honestly, every time you look out the window, you think, is it ever going to brighten up? Is it ever going to be a happy day? Are we going to sort of get all this sunshine? And no, they're saying, no, we've got snow around the corner. On this day, in 2006, an American actress and singer is remembered for what instant sensation? What was the name of the song that she had? Many of you will know this if you're over a certain age. And the song was, If I Knew You Were Coming, I'd have baked a cake, baked a cake, baked a cake. It was also written by the same writer as How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? How One with the Waggly Tail. All the songs from that era, that's the one that we all remember. That's the one that we remember. Isn't it funny, really? But anyway, good old Eileen Barton. An infant, she slept backstage in the drawer of a theatrical trunk. This is what it was like in the early days. People would meet up at Crewe. Crewe Station was the place to meet in this country because all the trains would take you to different parts of the country. So if you were in pantomime or you were doing shows up there, you met there, you had your big trunks, and then the train would arrive and you had to lug your trunk on there. Oh, goodness me. Must have been great days. Great days, I should imagine. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, do you remember that expression that people say, oh, just like a dose of salts? Just like a dose of salt. It means very fast and efficient because the salts referred to in this simile are laxatives. Laxatives. And least said about those, the better, I should imagine. Plus, turkeys are back on the menu this Christmas for Joan Collins' daughter, Tara. Last year, she tried to please her vegetarian children by foregoing festive poultry. But in fact, she's sort of gone back to it. I can't imagine Christmas without turkey. I know people are, I mean, is it because people don't like the taste of it, or is it for ethical reasons? I've always assumed it was ethical reasons that people said, I don't want turkey, I'd rather have a nut roast or something like that. Whereas me, I'd rather have the turkey. But, I mean, people only think it comes out at Christmas. You can get turkey all year round. You just go into Iceland and go to the thing, and there'll be a turkey sitting in the freezer. It just doesn't appear at Christmas. It's a ludicrous idea to think you can only have certain things at certain times of the year. It's just we don't do the roast chestnut stuffing. We just do sage and onion, which is quite nice. We don't do, what was that other one I didn't like? Oh, bread pudding. Not bread pudding, bread something, sauce. I didn't like bread sauce. Don't like any of those sort of poncy sort of things. And I'm sure, actually, it probably wouldn't be considered poncy at all. I don't do cranberry sauce, no. Again, that's very an American kind of thing. I don't think we should adopt it. Well, of course, I'm not stopping you eating it. I'm not stopping you eating. You can have cranberry sauce. It's just it's not for moi. I'll do gravy, yes. But it's got to be a nice gravy. My mother used to make it with the juices out of the turkey, and then she put the gravy browning in and then stir. And that was quite nice. It was a good. I don't want something that's too stodgy. I don't want it sort of coming out like custard or something. I just want it to pour beautifully. And I do like, because that's what the thing is, that makes the meal. You can't have it dry. That would be ludicrous. But very shortly, we'll all be, in sort of less than the month. What's the date today? 24th. So Christmas Eve, a month today. Whee! Mind you, a lot of people in this country now celebrate Christmas Eve. A lot of East European people celebrate Christmas Eve. That's their big time where they do the food and they do presents and everything else, whereas we all sort of cling on for Christmas Day. But I still like it. I still like doing it, but it is traditional to have these sort of things. What else we got? Jenny Murray's column today, talking about a psychologist, says children shouldn't taste alcohol too young. The NHS recommend 15 at the earliest to prevent addiction in later life. And Jenny says, funny that, my parents didn't drink. I first tried alcohol at 15. I should be so immune from danger. So how come I became so fond of wine o'clock? Is there a certain time that you're supposed to start drinking, or not start drinking? But when would it be acceptable? Because, you know, I do drink, but I drink in the afternoon. So I've been out, I've done all my bits and pieces, then I settle down with something to eat, pour myself a glass of Prosecco. Ooh, look at me, honestly, pushing the boat out. And then somebody says, what time do you finish drinking? I said, well, when I feel very tired. I just sort of get to that stage, generally only a few hours after I've started drinking. But the idea that you could go to a pub and get drunk, because I used to think all the time, if you're going out to somewhere, it's getting back. I have done the thing where on Boxing Day, we go to the pub. And in fact, if I've been down at my godchildren's on Boxing Day, we go up to a pub, which is in this little village, and they do the Boxing Day meet with the foxes and the hounds. They're not going to kill anything. They just meet up there and they dress up and people get pictures taken. It's really good. It's very good. They still do things like that in Essex, which is nice. Jenny Murray says, I'm very sorry to see that the first 3 campmates evicted from I'm a Celebrity were women. 2 young, bubbly and black, 1 white and 59. All 3 pulled their weight with the cleaning and cooking. I can't help but assume racism and sexism on the part of viewers. It's utterly shameful. But the trouble is you can't guess these things, can you? There might be other reasons that people watch this sort of stuff and they go, we're going to vote them out. I don't know why they do. You know, I've never voted for anything in my life. Mainly because it's a premium rate phone number. No, I've never voted. No, I wouldn't never call a television programme and go, I'd like to vote for, you know, I've never done that. It doesn't interest me. No, I don't, because I think in Strictly you vote to keep them in, as opposed to voting them out, which I think confuses people. I think that the people who've been voted out, I think should have been saved, and they're going to go for somebody else, because I think people were voting for them to stay in, but it appears not. It appears not. But that's what people like. They must make an awful lot of money on the phone lines. I mean, if there's sort of millions of people watching, then I'm assuming there must be millions of pounds pouring in on the premium rate phone lines. I can remember seeing competitions on the television where they say, call this number now if you can read the word in this grid. And then you read it as quickly as you can. You read the small print and it goes, you'll be charged at £2.50 plus, you know, £1, and then there's another 40 pence on top. Before you know where you are, you've spent a small fortune. Steve, talking of the circus, did you know Major Tom in the song Starman was created when David Bowie drove past a circus poster promoting Tom Major, trapeze artist who was John Major's father? Well, there you go. There you go. Live and learn, don't you? I went to the exhibition at the V&A of David Bowie's handwritten lyrics and his clothing. He was thin, nothing of him. I know they call him the Thin White Duke, but by God. Shane in Sydney says, Steve, we love you in Sydney, Australia. Thank you. Have you heard of Hamilton Palace, the unfinished mansion near Kent that's bigger than Buckingham Palace? 40 million. If you were offered 2 million to stay there for a night, would you do it, says Sarah? Oh, yeah, offered 2 million. Of course I would. I don't have any fear of ghosts or anything like that. Definitely not. But I like the idea of an unfinished mansion. Glenn says, did you ever work with Ali Bongo? He was the TV magician of my childhood and high up in the magician circles. I didn't work with him. I knew Ali. Not particularly well. He was just at the Magic Circle. And, of course, he was the man who devised lots of magic tricks for David Nixon and people like that. But that's Hamilton Place, is it? Look at that. Whoa! Abandoned mansion. Oh, this is Nicholas van Hoogstraden, that ghastly piece of works place. It's still being built. It's still being built. Nicholas Hoogstraden doesn't come with a great recommendation from a lot of people. But how lovely. It's like that place up in Yorkshire, and I keep forgetting the name of it, which is the biggest frontage of a mansion. It became my favourite place. And, what is it called? It's in Yorkshire. Come on, somebody's got to help me out on this one. I get these blanks where all of a sudden what is it? And there was a couple who lived in it. They were hoping to restore it. So big, this place. So biggest frontage of any mansion. But it came with a history. Wentworth Woodhouse. Have you seen the pictures of it? Oh, my goodness. Wentworth Woodhouse. You have to look at the pictures of it. It became my favourite place. There's a book out. And in those days, these houses were big. It is absolutely huge. It's got the biggest frontage, bigger than Buckingham Palace. And It is just the most magical place. But the problem was, at the time, there was a bloke called Manny Shinwell, he was a local councillor, I believe, and he didn't like rich people. He was one of those, before you had the divide between the rich and the poor, and they had this house, and he didn't like it. And what did they have underneath Wentworth Wood House? Coal. So he dug under Wentworth House, so much so that if you go under the house, it's propped up, because he dug right up to their front door. He was a vile piece of work. And the house nearly collapsed. In fact, in some of the rooms, because of the repair costs, the ceilings collapsed and things like that. And it became the subject of a TV documentary. You'll find it on lots of those places where they go, look at this place. An elderly couple bought it. He was a solicitor hoping to do it up. They lived in a part of it. It was so big, this place, that when they had parties there, they had to give guests who stayed there a box of confetti in different colours. So when you went back to your room, you could follow your paper trail so you knew where the heck you'd come from. Wentworth Wood House. Check it out. It's a very, very interesting place. But they showed you under the house with these coal seams, and that's what Manny Shinwell did. Not a nice person. Steve, John says, if you watch the Best of the Benny Hill Show, they feature some wonderful yesteryear memories of parts of Twickenham and Teddington. One that does not change from outside is the Prince of Wales near Fulwell Bus Depot. Last Sunday, we had a fabulous Sunday roast. They even do a roast butty, which looks extremely filling. Ooh, Cameron says, happy Thanksgiving from America, and the same back to you. My wife's pumpkin pie is now cooling. I didn't like pumpkin pie. I did have it once. I think it's an acquired taste, but yes, Americans everywhere. When I was working in Vienna over Thanksgiving, Americans who were working in Vienna used to find a family to go to. That was the thing. You were supposed to never be alone on Thanksgiving, so you go and plonk yourself at somebody's table and eat with them. And all the Americans I worked with out there, they would go and find another American family, and they would go and enjoy Thanksgiving. So they had the turkey and the cranberry sauce, and then you get the pumpkin pie. And I've still got a tin of it, which, to be honest with you, I mean, it's been banging on the cupboard door for ages and ages. Do you know, I thought I was on a train the other day, and I kept hearing this banging, and I thought there was somebody trapped in the toilet, because it's that one that's got the door that goes round. It's a circular door, and I thought somebody was banging on the door, and it turned out that it was just a loose door anyway. But I was sort of sitting there thinking, is anybody else hearing this? I was waiting to hear a voice going, help, help. Was it you that we looked at that video the other day of the bloke in the coffin in the cemetery? Have you seen that one? The Irish bloke who dies, and he records something. So when he's buried, all the people are standing around the graveside. You all of a sudden hear somebody playing a little penny whistle, and then you hear, hello, hello. Could somebody get me out of here? I don't like. What do you put me in this suit for? Is that the vicar talking? Hello. It goes on for about 15 minutes. At least it makes everybody smile, which is very rare, isn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, it's 6:20. Just in case you're clock watching, and you might be clock watching today, thinking, oh goodness, are we going to miss it? Apparently on this day in 1991, Freddie Mercury passed away. Did he really? I go past his house actually quite a lot. It's very near to Earl's Court. And Sean in Warwickshire says it looks like it'll be another miserable day, raining and cold. I didn't sleep very well. I'm going to work at university to teach my paramedic students, and I'll have to cross the picket line. Oh, God. You're on a picket line, are you? Picket line, we're all over the place, aren't we? John says, my Aussie mate loves a nut roast at Christmas. He reckons it's so hot down under that he sits in the garden with a couple of tinnies. Yes, while those nuts are roasting on an open fire. Apparently, Ahmet says it's free to vote for I'm a Celebrity, though the app is very easy and you can vote 5 times. Oh, right. That's a good idea, isn't it? And somebody says, Steve, we do our turkey on the barbecue. Dress it well with bacon and butter. Stuffing is sage and onion and a few apricots. It's cooked on the Weber for 3 hours. They seem to take forever, don't they, turkeys? I was always amazed at how long they take. But it's very interesting. In Virginia Blackburn's column today, she says World Cup sponsor Budweiser is threatening to seek £40 million in compensation after it was banned from selling its beer at the 8 World Cup stadiums in Qatar. Is it too much to hope that this will come from the pockets of the greedy FIFA officials who made these arrangements in the first place? And then she says, an alcohol company sponsoring a sport in a strict Muslim state? What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. £40 million are seeking in compensation. Good luck with that one. Good luck. Catherine says in France they introduce a light table wine with meals early into a child's life. I think that takes the taboo out of booze. Well, I think the French booze quite a lot, don't they? I mean, they do have a lot of wine. When I was little, I loved having a sherry at Christmas. Oh, I loved a sherry. Oh, I tell you, you don't see as many people drinking sherry now. It's delicious. Keep it in the fridge. Ice cold sherry. I've got all my parents' sherry glasses. Schooners, half schooners, you name it. I've got them. I must have about 100. Dry sherry. I don't know. I used to do Emva cream, or there was another one. I can't remember what it was. But I mean, my parents used to have sherry in their decanters. And I've still got their decanters, so perhaps I should fill them up with sherry. Be quite nice, wouldn't it? I'm not sure if you can get tiddled on sherry. You probably should, actually. Steve, we need to save energy. We shouldn't be using the oven for turkey this year. Turkey slices taste just as good, and it's only £1 for 6 slices. Yeah, but is it proper turkey or is it reformed turkey? That's what you've got to check now. If you don't know, because it looks like normal slices of turkey, turn over the thing, and if it says made from reformed turkey, don't touch it with a barge pole. Because that's the turkey that's come off. Basically, they've blasted it with water to get every single bit off the carcass, and it turns out to be, it looks like slop, and then it's formed into pieces. Yes, it's like, you know, sort of place shoot sort of thing you might find. It's like, you know, the cheese on pizzas. It's not cheese at all, is it? It's like rubber something, and the sort of things they put on there. So not very nice at all. Chris Lowry says, Steve. This is Chris's other half. Likes a glass of sherry when we put the tree up. I think more people should drink sherry, Chris. I really do, because I don't think it's very expensive. I might have a look around actually and sort of invest in a bottle of sherry. I do like a Christmas cracker though. I'm big on Christmas crackers, but I'm not big on anything else over Christmas. Thank you for putting how much is that doggy in the window in my head all day. You're very welcome indeed. It's one of those songs, isn't it? We all did it. It's like when you were younger, you wrote, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, she'll be coming round the mountain, coming round the mountain. It was a very repetitive song. Coming round the mountain, she'll be wearing 6 white horses or something when she comes. It wasn't very original at all, actually, but I quite liked it. So here we go, Christmas dinner for 6 people in one of the supermarkets, Aldi, £23.48. For that you get, now I don't know looking at it, it could either be a turkey or a chicken, I'm not too sure, I can't tell. You get the roast potatoes, you get peas, you get Yorkshire puddings, Brussels sprouts, parsnips, pigs in blankets, carrots, and something else, which could be a ball, like sage and onion balls or something like that. All of that for 6 people for £23.48. I mean, it's just unbelievably cheap now. Aldi are now officially Which's cheapest supermarket of the year. £23.48 for all of that. £1, £2, £3 a head. Isn't that amazing? £3.80 a head. And that's... Oh, and gravy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items for £23. That is phenomenal value. I mean, I don't know what the quality is, because I haven't eaten it, but it looks perfectly acceptable to me, although I hate parsnips. But I mean, if you're buying all of it together, and you seem to get quite a lot for 6 people. Yorkshire pudding. I think there could be 2 Yorkshire puddings each, and there's loads of roast potatoes. £23.48. I can't believe it either. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Charles out the other day as well. The King got a classy welcome at the Inns of Court from lots of school children. OK, wave your flags, children. He's the King. OK, great. 1,500 viewers complaining about the treatment of Matt Hancock. Many more took to social media claiming the former Health Secretary has been bullied. No, he hasn't. He's on a programme where he signed a contract for him to be picked for Bush-Tucker trials. There's not bullying. They've just picked him for Bush-Tucker trials. These people are so daft, really. He's defied the doubters, and he's won more votes than Boy George. I mean, 1,000 complaints. It'll be the same person writing about 500 times, won't it? But... yeah, it's the girlfriend. Christopher Biggins, the former king of the jungle, said he's doing brilliantly. And however much you may hate him, he's a player and he goes for it. He feeds the camp, he's charming and he's won them over. So people go, oh, he's being bullied. It's a game show. It's a game show. You'll be telling me next you can't go dancing, you know, because you've got 2 left feet. Well, it didn't stop Matt Goss going in, did it, really? Not that I mentioned him ever on the programme. I quite like the idea. Look at this, honestly. All these where are people getting all this money from? There's a NutriBullet every grain cooker, so it cooks rice, and it's £79. Are people forgetting that you're going to be getting bills in the like of which you've never seen before, just after Christmas, or if you're really unlucky, just before Christmas? I think people should be very careful. And just remember, the one thing I would always recommend is to keep a tab on how much you're putting on a credit card. If you don't have one of the apps on your telephone, then sort of check that you're not spending too much on it, because nothing worse than the shock of that bill. Sean in St Albans says a sherry poured over vanilla ice cream is delicious. I can imagine it is, actually. Do you remember Ice Magic? Ice Magic was like a chocolate squirt stuff, and you squirted it over the top of ice cream and it hardened, and then you would crack it. And it was fascinating to watch. I mean, I'm sure it was all... There you go. I'm sure it was all full of chemicals. So it sets to a hard shell once it's poured over ice cream. We used to quite like it. Have you ever had it? Yeah. It's very popular, actually, in its day. Yeah. Bird's Ice Magic did it, and loads of other different companies. And it comes in different flavours as well. And you can also make Ice Magic at home, although why you'd want to. Can't imagine. If you go and buy these things now, they're so inexpensive, aren't they? I went to... Oh, what did I put? Oh, I bought some blooming butter the other day. I should have remembered Lurpak is about £5.50 for a pack of butter. So expensive. So expensive. I shouldn't really be doing it at town. Karen in Sutton says Morrison's cream sherry is the best. And somebody says, I've just bought myself a bottle of Warnings Advocaat. Love it. Can't get Babycham anywhere. Oh, it's easy to get Babycham. Babycham was relaunched a while ago. Babycham, genuine champagne Perry. It's a genuine champagne Perry. I've just told you. Honestly, it's like talking to yourself, isn't it, really? But yeah, Champagne Perry. It was basically a drink. It used to come in a nice little Babycham glass, and if you're very lucky, they put a cherry in it. And it was like sort of, I used to liken it to sort of Prosecco kind of thing. And they relaunched it. It's got a little deer, which sort of, you know, at Christmas time they bring it back. It's got a red ribbon round its neck. You never had it. It's not really for people like you. No, it's not for people like you. It's for girlies. Girlies like Babycham and Warnings Advocaat. But, you know, not for people like you. You're sort of more glass of stout, you know, like a proper man's drink, you know, as long as it's not one of those sort of silly glasses, you know, I have to have the handle on the tankard. Okay, otherwise we can't hold it, can we? Oh, goodness sake, all over the blooming place. But, yeah, so it was quite nice. But, I mean, you can still get it. Sherry is the most affordable fine wine in the world. It's the best kept secret, Steve. In the wine trade. Oh, I don't like secrets. Not in the wine trade. And Kim says, I love a cream sherry, Steve, served over ice. A very nice wee tipple. Don't know why, only indulge in it at Christmas. Yeah, it's like a Christmas drink, isn't it? It's a Christmas bit of festive. So many things are festive. Like, you know, the tin of Quality Street. You know, not Celebration or anything. It's Quality Street at Christmas. And you've got to have satsumas. There's just no way you can get through Christmas without satsumas. They are the Christmas thing. And if you want to put your nuts in a bowl, well, then go for it. I've always said that. You know, my mother would sit there cracking nuts all over. I said, God, how boring are they? The Johnny Irwin story is well worth reading. It's in the Sun on the front page. And it's very sad because we love Johnny Irwin. And we hope that, you know, things are okay. The 3D scanners are coming in. I don't know when, but they're going to herald the end of the strict airport liquid rules.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Roger says, Steve, I've decided I'm going to avoid shopping in places that refuse to accept cash as payment. Yes, you, Burger King. Although, actually, you can't find any Burger Kings at the moment. They seem to be disappearing. You know, quicker than you can say ninepence. David Staines says, my wife drinks sherry every day. Tesco and Sainsbury's sell very nice 1-litre bottles of pale cream sherry for £7.50. It used to be the thing, did it not, to go into a pub and ask them for a sherry. They used to keep sherries on the shelf, and you go, can I have a schooner of Ember cream? And they would pour it out, and it was, for some reason, mind you, people go into pubs for different things now, mainly the banging music and the fruit machine. And that's about the extent of it. Pubs do not cater for elderly people. They're not interested. They don't want somebody sitting there nursing a sherry for half the day. They're looking for young people who are going to be necking it as fast as possible. Yeah. Amy says, please wish me a happy 49th birthday, holding on to my 40s for one more year. Oh, God, it'll go by so quickly. Seriously, it will go by so quickly. B&M is awash with Babycham. Croft Original. Best shit. Yes, I like Croft. It's good. Ditto on the Morrison's Cream Sherry, Steve, says Kim. And Jill says, my daughter cooks Moreton Bay bugs on the Barbie in Perth, Australia for Christmas dinner. Much as I'm dying to see her again, I'll be happy with my turkey crown. Oh, I don't like it when they make you eat all this funny food and things like that. You know, Moreton Bay bugs. What the dickens are they? That's not. I mean, I always thought you can't really have Christmas in the sunshine. I don't care what anybody says. The idea of a Barbie on the beach, I'm afraid, on the 25th. No, you just look silly. It's silly. You know, it has to be cold, miserable, wet, damp. You know, people have to traipse the snow in. You know, they don't wipe that. Wipe your feet. And they go through the house and he goes, should I have a drink? So by the time you get round to Christmas lunch, which is about 2 to 3 o'clock, although I know a lot of people are moving to the new time of 6 o'clock in the evening. Because once you've opened all your present and you've had a satsuma and you've had a couple of chocolates, then you just, okay, have some toast. Toast. And so people have toast. Do you want Marmite? I have Marmite on my toast. And Marmite and butter as well. And then you have that, and then you fall asleep, you know, and are we going to get the King's speech this year? I suppose we will, won't we? Queen's speech. So he must have recorded it. They've already been recorded, I should imagine. They used to record about mid-November, I seem to remember. Then they would distribute it to the radio stations and television stations. So that will be done. Probably done from, I think he might do it from Windsor. Queen used to do it from Buckingham Palace, unless there was some urgent reason. I thought it was live. No. You thought it was live? How on earth could it be live? He's too busy pulling crackers. I think that's what they said Camilla was. But anyway, I'm here all week, whether you like it or not. I was wondering why you don't mention your producer by his name. Well, he doesn't have one, Penny. We just know him as Convict 64732. We never got round to his name. Unfortunately, when he was delivered by the police van, they just opened the back door and kicked him out, and lo and behold, here he is. You know, I mean, and also it's embarrassing to give somebody a name when you don't know how long they're going to be there. You know, I always think that's better. Does he want to remain anonymous, or is he embarrassed to work for you? He does work for me. I decide everything. I basically hold his career in my hand, and he's embarrassed. So that's the way it works, I'm afraid. David says, flying out to Vienna in the morning for a vintage photographic equipment auction on Saturday. The last one I attended saw a prototype. Is it Leica camera from 1923 and owned by the inventor, Oscar Barnack, selling for 15 million euros. Fraction out of your budget, isn't it, I should imagine? Good Lord. Flying, it's only a short flight to Vienna. Doesn't take you very long. It's quite, nothing changes. I could go back to Vienna tomorrow and discover everything in exactly the same shops, the same everything, same McDonald's, the same, nothing changes. It does. They always say, landing at the airport in Vienna, we are landing in Vienna, ladies and gentlemen, set your watch back 150 years, because that was the way it worked. You know, Paul says nothing better than a swim after Christmas lunch. You swim after Christmas lunch? Oh no, I don't think that's a good idea. Stomach cramps. You have to swim before lunch. At least I can put you right on that one. You did catch the programme yesterday, everybody, didn't you? When I was warning you about hot water bottles and warning you about check the date it was made. Because there's been lots of cases recently, the hospitals are reporting an increase in cases of people who filled up an old hot water bottle they found behind the settee from about 1960 and then wonder why the rubber has rotted and it splits, pouring boiling water over everything. So if it hasn't got a cover on it, sometimes they have knitted covers, woolen covers, things like that. Look at the top where you pour the water in and you will see there is like a round wheel. And it's got a number in the middle of it. If it says 21, that would be 2021. Okay, and round the outside, there are 12 little things. You just count round to where that little thing is marked, and it will tell you it's made in July or August or whatever. If it's more than 2 years old, throw it away. Throw it away. It's too dangerous because kids get given hot water bottles and they do contain very hot water, hence being called hot water bottles. That was it. Some of them you used to be able to put in the microwave and heat them up in the microwave. But if it's an old hot water bottle, they say, I would think maximum 2.5 years old. They're not very expensive, hot water bottles. They really aren't. You can pick up a decent hot water bottle for £5. Primark sell them. But just check that date on them. You don't want to have any accidents, I'm afraid. My husband, this is Dave and Teresa, says the best thing for sherry is a trifle. Oh, a sherry trifle. Oh, boozy trifle. Sorry? Yeah, boozy trifle. We like boozy trifles. You can make them yourself. It's something that even kids can make, you know, putting in the sponges at the bottom and then putting the sherry over that so it soaks in. Then you put on a tin of fruit cocktail, but you drain it. You don't put all this syrup in because it'll all go wishy-washy. Pour that in over the top. Then you make jelly. Then you put the jelly in over the top so it seals it all in. And then you put on the custard and then you put the cream. And then you get your hundreds of thousands and sprinkle them all over. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the perfect trifle. Perfect. Which is very nice. Or you could just have a cheap old baked apple. That's quite nice. You just get an apple, take the core out the middle of it, fill it with raisins, sultanas and everything else, some brown sugar, stick it in the oven for about, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and just have hot apple with custard, which is very nice, very easy. Or you can make a nice bread and butter pudding, which is very easy, and sort of put cream in and sultanas. Sultanas are very much used, aren't they, over the festive season? They certainly are in our household. Steve, when I was 18, oh, here we go, down memory lane, in 1998, I worked at a social club. There was outrage when John Smith's went to over £1 a pint. For £1. Well, I remember when they used to do petrol and it went over £1 a litre. I remember thinking, £1 a litre for petrol? Nowadays, it's a nightmare. Matty says, have you tried the Hotel Chocolat salted caramel liqueur? I get a bottle every year. It's lovely over ice. Oh, that's a bit dangerous though, isn't it? Because sometimes it's like you can pour things like that over sort of crumble or anything really, and then you think, I'll just add a bit more. The time you sort of finished it, Matty, you're not fit for man nor beast. Not fit for man nor beast. Steve, growing up, I always remembered us having a bottle of Harvey's Bristol Cream Sherry at Christmas. Happy days, says Lynn in Rochester. We all say that, don't we? We always go, happy days. And yet at the time, we didn't know they were happy days. It's only when we look back on it, you know, with hindsight, you would probably go, oh, it was happy days. I always think every day should be a happy day. But not every day is a happy day, because something will happen to upset the apple cart a little bit. Tanker driver Phil says, I absolutely love sherry, Steve. My particular favourite is Harvey's Bristol Cream. And a Christmas Harvey's Bristol Cream on the wall mince pie is to die for. Yes, and they've got to be warm, haven't they? Definitely. Harry says, I finally travel out of Shanghai tomorrow after 2 months stuck here to see some friends in Hong Kong, then off to Queensland to see some distant relatives. Oh, don't go. If they're distant relatives, they won't know who you are. They'll have no idea. You go over there and go, hello, I'm Harry. And they go, who are you? You go, I'm a distant relative. No, don't bother. Save it. Just go to the pub. Much easier. Christmas on the beach with a barbecue. Oh, icky, icky. Who will King Charles have as guests at Sandringham? I can tell you 2 people he won't have. Andrew and Harry. But then Harry, I suppose, well, I don't know what he'll do. I can't imagine what he'll do for Christmas. Just sit there still doing a jigsaw, I should imagine. Can't think of it. And what else? Where's he going to go? Where is he going to go? Nowhere at all. The man who's bringing out a book trying to destroy the royal family. Ably assisted by his ghostwriter, I should imagine. Yes, that'd be fun. I mean, normally at Christmas, the royal family all get together. They have the one day where they all go to Sandringham and they do their presents and they do their little bits and pieces. This year, they might not be. Might not be. Steve, says Susie, I do not eat meat. And for many Christmas lunches, my husband, who died 11 years ago, used to have smoked salmon slices and mashed potato. Very little washing up. There were only the 2 of us. Oh, smoked salmon slices. Very nice. I can go for that. I like smoked salmon. Very good for you. And Steve says, ice cream Ian, didn't Mavis from Coronation Street order a small sherry in the Rovers? I think she might have done, actually. Oh, I don't really know, Rita. I'll just have a small sherry. You're probably right, actually. You're probably right. And somebody else says, Steve, I pour cream over ice cream. The cream sets like the ice magic. Cream over ice cream. That sounds a bit yuck, I'm afraid. And I don't think it would set. I mean, you could probably put clotted cream. No, cream over ice cream. That sounds like heart attack on a plate, I think. My beloved and much missed mum like Harvey's Bristol Cream Solera Sherry. It's a blue bottle, which you keep in the fridge. Oh, I've always recommended keep in the fridge. Serve with lemonade, or on its own with ice, or mixed with a slice of orange in a large glass. Oh, it's got to be a large glass. Don't want to stint on drinks, do you? I always used to say, I'd go out to pubs with friends years ago, not recently, obviously, and they go, "What do you want to drink?" And I'd have a vodka and Coke. I'd say, "Can I have a double?" Because a single was just ridiculous. You didn't even taste the blooming thing. So I'd always go, "Can I have a double?" I'll pay the extra. I used to say. I never did. Because if somebody wants a double, why not have a double if you can only taste the drink? I wish you'd say that. I'll give you some more money for that. Never did. Steve, you're so versatile, says Gladys. You gave an appropriate answer about the name of your producer. It made me chuckle a lot. Well, I mean, if he's only got a number, what can I do about it? He's still wearing that suit with the arrows on it, Gladys. He's still got that one. It's amazing, actually, really. Yeah, and I mean, he looks good in orange. What can I tell you? It's just one of those things. In fact, he used to say to me that he was in the iron and steel business. His mother used to iron. He used to steal. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have you company. 10 to 7, Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning on LBC. And somebody said, David Hornchurch says, just going back to the Christmas frosting, if you put single cream over ice cream, it goes hard and cracks the same. Really, what a bizarre thing to put on it. I might have to try it, but I'm feeling I'm falling for something. Sweet sherry is how I remember Doc Cotton, says Ray in Cobham. Always just a small one, always for medicinal purposes. Yes, most people used to have booze for for sort of medicinal purposes. Cider in summer, sherry every winter. I started 50 years ago, says Terry, nicking a drop of my mum's from the drop down, topped it with water. How about spreading bread pudding with butter and marmalade, says Kay in Spain. Yes, we've done that before. You literally just get it and then just sort of pat it all in, and that's quite nice. Mind you, all food's quite nice at this time of the morning, because we've been here for ages, just remember. So consequently. Will, says Jenny, the king do the traditional Christmas Day speech? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I reckon he will talk about being king. I think he will talk about his mother. And I think he'll throw in a few other little bits and pieces. I mean, he's not doing a bad job. They're certainly putting him out there, making him work. I mean, goodness sake, I mean, honestly, it's something. It's like his mother, she was born to work. She didn't do anything else. She would work. In fact, I think out of the royal family, she did the most royal engagements. So undoubtedly, I think he will do the King's Christmas Day speech. And I think he will talk about his mother, who he misses desperately. And I think it will be very good. Amanda says, I make mince pies and put a dollop of cream cheese inside them. I never got into cream cheese, actually. And Cat in Slough says, Bailey's is lovely poured over vanilla ice cream. Thank you. And Patrick says, I listen to you most mornings. Well, we'll have to change that. You can't just listen most mornings. You have to listen every morning. I mean, in the 70-year reign, the Queen carried out, more than 21,000 engagements. I mean, admittedly, some of them were just standing there shaking hands or, taking a spade and putting a bit of earth on something, but 21,000 engagements. I thought it would have been more than that. Well, 300 a year. So I think she was top member of the royal family. I mean, to be honest with you, I always used to think that if you'd been invited to Buckingham Palace to sort of be knighted or something like that, you'd be really disappointed if you didn't get the Queen. If they went, oh, it's going to be Prince William, and you go, oh, couldn't we have the Queen? Or something like that. That would be the icing on the cake. But anyway, Patrick says, I love your chatty observations on life. Cream on ice cream was introduced by a Danish friend of mine, and my waistline has regretted it ever since. That's like cheese. Somebody was talking on television the other day. They said, oh, somebody's just given me a cheese advent calendar. And I remember thinking, are you mad? The amount of weight you can put on. I mean, just imagine you have cheese and biscuits at the end of every meal. Your waist, I promise you, would almost double, if not treble, in size over the years. Very nice, but it really fattening. Really fattening. I mean, the trouble is all the nice things are fattening. All the nice things are the ones they go, ooh, shouldn't have that, shouldn't have that. But banana split with ice cream, squirty cream and Tia Maria, says Darryl in Paisley. You heathen. You heathen. I can't believe you got squirty. I did buy some squirty cream the other day. No, about a week ago. And, Oh, it was fabulous. And I put it on mince pies. I had a couple of mince pies. And it kind of worked, And they do now squirty cream, but in chocolate. Chocolate squirty cream. I haven't quite gone down that route. John in Dundee says, Steve, the first COVID lockdown, we had daily sherry time, glass of Harvey's Bristol cream, posted on Facebook to friends to brighten their day. Oh, I don't want to go back to those days, do we, really? Definitely not. And Perry says, your double request reminds me of Paul Wilson, one of the managers from Heaven, no longer with us, but whenever you asked him what he wanted to drink, he'd always ask for a small double. See, I like that idea, a small double. I'll just have. Although when I used to work behind a bar for some friends of mine, people would always say, can I get you a drink? It doesn't seem to happen nowadays because of the price of everything. And you'd go, I'll just have a pound's worth. And we used to take the pound out the till and keep it because it's far more lucrative than otherwise you'd be completely sloshed. There'd be no point in doing it. But the girls used to say the same thing. They go, I'll have a half a lager. Or landlords would say half. Otherwise you couldn't stand up. But you don't get that as much now. Sometimes the barman, you would say, I'll order my drink, and they go, one for yourself. I don't know why. They're only doing their job. And the barman would go, I'll have a pound with you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And you never discovered what they were drinking, because they already had a drink over the back there, didn't they? I am rather partial, says Barry, to a Tia Maria with cream topping. A Tia Maria with cream topping? Isn't that an Irish coffee? Yeah, isn't that like an Irish coffee? We used to have that as a luxury when they pour the cream over the top and it would settle because they did it over a spoon. And I used to love an Irish coffee. A friend of mine used to be crackers for Irish coffees. Everywhere you went, Irish coffee. You've got to have an Irish coffee at the end of the meal. It was almost like, you'd go to a Burney Inn or something and they used to do an Irish coffee. But you'd had steak to start with because all these foods were considered luxury. So when you could go to a Burney Inn or, these steak houses and you could have steak and strawberries were actually considered as a dessert. We thought we'd sort of arrived. This was like the height of poshness. We're going to have a steak. Yeah, and it's going to come with chips. Chips! I couldn't believe it. And then you'd have sort of peas, and you can never eat the blooming peas. They were such stupid things to eat. And then they discovered Chinese takeaways. You go, we're having crispy duck. And people would go, you're having crispy duck? And we go, yeah. It was considered a luxury. I remember being taken to my first Chinese restaurant by a friend of mine. And he said, should we have duck? And I went, duck? He said, oh, you'll like it's crispy duck. And they showed you how to put the pancakes on the plate, put a bit of hoisin sauce on, then some duck, and then you fold it over and you eat it. And you used to go, I've arrived. And it was years before I discovered that seaweed was cabbage. I was fuming in the Chinese restaurant. I thought it was actually garnered from the coast. Turned out not to be. Which is a bit of a shame. Salty cabbage. Deep fried, if you please. Never mind. Mike says, loved visiting Seville, Steve, and spending time in a sherry bar with a glass or two of chilled manzanilla and salted almonds and olives. Told the BF we're going there and Jerez in the next couple of years. He's never been. There you go. That'll be a treat. And David in Teddington says, I wonder if they'll be showing the film The King's Speech on Christmas Day. Hope not. Hope not. Actually, talking of the King's Speech, the King's Swans have been hit by bird flu, second time this year. A third of the flock on the Thames at Windsor have been killed. Swan Charities spent 6 days removing the bodies of 70 of the 200 swans that they have there. Because some were actually, I think another 26 were humanely culled. Apparently His Majesty will be deeply upset by the death toll. They've got loads of swans in Kingston, down the road from me, just by the bridge. I've never seen so many. Never seen so many swans. They are quite scary, aren't they? They're quite dangerous. They're big once they've got their wings up and things like that, and they are quite dangerous. But anyway. That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? So we'll wait and see who goes out of the jungle. I'm losing track of who's actually going out of the jungle, but we shall find out in due course, and I'm sure it'll be something. We're doing the same thing tomorrow. We will be saying, oh, goodness me, they've just evicted... I don't know who's going to go next. I'm convinced now that, no, I think Hancock's going to nearly go the distance. I think he's going to get right up to the wire, and then I think somebody's going to pip the post. I've just got a feeling that's how the public are going to vote. I've just got this, might be wrong. I don't think he can win it. I don't think he can actually win it. Well, I don't think he will win it. I think it'll be somebody like that bloke out of Hollyoaks or something like that. It'll be somebody who go, oh, he's won it, and he'll go, huh? You know, because he's a bit like that. But should be reasonably entertaining, shouldn't it? Proper Irish coffee, apparently, is made with whiskey, although French coffee with brandy is gorgeous, says Joanna. That sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. Might try one of those, actually. You can't do them at home, though, can you?